the Hollywood Billionaire. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 226 Crazy August, Part 2. Joseph Crowley has been a member of the House of Representatives for New York's 14th Congressional District since 1999. The 14th District represents the Central Bronx and Northern Queens, a Latino enclave. It's been like this since the redistricting began in 2012. Before that, the 14th District included Queens and Eastern Manhattan. So Crowley was operating in the Upper East Side before the redistricting. He was running in the 7th District, which basically overlaps with the current 14th District. Crowley was born in Queens and is very influential in the local community, so no matter how the districts change, the Democratic Party puts him in charge of the campaigns in Queens and the Bronx. It's amazing that an Irish American can do so well in the Latino community, because the Latinos here only support the Democratic Party, and so do other minorities. No matter which party the Democratic Party supports, the support rate is at least above 70%. In 2012, Joseph Crowley's final vote share was 83.2%. There has never been a more one-sided election than this. So, even without a campaign, his position is very secure. Yep. This means that he has more time than other congressmen to think about the legislative agenda after being elected and the terms of exchange he wants. Almost everyone has already assumed that he will win, including his rival Frank J. Spartano and himself. At this point, this man must have higher political aspirations. Let's see what goals he wants to achieve and how he wants to achieve it. I heard that what he cares more about now is another election that the public can't see. New York City has one of the largest and most influential music ecosystems in the world, providing nearly 60,000 jobs, with a total salary of approximately $5 billion each year, and a total economic output of $21 billion. Sitting on the iconic red U-shaped leather sofa of the Russian tea room, Joseph Crowley waved his fork and talked freely. His voice was low and hoarse, and he spoke very fast, but his pronunciation was extremely standard without any accent. If he closed his eyes, Harney even felt like he was in the MSNBC studio, being interviewed by a well-trained news anchor. The lunch place for Joseph Crowley, Jordan Bromley and Harney was founded by the Russian Royal Ballet in 1927. From Stolichnaya Soviet red vodka, to the mixed sturgeon caviar processed by the Caspian Sea salt master, to the famous RTR Russian Borst, the Russian Tea Room has been the most prestigious high-end restaurant in New York for 89 years. Whether it is celebrities visiting New York or wealthy people living in the local area, they often come and go here. Salvador Dali and his art dealers, Frank Sinatra and Chicago crime boss Sam Giancana, Leonard Bernstein and his composer friend Aaron Copland. The Russian Tea Room was so bright that the tycoons from the Upper East Side who wanted to entertain their partners would subconsciously choose it as their first choice. A place full of celebrities can be more concealed. Harney and Joseph Crowley are textbook examples. Billionaires from foreign countries and public figures who have been deeply rooted in New York drink and chat happily. The waiters of the Russian Tea Room see this scene more than a dozen times a day. At lunchtime, the crowd was bustling, and guests were coming and going. The three of them sat in an inconspicuous corner booth on the southeast side of the room, and talked in a low voice with a normal look. But among these 60,000 practitioners, there are not only rock stars living in Tribeca or the Upper West Side. Most of them are actually ordinary people who live in a few neighborhoods in New York where housing prices are high and rents are not so outrageous. I just represent the well-being of these neighborhoods. Joseph Crowley adjusted his glasses and said righteously, "The musicians living in the Bronx and Queens have brought beautiful melodies to the whole United States and even the world, enriching the background of this era. Such great contributions have not received equal rewards. This is the main reason why I hope Sound Exchange can allow the staff behind the scenes, whether producers or sound engineers, to obtain a part of the recording royalties." "What percentage is it, Congressman Crowley?" Jordan Bromley asked tentatively, turning the silver ring on his ring finger. "It has not been finalized yet, but my idea is between 2% and 4% of the overall royalties." Joseph cleared his throat, trying to make his hoarse voice clearer and more powerful. Although it's not much, it's a huge improvement compared to the situation before when most sound engineers didn't get any royalties at all. A few $100s or tens of dollars can always help them live better in this city. Not only this city, Congressman Crowley, your bill will benefit every music artist in the United States, whether they live in the Bronx or Santa Monica. At this point, Harney lowered his head and fiddled with the pierogi pie on the plate, his tone seemingly nonchalant. How can we assist this good cause? Maybe we can set up a New York office in the Bronx or Queens to handle the royalty settlement of behind-the-scenes production teams across the country. This will not only attract more music producers to settle on the east coast of Manhattan, but also create a lot of job opportunities in the constituency, right? That's a good idea. Joseph took a sip of soup, looked at Harney, and said indifferently, however, Sound Exchange is a digital performance royalty collection organization affiliated with the US Congress and designated by the Librarian of Congress, which is different from BMI and ASCAP. Although both are non-profit organizations, Sound Exchange is directly under the jurisdiction of the government, and the organizational structure, including the composition of the board of directors, is assigned by the executive. It may not be an easy thing to get such an organization to leave DC and establish branches in other cities to take on tasks that can obviously be completed in the capital. Why can the Bronx get this opportunity, but Santa Monica or South Beach can't? Putting official organizations in big cities can easily cause such disputes. I represent my own constituency, but I'm also responsible for the overall interests of the United States. Joseph Crowley made one high-sounding speech after another, and the reasons he found sounded extremely bright and upright, but Harney knew very well that this congressman was just not interested in such petty gains. Anyway, no matter how badly he played, he could get more than 70% of the votes in the 14th congressional district, so why should he seek benefits for the residents in the constituency? What's the point of creating more jobs for the community and increasing the vote share from 70% to 80%? Joseph Crowley's ambitions were no longer in Queens. So, which election does Crowley care about? The election of the Democratic caucus in the House of Representatives. Before the first meeting of each Congress, the Democratic caucus must convene all Democratic House members to elect new leadership. Every Democratic member? Yes, everyone. Including the resident commissioner of Puerto Rico, Democratic representatives of American Samoa, the District of Columbia, Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands and the Virgin Islands. They will automatically become members of the Democratic Party, whether you are willing to join or not. So, what are the important positions in the caucus that can attract Crowley? The caucus changes 9 to 11 positions every term. The House Party Leader, the House Whip, the Caucus Chairman, the Caucus Vice Chairman, the Chairman of the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, the 4 co-chairmen of the Democratic Policy and Communications Committee, a Caucus Leadership Representative, and a Freshman Leadership Representative. If the Democratic Party is the majority party in the current Congress, then the Speaker of the House and the Speaker's assistant must also be elected, except for the Caucus Leadership Representative, who must have served less than 5 terms, and the Freshman Leadership Representative, who only accepts newcomers who are entering Congress for the first time. Joseph Crowley meets the requirements for all other positions. Which position do you think he will want? It can't be the party leader. As long as Nancy is still here, it won't be anyone else's turn, unless she takes the initiative to step down. If the party leader is re-elected, Steny Hoyer, the whip she uses so well, will not leave either. Crowley wants to go one step further, and the best position is caucus chairman. If I'm not mistaken, the caucus chairman should be replaced every 2 terms, and this year is the right time to replace him. Not necessarily. There are examples of changing one every term, but I think your guess is correct. Caucus chairman is the most suitable position for Crowley. For such party affairs and non-public voting processes, how should we help him and make him grateful? Direct help is definitely not possible, but we can help him complete the political platform he advocates and introduce the bills he promotes, or simply give him a sum of money for party activities. This kind of thing can't be done through Super PAC, right? It doesn't need to go through Super PAC. Congressman Crowley invited his colleagues to dinner to reminisce about the past, and showed concern for the lives of new members of the party. Moreover, it happened within the party and has nothing to do with the election, right? Yes, sound exchanges staying in Washington will not arouse suspicion, but I overlooked this point. Han Yi nodded thoughtfully and looked sideways at Jordan Bromley with a sincere look of seeking advice. Jordan, besides this, how else can we help Congressman Crowley? Although there is not much opposition to the Music Copyright Act, many people are actually indifferent, especially those representatives from underdeveloped entertainment industries. Arkansas, Montana, North Dakota, it is difficult for them to arouse interest, and it is not easy for them to form a support force to promote the passage of the bill. This is the difficulty we are facing now. Hearing the direction pointed out by Jordan Bromley's words, Joseph Crowley's pupils shrank slightly, and then he straightened his body a little. The reason why the music reform bill is difficult to advance is actually not related to party struggles. It is purely because representatives from the Midwest and the South believe that Congress has more urgent issues to take care of first. To change cognition, it is not only necessary at the public level, but also to start from within Capitol Hill. Han Yi added. Very correct. Then I think we have found a way to help Congressman Crowley. Jordan. Han Yi smiled and said softly, we must spare no effort to support Congressman Crowley in raising awareness of copyright issues within the party and increasing his support. That's natural. Jordan Bromley brushed off the non-existent dust on his thighs. This kind of legal reform that happens once every 20 years must be promoted by representatives with both ability and status. Neither is indispensable. Joseph Crowley did not respond to Jordan Bromley's increasingly obvious proposal. The former sniffed, placed the fork flat on the porcelain plate, folded his hands in front of his chin, and silently looked at the two people sitting opposite and beside the square table. What kind of status, Jordan? Top 3 in the party. How to do this? The general election will officially start after the Christmas holiday next year. Oh no, it will be officially launched after the winter holiday. How much money is needed to gain a competitive advantage? It's hard to say. The people who need to be persuaded are different, and both hard and soft expenditures will change. Han Yi and Jordan Bromley sang the same tune, laying out the answers for Joseph Crowley in this way for questions that would have made the old Democrat feel uncomfortable asking in person. Well, how about using the publicity account I put on your side? That's a good idea. Jordan thought about it seriously and agreed excitedly. Congressman Crowley, in order to pass the music copyright bill, Mr. Han deposited $500,000 in special funds in Manor Entertainment's government affairs and publicity account. At that time, if you have similar propaganda activities within the party, whether one too many or one too one, I believe Mr. Han will be willing to bear these costs. With pleasure. Han Yi smiled. I'm willing to do anything that can help the music industry continue to maintain a healthy development trend. This healthy development. Joseph Crowley ignored the topics about accounts and funds. As a politician, when he was having dinner with people outside Capitol Hill, he only needed to listen to many things, and the congressman's office would naturally follow up and deal with them. Moreover, the other party was quite knowledgeable and knew that with his status, he should stay as far away from money as possible. Crowley would do the promised things, and Manor Entertainment would be responsible for the specific work of paying the bill. Anyway, a little money was allocated from the publicity account of a well-known law firm to a certain congressman for a copyright law publicity event. Even if this cautious operation was spread out and published in the Washington Post, there would be no problem at all. What does it mean? It is a development model that allows every type of company in the industry, whether it is Universal, Sony, Warner, or a smaller startup company, to enjoy the dividends. Then in the bill, Joseph Crowley pressed his fingertips on the smooth dark solid wood table. Are there any places that seem to favor the former? At present, there are none. Han Yi shook his head. Helping music producers is a great thing that everyone supports. It's just that with just one change, it's probably difficult to form a complete comprehensive reform bill. Jordan Bromley took over the conversation. As far as we know, there are 3 or 4 groups in Congress that are making proposals on music copyright law. Although there is no sign of this now, there will definitely be someone who will take the lead in integrating these proposals into the Digital Millennium Act of our time in the future. At that time, everyone will have the right to vote in the joint meeting of several members. We just hope that when things get to that point, the bill will not be hijacked by the interests of large groups, and that's enough. Understood. Legislators must be fair. This was the first time Joseph Crowley smiled today. He finally understood the true intention of Han Music. He didn't need to take action at this stage, and when the bill was finally formed, he would try to get his vote. In this way, they should also deal with other members who are working in the same direction. Since you are interested in music copyright issues. Joseph took off his coat and put it on the side of his seat. A familiar name quickly came to his mind. Have you met Jerry Nadler? Not yet. Han Yi answered sincerely. I'm going to the Carlisle Hotel tonight to attend a charity dinner, and I hope to communicate with Senator Nadler then. That's great. I'll be there tonight too. Joseph Crowley clapped his hands. Don't worry, gentlemen. Tonight, I'll be your introducer. Chapter 227 Crazy August, Part 2. Now, let's talk about the real big shot, Jerry Nadler. I can understand that Elisa pales in comparison to him, but isn't Joseph Crowley already qualified to compete for caucus chairman? He was a member of Congress last century, so his status should not be lower than Jerry Nadler. Well, Crowley may have some power in the Democratic National Headquarters, but in the real world we live in, Jerry Nadler is the politician that everyone wants to make friends with. Enlighten me. Joseph Crowley speaks out for the rights of illegal immigrants in Queens and the Bronx, and Jerry Nadler, his New York 10th Congressional District, is the second smallest district in the country after New York's 13th Congressional District. But in terms of economic importance, it is the #1 district in the country, because the entire west side of Manhattan, from the Upper West Side to Battery Park, Chelsea, Greenwich Village, Hell's Kitchen, Wall Street, the Statue of Liberty, the New York Stock Exchange, the Empire State Building, the Brooklyn Bridge, Central Park, the Old World Trade Center, hell, even the New World Trade Center, almost all of the world-famous landmarks in the United States were built by him. Representative. Wow. Yes, yee, wow. Since 1993, he has been one of the most stable mouthpieces on Wall Street and Capitol Hill, perhaps the only one. He may be only a head taller than the podium, but his political and economic influence is higher than any building in New York. Who are his allies? Anyone who is not his enemy. It sounds funny, I know, but if you think about it carefully, you can appreciate his power. It sounds like everyone who stands on the side of blue has something to ask of him. That's more or less true. Yee. Joseph Crowley wants to run for caucus chairman, which is considered a fourth Democratic party in the House of Representatives. He is a senior member of the House Judiciary Committee, and the 2007 impeachment case was led by Nadler. In the end, it was Nadler who did not schedule a hearing on the grounds that there was still 1 year left in the president's term and impeachment was no longer necessary. Being able to withstand pressure from within the party and cancel impeachment shows his influence in the Democratic Party on the one hand, and on the other hand, it can be seen that he must have received a lot of hidden benefits from the other side. The bill he wanted to promote should not have been passed after that. I don't think he will go. Not really, because the reforms he is promoting are the most radical issues on the Democratic side. The legalization of same-sex marriage, abortion, green plants, the Iran nuclear agreement. Many bills do not have to be passed by Congress, but only if he joins. Can the Democratic Party bring the bills to the conference for extensive discussion and gain a good reputation nationwide? I understand that some bills do not need to be passed. The longer they exist in the House of Representatives and the longer they are debated, the more beneficial it is to a certain party. That's right. In addition to the bills, Nadler's most important political asset at present is his support for the current president. It can be said that he was the first person in the party to voice support for the election of the first African American president in history. Therefore, he has a very good relationship with Barack and Michelle. Whenever he goes to New York, he will definitely meet with him, and many major issues at the federal level will also be discussed with him. Nadler has a key vote on issues related to the Arts Caucus, the Progressive Caucus, the Asian American and Pacific Islander Caucus, the Universal Health Care Caucus, and the House Abortion Rights Caucus. Especially the last two. Nadler made great efforts for the passage of Obamacare, and it is because of him that the abortion rights bill has been delayed until now without being swallowed up by opposition within the party. He sounds like the most liberal politician in the world. Freedom also has a price. Not everyone can be as left-leaning as he is on the political spectrum. Do you know why he has such privileges? Because he is in New York, and because he is Jewish. Very straightforward, but, yes. And he is not an ordinary Jew. He is the only Jew in Congress who has received a Jewish college education. In addition, he graduated from Stuyvesant High School and has an undergraduate degree from Columbia University. While serving in the New York State Assembly, he received a Doctor of Law degree from Fordham Law School. He is a golden boy recognized by Jews, New Yorkers, especially Jewish New Yorkers, and with his progressive politics, he has no challengers in this city. He is the kind of lifelong congressman that the media calls him. That's right. So if the Music Modernization Act wants to attract attention and volume and ultimately pass it, he is the banner figure that must be fought for. It is most appropriate for him to lead the integration of the forces on the Democratic side. Then what bargaining chip do we use to attract him? That's a good question. Jordan Bromley took a martini from the tray of a passing waiter, took a sip, and whispered, "What do you think he's missing?" To be honest, I can't think of it. I mean, look at him. Harney stretched out his left arm and pointed at Jerry Nadler, who was standing in front of the Ludwig Beiman painting in the Bimmelman's bar. He was talking excitedly with several well-dressed white men who looked closely associated with power and money. Although he was short and fat, and his waistline felt longer than his height, Jerry Nadler, who was surrounded by the crowd, had a strong aura that transcended his physical limitations. I believe that the gentlemen he talked to are all from prominent families. More or less. The white-haired old man standing on the far left, wearing amber resin glasses, is Israel Englander. Why does this name sound so familiar to me? Maybe it's because his name has two countries in it, or maybe it's because he is the founder of Millennium Management, one of the top 5 hedge funds on Wall Street, or maybe it's because he bought the consul's residence of the French Republic in New York as his residence. All three reasons are possible. For me, it must be the first reason. Always so humble, yee. Jordan Bromley glanced at him with a smile. Maybe your family also has wealth entrusted to them, but you just forgot it. I don't know, maybe. Harney shrugged. He really didn't know where they would hide the money, but he knew that there would be surprises every time he found it. What about the others? Not everyone knows them, but the one closest to him, Eric Schneiderman, the Attorney General of New York State. Oh, and the one who is rubbing his face. See it? That long face. John Thain, the current CEO of Citigroup, was formerly the president of Goldman Sachs and the CEO of the New York Stock Exchange, but no matter how many brilliant achievements he has on his resume, people will only remember that he was the last CEO of Merrill Lynch. Poor unfortunate guy. Unfortunate in what way? I've read articles about him. In 2007, he was earning an annual salary of $87 million. With this annual salary, he could have quietly received another 10 years at Merrill Lynch, but because Merrill Lynch went bankrupt, he had to come out and accept Andrew Cuomo's subpoena and accept a criminal fraud investigation under the Martin Act. Isn't this just a formality? Going through the motions is tiring, too. Jordan Bromley glanced around and sneered after finding that no one was paying special attention to their conversation. Let's get back to the point, Jordan. Since Nadler is surrounded by people of this level, what else can he not accomplish? What other resources can we provide for him? This is also a question that has been bothering me these days. I think we may not be able to use the inherent thinking to deal with the relationship with Nadler. Since we can't let him owe us a favor, can we? At this point, Jordan Bromley's expression suddenly froze, and he quickly put on a formal smile. Let's talk about it later. Isa is back. After a gentle reminder, Jordan quickly changed the subject. Have you booked a room for the art show in September? Yee. I have booked it. Hanley was confused about the so-called yacht show, but he still cooperated with Jordan Bromley to continue acting, because he could feel that Darelisa was walking quickly towards the two of them from behind him. It's not Monte Carlo. No. Han-Yi suddenly realized that what Jordan was talking about was the yacht show held in Monaco every September, focusing on displaying super yachts over 20 meters in length. At that time of year, whether or not they have plans to purchase a new yacht, the top wealthy people will gather in Port Hercules to celebrate their never-ending vacation. It is very reasonable for a billionaire and his legal advisor to chat about luxury yachts and vacation plans while waiting for their dinner companions, rather than how to manipulate important people on Capitol Hill. Sorry, I kept you waiting, gentlemen. Darelisa returned to the two of them with his hair meticulously matched and a drop of water hanging on the tip of his nose. It was obvious that he had just excused himself to go to the bathroom to refresh himself with cold water. Although there are similar events in Washington, as a wealthy businessman in Northern California with a net worth of 9 figures, it is inevitable that he will feel a little nervous when he comes to this Upper East Side charity dinner that starts in the 10th digit and is not uncommon for 11 digits to raise funds for the historical landmarks of the national capital. Only when you have wealth can you respect the power of money. If you put aside your identity as a congressman, all the assets Darelisa has accumulated in the business world for decades are not enough for Israel Englander to look at him seriously. It's okay. Jordan nodded slightly at him. Are you ready? Ready. Gathering the hem of his suit, Darelisa followed Han-Yi and Jordan Bromley to the other side of the Bemelmans bar. For today's fundraising dinner, the planner David Rubenstein booked almost all the public spaces of the Carlyle Hotel. The Carlyle restaurant, which was restored by the famous interior designer Scott Salvatore, provided a full meal, and some celebrity gadgets were auctioned off during the meal. After the last dessert, the guests moved to the Bemelmans bar designed by Thierry Despin to enter the free donation cocktail party. Venetian plaster walls, black lacquered paneling, gold leaf and hand-etched art deco murals, and various art installations inspired by Central Park. The guest list handpicked by Rubenstein was shining. All of them were prominent celebrities from the Upper East Side. They held cocktail glasses elegantly with their fingertips, shuttled through social circles, talked about the fun of this year's Wimbledon Tennis Open, the famous paintings they bought at the London Art Fair last year, and how early they should leave for St. Barth's next year to reduce congestion and fatigue during the journey. On the evening of August 12, 2016, there was no place in Manhattan more luxurious and more honorable than the Bemelmans bar at this moment. David, standing aside and quietly waiting for David Rubenstein to finish his greeting with James O'Neill, the head of the New York City Police Department, and who is about to be promoted to the commissioner of the New York City Police Department, and watching the latter leave, Han-Yi said this greeting. Yi. Good evening. Seeing Han-Yi, David Rubenstein's smile instantly stretched a little. He stretched out his thick big hand to Han-Yi and shook it firmly. I was just about to come look for you. Sorry, there are too many guests and I have to greet them one by one. Planning a party is the most tiring part. I totally understand. That's why I'll wait until you're free before coming over. Han-Yi calmly withdrew his hand and put it in his trouser pocket, clenching and opening his hands to relax his muscles. He really didn't like this kind of social etiquette that required everyone to see who was trying harder. How was the fundraising tonight? Very successful. David Rubenstein adjusted his glasses and smiled. The total cost of the monument renovation is $10 million. Almost 80% has been raised tonight. I'll take care of the rest. At this point, Rubenstein put his hand on Han-Yi's shoulder with a very intimate gesture. Thanks to your generous contribution, we were able to achieve our goal. When I put up the photo album, I knew that you would be the one who won the bid. David Rubenstein was talking about one of the many collections he donated for this charity dinner. It was once jointly owned by the China Research Foundation, the China Institute and the Smithsonian Institution. It was the original photos taken by American sociologist Sidney Gamble when he conducted social surveys in China from 1917 to 1927. The moment Han-Yi saw this set of photographs, he felt a strong attraction. Nothing could evoke Han-Yi's patriotism more than the poor and weak streets of Peking 100 years ago, and it could also trigger his sighs and gratitude for the earth-shaking changes At the fundraising dinner, the most common items were jewelry, but no one would take out their best treasures in such a semi-governmental nature, where one had to donate generously and pay attention to appearance, and even the dress code was black tie instead of white tie. Those auction items are indeed in the category of exquisite jewelry, but they are far inferior to the high-end greeting gifts he gave to Xiaoru and Yaozhen. Therefore, whether from the symbolic meaning of the collection or the positive emotions Han Yi felt, Sydney Gamble's photography collection is the best choice. In the end, Han Yi bought 32 original photos from 100 years ago for $106,000. The return ratio created by this consumption for charity did not disappoint him. $159,000 was directly transferred to Chase's cash account, which made Han Yi feel very comfortable. The total amount is not much, but it can be regarded as a pleasant surprise. In the future, this kind of art collection that can resonate strongly with oneself will also be a good investment target. The art exhibition that the people around him were discussing just now. In October, in which city? I should thank you, David. It is my dream to have such a meaningful collection. There were outsiders present, or it should be said that all the people present were outsiders, so Han Yi brushed off the topic related to China. Please allow me to introduce you to the two companions who are attending the dinner with me today. Mannered Entertainment, Jordan Bromley, General Counsel of Han Music. Hello, Mr. Rubenstein. Jordan bowed slightly. I have heard of your great reputation for a long time. Me too, Mr. Bromley. David Rubenstein's tone was polite and kind. Take good care of and protect our young man. He's going somewhere. He sure is. Jordan said modestly. His insight into the music industry is simply unmatched, and I'm full of expectations for how far he can develop in the future. Yi's development is inseparable from our partners, who are walking with him, and we must work hard together. I will do my best. One is a business tycoon standing at the top of Wall Street, and the other is a famous legal elite in Hollywood. The two people sang the same tune and praised their common friend Han Yi to the sky. Light words can't be exchanged for a few taels of money, but they can be worth thousands of gold when they fall into the ears of the right people. In social occasions, making your partner look good is always beneficial to you. Both Rubenstein and Bromley understand this truth. Who is the right person? Of course, it is not Han Yi himself, but Elisa, who is standing in the conversation circle and came tonight with a mission. Han Yi had informed David Rubenstein of his situation in advance, and the latter naturally knew what to do in order to subtly and cleverly control this Republican congressman. Don't make fun of me anymore. We have a distinguished guest visiting today. It sounds very humble, but between the lines, Han Yi has already climbed up the ladder and put himself in the position of the host of the banquet. In this conversation, the host-guest relationship between him and Elisa was instantly distinguished. Congressman Elisa, from California's 49th Congressional District. Congressman Isa. David Rubenstein's smile returned to his usual restrained smile with his lips tightly pursed, with only a hint of arc. As a minority among billionaires, who tend to support the Democratic Party, David Rubenstein only showed basic courtesy to Elisa at such a charity dinner mainly attended by Democratic politicians. Nice to meet you, Mr. Rubenstein. Elisa wiped his short hair and held out his hand to Rubenstein. We met once before in DC. Oh, really? Sorry, my memory has not been very good in the past 2 years. Which occasion? Last April, at your donation ceremony at the Thomas Jefferson Foundation. Ah, I see. David Rubenstein's expression changes very well. He let everyone judge from his chin raised, hesitation and heavy nodding that he did not remember the existence of Elisa that day. Yes, there may be only 535 congressmen in the United States, and each of them is an elite on Capitol Hill in the eyes of ordinary people. But at the same time, there is only one David Rubenstein in the world. Before accepting Elisa's help, David Rubenstein hoped that the former could figure this out. Just like Benassar asking for help from the Godfather. Anyway, it's nice to see you again, Counselor Isa. I briefly mentioned your difficulties to me before, and in my opinion, it's no problem. They are just minor problems, you know. But tonight is not the time to talk. If you are still in Manhattan tomorrow, Come to my office and we will see how we can help you clear up the misunderstanding, okay? At this point, David Rubenstein took a half step forward and put his hand on Elisa's shoulder. We shouldn't ruin the future of an excellent public servant because of a small misunderstanding. Rubenstein's speech, in a seemingly peaceful manner, sent out oppression and threats that Elisa could not withstand. But Elisa could not find any way to fight back. He had taken the initiative to seek help from Rubenstein when he was in crisis, so it was inevitable that he would be controlled by him. What's more, if David Rubenstein was offended, the Wall Street tycoon would not need to do it himself. He could just allocate a little money to the Democratic National Committee and ask them to pay more attention to the election situation in California's 49th district. His already precarious support rate might come to an end. Just because Joseph Crowley, who has a stable job and can get 70% of the votes in every election, is not afraid of similar threats, does not mean that Elisa is not afraid. In early August, a 538 poll showed that his support rate in the district was only 50.2%. His opponent Doug Applegate, 46.5%. In this district with an average total of 160,000 to 170,000 votes per term, the difference is only about 6,000 votes. Okay, Mr. Rubenstein. Forcing a deep smile with wrinkles, Elisa was determined to sell himself to the devil. Then tomorrow, how long will it take you, David? Before Elisa could ask about the meeting time, he heard a voice of New York-accented English with a strong nasal tone. He turned his head, and after a second or two, he moved his gaze downwards and looked at the short and fat man who reminded people of George Costanza. Jerry Nadler dragged his heavy body across the entire Bimmelman's bar and came to David Rubenstein. Behind him followed Joseph Crowley, who was a little stunned because he saw Hani and Rubenstein chatting and laughing. Chapter 228 Industry Monopoly and Free Competition. Jerry. David Rubenstein leaned down slightly, hugged Jerry Nadler, and kissed him on the ear, which made Hani feel like a meeting of Italian Mayfair families. Nice to meet you, old friend. At this point, Rubenstein turned his head, looked at Hani, and smiled. Yee, this is the only and eternal Nadler in Lower Manhattan. He has worked in the House of Representatives for too long, and it is said that he even knows every founding father. Nonsense. You have seen more market fluctuations than I have ever held congressional meetings. Jerry Nadler patted the back of David Rubenstein's hand and grinned. It's always nice to reminisce with you. David, you should know Joseph. Jerry Nadler moved his body with difficulty to make room for Joseph Crowley, who was following behind him. Of course I know him. We are old friends too. How are you, Joe? David Rubenstein held Joseph Crowley's shoulders, and his tone was still cordial, but it was not difficult to see the difference in his attitude towards Jerry Nadler and Joseph Crowley. The former's connection with him is obviously closer. Let me introduce you to perhaps my youngest partner, Hani. David Rubenstein gently pushed Hani's back and took him a step forward. The head of the Carlyle Group's respect and support for this Chinese tycoon is reflected in all aspects, including when introducing him to the congressman. He always follows the Chinese custom of introducing him by first name and last name. Hello, Mr. Han. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Nadler. After shaking hands with Jerry Nadler, Hani turned his gaze to Joseph Crowley. They are all smart people, and the moment their eyes met, both sides confirmed the relationship they should show next. Good evening, Joe. Good evening, Yi. Joseph Crowley showed a bright smile. It's a pity that I can't dine with you at the same table tonight. Yes, the consensus reached by Hani and Joseph Crowley was, to be honest, that they had met once before this fundraising dinner. Jerry Nadler could not be concealed. After lunch at the Russian tea room, Joseph Crowley volunteered to connect Hani with Nadler, and Hani did not refuse the offer. Although he knew that David Rubenstein could help him establish a relationship with Jerry Nadler more effectively, having an additional introducer would not only make Nadler pay more attention to him, but also implicitly declare to the congressman of New York's 10th congressional district that he has a network of contacts and social power. Just like when he first met Jordan Bromley, Hani likes to take a multi-pronged approach to let potential partners feel his power and sincerity in the most intuitive way. At the same time, although Hanyi does not want David Rubenstein to intervene too much in his future plans, after all, the platform needs to be provided by the other party, and the interaction with Nadler also needs Rubenstein to coordinate smoothly. The most important thing is that the core of the exchange of interests between Hanyi and Derelisa is to introduce David Rubenstein to the latter. Even the dumbest person can guess Hanyi's intention, let alone an old fox like Rubenstein who has been in the political and business circles for decades. Since he can't hide it, he might as well tell it openly and show his frank image to others so that his partners can't find fault with it and they won't be suspicious because of the deliberate concealment, thinking that Hanyi is planning some amazing plan and thus develop an interest in interfering. After all, in the final analysis, Hanyi is not brewing a conspiracy to subvert the order of the industry. What he wants to do is just to occupy a place in the text before the most important music copyright bill is passed in the next 10 years. The purpose is simple, and it must be above board. It seems that you are already very familiar with each other. Rubenstein took off his glasses, took out a silk cloth to wipe them, and his smile was as gentle as ever. Yes, I visited Congressman Crowley at noon today and expressed my support for the reform of sound exchange and the update of copyright law. In fact, my contact with Congressman Issa and my request for your help in introducing Congressman Nadler were all motivated by this. Hanyi's straightforward statement made the conversation circle quiet for a moment. Jerry Nadler and Joseph Crowley looked at Derelisa of the outer party with a scrutinizing eye, wondering who else, besides Hanyi, had entrusted him to draft the music copyright law reform plan. The two knew very well that Hanyi, who had just entered the scene at this time, was definitely not the initiator of the Republican side. Although Derelisa did not behave so obviously, his speculative eyes also turned back and forth between Nadler and Crowley. Compared with the two New York City congressmen, Derelisa saw more opportunities for integration. Entrusting David Rubenstein to make peace was one of his means to reverse the decline, but it was by no means the only one. After all, he could guess what Rubenstein wanted in exchange. As a red congressman on that side of the aisle, he would not block key issues, and if the situation allowed, he would even provide some valuable intelligence to the Democratic Party. Issa knew that given Rubenstein's level, he would never have only one spy in the Republican Party, and he would not let his pawns do anything that would overly endanger themselves. He had to be cautious in everything he did. Even the smallest snooping would ruin his entire political career if it was exposed in the newspapers and media. Therefore, in addition to Rubenstein, he had to keep a backup plan for himself in the Democratic Party. Now it seems that Jerry Nadler and Joseph Crowley may be able to pass this bill and become his partners. If they can't make peace with Barack and Joe, then they can change their thinking and win over the powerful congressmen in the Democratic Party who they can't afford to offend or don't want to offend and start cross-party cooperation with them. Regardless of whether these two people want to be caucus chairman, whips or chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the future, having an inconspicuous figure like Derelisa hiding in the Parliament Hall of the South Wing of Capitol Hill and stirring up the storm at critical moments can effectively promote the agenda and interests they care about. At the same time, Derelisa can also rely on this red and blue communication channel to gain a foothold on Capitol Hill and even become a lifelong member like Jerry Nadler. Whether the first female president in American history or the first president to have filmed a reality show is sitting in the White House in the 2010s when party disputes are becoming more and more intense, spreading from Washington to New York and then to Los Angeles, and even popular culture and entertainment media are advocating extreme thoughts. It is possible to pass a bill that both the Democratic and Republican parties can agree on, openly cooperate with powerful figures from the opposing party, and consolidate their political status on this basis. This opportunity is extremely rare. Congressman Nadler, Congressman Crowley, it's nice to meet you. Derelisa took the initiative as his mind turned. I'm honored to be able to care about the same issue with two senior predecessors on the legislative side. Although our parties have differences on many issues, I believe that promoting the further improvement of copyright law, which will bring benefits to the American people without distinction, should be the consensus of everyone. That's right, Congressman Issa. Joseph Crowley subconsciously glanced at Rubinstein and Han Yi and found that the two looked normal, so he continued to speak. What reform draft are you currently drafting? Mainly in the field of recording copyright. Darrell Issa said bluntly, find a proper solution for recording copyright before 1972. It's a very detailed but accurate direction. Joseph Crowley raised his eyebrows. The recording copyright that Darrell Issa is concerned about is exactly the area that Sound Exchange, which he wants to reform, is responsible for. The bills of the two congressmen only focus on a single area. If they are integrated together, the content will be more comprehensive, and the possibility of gaining attention on Capitol Hill will also become higher. My direction is Sound Exchange, which is to allocate a portion of the shares to producers, a similar mechanism. Then our proposals do have many complementary aspects. When we return to Washington, we can talk about it in detail. What about you, Jerry? Which field of reform are you focusing on? Joseph Crowley smiled and then cast an inquiring look at Jerry Nadler. Crowley did not forget Han Yi's commission. Moreover, only by getting this Democratic leader with a transcendent status interested in it, his proposal will have the possibility of being integrated into the final version, and a satisfactory explanation will be given to the stakeholders who have spent a lot of energy on him. Let the radio station pay mechanical royalties. Jerry Nadler's speech made Joseph Crowley and Darrell Issa look at each other in bewilderment, and even David Rubinstein, who was not deeply involved in the music industry, curled his lips playfully. Each of them has a deep understanding of the power of the lobbying groups of radio and television stations. The reform path chosen by Jerry Nadler may be feasible in 20 years, but it will definitely not pass in 2016. As expected, he is a pioneer in the Democratic Party, who can expand the boundaries of legislation. All the hard bones are for him to chew. While thinking this in his heart, Darrell Issa kept a serious expression and nodded slightly to Jerry Nadler. It is a very aggressive decision. A bill that can go down in history must have such a text that completely changes the industry ecology. Congressman Issa. Without directly answering Darrell Issa's flattery, Jerry Nadler knew very well how much weight his reform plan weighed. Similar to most of the proposals he submitted to Congress in recent years, they are no different from cannon fodder. It is one thing to use jaw-dropping radical content to brush up the Democratic Party's favorability in front of the public and donors, and it is another thing to know which specific clauses can be passed. It is with this mentality that Jerry Nadler accepted the lobbying of the Big Three, HFA and MRI, and began to prepare his draft amendment to the Copyright Act carelessly. He must ensure that his campaign account is well funded and retain these 5 loyal donors for the Democratic Party. But being pessimistic about the proposal he prepared does not mean that he does not want to sign his name in the new music copyright bill. The 114th Congress, which began on January 3, 2015, and will end on January 3, 2017, is not friendly to Democratic members. Although the Republicans in the Senate turned the tide with a 54-44 ratio and won a big victory over the Democrats to become the majority. In the House of Representatives, the Republicans are 60 seats ahead of the Democrats, and they have the initiative with 246 to 186. Orrin Hatch and Mitch McConnell are in charge of the Senate, and John Boehner and Kevin McCarthy control the lower house, which directly blocked all legislative attempts of this government. The Iran nuclear agreement was successfully blocked by the Senate with a 58-42 vote. The family planning scandal of the Center for Medical Progress almost shut down the government, and a compromise was found at the last minute. The TPP trade agreement signed and passed on June 29, 2015 is one of the few achievements that the current president can boast of in the past 2 years, but even this report card is not watered down. In order to appease the Republican establishment, the agreement made many concessions to meet the political demands of Mitch McConnell and John Boehner. However, the New York real estate tycoon who is currently running for election has publicly announced that if elected, he will immediately withdraw from the TPP agreement in exchange for the votes of labor unions, the Tea Party and Republican conservatives. What is even more embarrassing is that the Democratic liberals, led by Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren and Senate Minority Leader Harry Reid, are also opposed to TPP and TPA legislation, believing that it will cause Americans to lose their jobs like the North American Free Trade Agreement. The lame duck president is the media's nickname for the first African American president of the United States. In fact, during the 113th Congress, although the Senate was still controlled by the Democrats, the House of Representatives had lost control. The long-term political deadlock made the efficiency of that Congress extremely low. In November 2013, Gallup reported that the approval rating of Congress was only 9%, the lowest record of Congress approval rating since the founding of the United States. This approval rating has led many political analysts to believe that the 113th Congress may be the worst in modern history. According to a CNN poll, 2/3 of Americans think so. During the 2-year session of the 113th Congress, lawmakers enacted only 297 new laws, the second to last in American history. The 114th Congress was slightly higher, but there were only 329 new laws, the third to last in history. Specifically for Jerry Nadler, in this Congress, only 5 of the 2,616 bills proposed were passed by him: the TPP, which was about to be abolished by the New York Orangemen, and the Iran nuclear agreement, which was given the green light by the House of Representatives, but strangled in the cradle by the Senate. There are also 2 pieces of legislation that do not involve political struggles: the Export-Import Bank Reform and Reauthorization Act, which was unanimously agreed by both parties, and the USA Freedom Act of 2015, an amendment to the Patriot Act. As for the last one, the 2015 federal government budget, in 2 years, no bill was led or co-signed by him in advance, including the government budget that had to be passed, whether he was there or not. Jerry Nadler's mood can be imagined. At this time, he urgently needs a bill with his name on it to be passed, even if not for votes, but for his prestige on Capitol Hill and his record of political achievements. What kind of bill is best to pass? Of course, it is a rights protection law that does not involve ideological differences between the 2 parties. We have worked together many times on Capitol Hill. This is the signal that Jerry Nadler sent to Darrell Issa, and the latter immediately understood. "Ah, yes, we are old colleagues." Darrell Issa smiled and explained to the others in the conversation circle, "Congressman Nadler and I are both members of the House Judiciary Committee. And, we are both in the Courts, Intellectual Property and Internet Subcommittee under the Judiciary Committee. I'm just a member of the committee, and Congressman Issa is the chairman of the subcommittee. You are not just a member, you are the only senior congressman in the group. If I remember correctly, Hakim is also in your subcommittee." Joseph Crowley also joined the conversation between the 2. The perceptive politician did not need anyone to remind him to accurately figure out the signal released by Jerry Nadler and the intention of Darrell Issa's response. The moment he saw Rubenstein and Han Yi standing together and talking about everything, Joseph knew that the Chinese tycoon who had lunch with him in the Russian tea room at noon today had much deeper roots in the United States than he had imagined. It was not his turn to introduce Jerry Nadler. Rubenstein could help Han Yi get this done with just a raise of his hand. If he fights alone, Joseph Crowley can only exist as a pawn of capitalists such as Rubenstein and Han Yi, at least in the process of promoting the Music Modernization Act. Benefits? There are benefits indeed. It is good that Han Yi sends him the activity funds of the caucus chairman through Manor Entertainment, but a copyright bill that can enable Han Yi's music group to expand rapidly and eventually be on par with the 3 major music groups, can it only bring Joseph Crowley a few $100,000? Joseph Crowley will never be reconciled, so he took the initiative to introduce Jerry Nadler to Han Yi, hoping to become the primary contact person of the Chinese rich on Capitol Hill in exchange for more bargaining chips. But with Rubenstein's support behind the scenes, how could Han Yi need 1 or 2 congressmen to thread the needle? In this case, what should he do to squeeze the most from Han Yi? This is a question that Crowley has been thinking about secretly since he entered this conversation circle. It seems that Jerry Nadler is also thinking about the same question. The calm and experienced Jews also found the answer before Joseph Crowley. Different congressmen and separate drafts can easily be defeated by Han Yi one by one. Therefore, what Jerry Nadler, Joseph Crowley and Darrell Issa need to do most at this time is to form an alliance of interests and declare their alliance of interests to Hanyi and Rubenstein. The three proposals are combined into one, and those forces that originally supported them behind the scenes also form a joint force through them without conflicts of interest. In this way, they can ask for more favorable conditions in the next negotiation with Hanyi. Before, there were three proposals, and Hanyi earned one by getting one. Now, the three proposals have become one, either take all or not enter the game. The price that consumers need to pay for industry monopoly and free competition is not the same. There is no free lunch on Capitol Hill. There is not even a cheap lunch, young man. If you want to enter our world, this is the first lesson you need to learn. Joseph Crowley put on a leisurely look and his eyes met with Hanyi. There has never been a fixed power pyramid between politicians and businessmen. You need me, I need you. Sometimes, you have the upper hand. Sometimes, I decide life and death. They are all extremely smart people. If they are not careful, the situation will turn around. Damn it. Joseph Crowley figured out the truth, and Hanyi also realized the mystery a few seconds later. It seems that the three congressmen should not meet in advance on this occasion. The mistake not only gave them the opportunity to connect, but also completely exposed the general plan and ambition of Han Music to them. This time, I guess I have to bleed more than just this. Fuck. Annoyed, Hanyi restrained the faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and subconsciously turned his head to look at David Rubenstein. Across from Jordan Bromley, the head of the Carlyle Group shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and made a helpless gesture to him. Chapter 229. Look at the offer. This is a rather tricky situation, I must say so. Sitting in the second floor reception room of 4 East 79th Street, David Rubenstein was wolfing down the midnight snack brought to him by the private kitchen, a simple grilled cheese sandwich and a cup of warm milk to help him sleep. As we all know, Rubenstein has no hobbies in food. He does not smoke or drink. As a Jew, he must also abide by kosher regulations. In addition, he is a vegetarian. With several identities, there are indeed not many delicacies left for him to enjoy. The original Upper East Side celebrity circle was mainly composed of Anglo-Saxons, and then many German tycoons from the Pan-German circle joined. Later, the Irish, who were once discriminated against, also entered the top class, after being granted the identity of Caucasian race. In addition to these three ethnic groups, Jews and all other minorities were still excluded from any powerful positions such as lawyers, judges, banks, and boards of directors before the 1970s. America was still a collection of racial ghettos. Italians knew Italians, Jews knew Jews, Poles knew Poles, Irish knew Irish. White Protestants barely knew any of them existed, and the Cabots talked only to God. At that time, M&A, or mergers and acquisitions, was still a cheap, disgusting business considered by mainstream bankers. White collar law firms and elite investment banks could see the prospects of M&A business, but this move to take over companies against the wishes of existing management was contrary to the religious ideas they had been taught since childhood. Just like the views of medieval merchants and lawyers on interest-bearing loans, the church believed that usury was an unholy act, so they would rather make less money than enter this business. History is like this, with a spiral of ever-changing appearances and an unchanging core. The financial industry in the Middle Ages was ruled by classical Jews who didn't care about church manuals. Wall Street in the second half of the 20th century was also occupied by modern Jews who pursued Machiavellianism for the same reason. Since the 1980s, there has been no need to elaborate on the fact that Wall Street is full of Jewish leaders. Citigroup, Chase Manhattan Bank, Irving Trust Company, these financial groups that were once the most racist began to have their senior managers replaced by Jews in large numbers. In 1986, Robert Bennett, a reporter for the New York Times, even wrote an in-depth report on Wall Street, titled No Longer a WASP Reservation, revealing the rapidly changing ecosystem of Manhattan. At that time, the massive invasion of Jews aroused the disgust of the wealthy circle in the Upper East Side. These Anglo-Saxons, who claimed to be the aristocrats of the New World, could not tolerate Jews from Boston, Philadelphia, or Williamsburg interrupting their garden parties at their luxurious headquarters in Lower Manhattan. Jewish wealthy businessmen like Ronald Perelman, who smoked cigars, casually uttered ungrammatical and barbaric sentences, and invaded the sacred Revlon Empire, were the targets of all the Upper East Side celebrities who wanted to maintain the glory of WASPs. Ronald Perelman acquired Revlon in the harsh winter of 1985, and David Rubenstein left Washington to found the Carlyle Group in the early spring of 1987. At that time, the competition between Jews and Anglo-Saxons for the financial order was entering a white-hot stage. Although he tied William Conway, a purebred WASP born in Massachusetts, and graduated from Dartmouth, as a partner, David Rubenstein still suffered a lot because of his Jewish identity in the early days of his business. Banquets like tonight are the most common places for Rubenstein to be tortured. The 1980s were not like today, with options such as vegetarianism and kosher. 30 years ago, charity dinners only provided one type of food recognized by Anglo-Saxons. Sometimes, in order to disgust these foreign barbarians, the organizers would even deliberately provide meals that violated kosher regulations. Therefore, from then on, David Rubenstein developed the habit of not eating dinner, or only eating a little pre-meal salad, which has continued to this day. Even though this was the banquet he had organized, and even though the Jews were now the kings of the land, he still insisted on using this method to remind himself of his past humiliation. You gave them a chance to make a move together, which is a taboo in negotiations. I understand, but when I realized it, it was too late. It's indeed too late for a complete victory. David Rubenstein held out his index finger, motioning Han Yi to wait for a moment. After swallowing the hot cheese bread and drinking a sip of milk, he breathed a sigh of relief and continued, but it's never too late to save the situation. The reason why Rubenstein deliberately kept Han Yi after the dinner and asked him to come to his private residence in the Upper East Side was naturally not to reminisce with him. His real purpose was to guide this lost lamb. How to save the situation? Han Yi asked sincerely. It was almost 11 o'clock, and he was still a guest at someone else's house, exhausted. It was definitely not, because he and David Rubenstein were as close as brothers and inseparable. He suffered a loss due to his lack of experience, and he urgently needed David Rubenstein's guidance. In addition to these three congressmen, there should be other people working on the reform plan of music copyright, right? David Rubenstein adjusted his glasses and persuaded him. There is another one, Congressman Bob Goodlatte from Virginia. Do you know what position Bob Goodlatte currently holds in the House of Representatives? Chairman of the Judiciary Committee. After being pointed out, Han Yi suddenly realized the Copyright Subcommittee headed by Darrell Issa is under the jurisdiction of the Judiciary Committee, and Jerry Nadler is also a senior member of the Judiciary Committee. Just bypass these three people and start with Goodlatte and influence the bill through him. Is that what you mean? What is your main purpose, Yi? David Rubenstein did not rush to answer Han Yi's question. Do you want everyone to know that Han Music has contributed to the update of the bill, or do you want to take advantage of the actual text content of the bill? Both. Han Yi thought about it and answered. Which one is more important? If I have to say, the second one is more important. Han Yi pondered. There are many things worth studying carefully in this update of the copyright law. A numerical value or even a change in a word can determine whether the three major music groups can continue to maintain their advantages in the next 20 years. That's right, you see, you have now made your priority clear. David Rubenstein raised his arm at Han Yi. If you want to let everyone know about Han Music's presence on Capitol Hill, there are many other ways. The simplest way is that after the bill is discussed and passed by the subcommittee and formally submitted to Congress, you can use Manat as a lobbyist to carry out your own lobbying activities in the House of Representatives. At this point, Rubenstein pointed to the night view of Central Park outside the window. Although the reason why he did not invite Han Yi's legal advisor to accompany him sounds politically incorrect, it is indeed because Jordan Bromley's status and level have not reached the level where he can be invited to visit David Rubenstein's private residence. Moreover, the founder of the Carlyle Group has always disliked showing off his wealth in front of the public. Whether it is a $65 million Francois-style private residence built by railroad tycoon Henry Cook on the Upper East Side, or the Southampton Meadow Trail seaside mansion that Han Yi had visited before, they have long been out of the media radar. In fact, his only known property is the private island in Nantucket, which was gradually exposed because many American politicians frequently went there for vacation and leisure. Of course, in addition to these two reasons, David Rubenstein also had his own calculations for not letting Han Music's general counsel participate in this late night conversation. Although Bromley only does work related to entertainment law, there are many lawyers active in and outside Capitol Hill at the Manor headquarters. James Bonham, Sean Hodgetty, and Peg McGlinchey. I know 3 of them. Understood. Han Yi nodded and did not tell Rubenstein that Jordan Bromley was also actively involved in music copyright law lobbying, because he knew very well what David Rubenstein meant by suddenly mentioning the 3 names of the Manor law firm headquarters. These 3 lawyers definitely have a close relationship with Carlyle Group and David Rubenstein himself. But I don't just want people on Capitol Hill to know the influence of Han Music, David. In fact, I hope that people in the industry know this, especially Universal, Sony and Warner. Let them not dare to touch you. Let them at least hesitate for a while before touching me. Han Yi smiled. I'm not afraid of competition, but I'm afraid of competing in advance when I'm not fully prepared. Typical Chinese thinking. This Oriental race, like the Jews, is the world's best opportunist at seizing opportunities. If you are not sure, you will never act rashly. But as long as you see a chance of winning, you will do your best. It seems that the arrangement error tonight is just an accident. Staying skeptical, cautious, and humble is the norm for young people in this Chinese country. Then you can still use Manat, Greenberg Traurig, or any law firm or lobbying firm that has experience in both the entertainment and political circles, while constantly correcting his understanding of Han Yi in his mind to avoid misjudgment. David Rubenstein analyzed a way out for Han Yi, but you can change hands first. Change hands. Through the Recording Academy, or the Recording Industry Association of America, or any important organization you want to win an award for. Donate to them, and then let them give the money to the lobbying company. David Rubenstein said in a firm and decisive tone. Help them pay the money they have to pay, and use this method to exchange for actual benefits and industry recognition at the same time. Isn't it more convenient than finding 2 or 3 politicians to invest, and then through them to push it back to the record industry? Makes sense. Han Yi's lips moved, wanting to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Han Yi had actually thought ahead of David Rubenstein's proposal. In addition to secretly contacting the 3 congressmen, he also entrusted Jordan Bromley to contact the Recording Academy, the Recording Industry Association of America, ASCAP, the American Music Publishers Association and other related organizations. He wanted to promote the progress of the Music Modernization Act through them, and on the other hand, as Rubenstein said, to obtain some tangible and practical benefits through the financial support of political activities. For example, the Grammy Awards of the Recording Academy. For example, the record sales certification of the Recording Industry Association of America. It is not necessarily possible to buy some earth-shattering awards right away, but in the next 6 months to a year, it is still okay to let Han Music show its face and get a little bit of limelight. But Han Yi didn't want David Rubenstein to know the specific implementation progress of his plan, especially after today's accident. The 3 congressmen formed a temporary alliance in just a few words. Although they did not formally offer conditions to Han Yi, he was negligent and was already defeated. And this opportunity to win the general was presented by himself. In the past few months, the progress of various sectors in his career has been too smooth, which has made Han Yi feel lazy. The thoroughness of his plans and his alertness to unexpected situations are not as high as they were at the beginning. This led to errors in the arrangements at the fundraising dinner, and without any congressman being dealt with, they took the initiative and took the lead. Han Yi is not the kind of person who will make the same mistake twice. Since he has learned a painful lesson, he will not easily say anything that may backfire on him. I will find a way to establish contact with these associations. But what about Bob Goodlett? Han Yi was quite sincere and humble. To be honest, I have done background checks on each congressman before, trying to understand their likes and dislikes and demands. Goodlett is the only one I can't find a point of attack on. Why do you say that? David Rubenstein asked with interest. First of all, there seems to be nothing to worry about in his election situation. Han-Yi thought for a moment and answered slowly. It seems that the 6th Congressional District of Virginia has never been blue. It started to turn red in the 83rd Congress in 1953, and it was only represented by Democrats for 10 years starting in 1983. Since Goodlatte was first elected in 1993, this has been the traditional territory of the Republican Party. David Rubenstein nodded. He certainly doesn't need help in the election. Like Jerry Nadler, he is a lifelong member of the Congress. Yeah, and he has become the chairman of the Judiciary Committee. At least at the parliamentary level, there is not much room for him to go further. As for going higher, those positions are not something we can promise. The only positions with more power than the chairman of the Judiciary Committee are the Speaker of the House and the Majority Leader. Moreover, in terms of influence on the outside world and the attendant collateral damage, these two positions are not as good as Goodlatte's current position. Give it to me, I won't trade it. Founded in 1813, the Judiciary Committee is the second oldest permanent committee in the history of Congress. It has jurisdiction over all proposed amendments to the Constitution and submits essentially the largest number of substantive bills to the House of Representatives each year. In addition, the Judiciary Committee is responsible for supervising the judicial administration process of federal judges, federal administrative agencies, and other federal law enforcement entities, and will also participate in impeachment proceedings against federal officials, including the President of the United States. In other words, sitting in the position of chairman of the Judiciary Committee, even if Bob Goodlatte's constituency is in Virginia, from the Attorney General of the Department of Justice to the head of state in the White House, they all have to respect him. Most importantly, according to Bob himself, after this year's election, he will enter a semi-retirement state, no longer seeking re-election in 2018. Yes, I have been working too long and want to retire. But he is only 64 years old. In American politics, especially after 4 years, this age means that you are not even qualified to run for president. To run for president, you must be at least close to 80. There's no need to dedicate your life to public service. Everyone has different pursuits in life. David Rubenstein stretched and smiled. The chairman of the Judiciary Committee has worked for 5 or 6 years. If he doesn't cash in, does he really want to introduce a constitutional amendment? So, Han-Yi pondered for a few seconds. He's going to be a lobbyist? Or someone? David Rubenstein put the last bite of the grilled cheese sandwich into his mouth. Government relations consultant for a private company. Or both at the same time. It depends on the offer. The next chapter will return to the love line, daily lifeline, and career line. Sorry for the long wait. Some people find this political line boring, but it is essential to the layout, and there should be some people who like to know about it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 230, Back to School Season, Part 1. So, what's the price he offered? What did you say? Han-Yi was concentrating on waiting for the traffic signal at the exit ramp of the I-10 freeway and Vermont Avenue, and didn't hear Jordan Bromley's question coming from the car stereo. I said, Rubenstein. He wants to help you get Bob Goodlatte. What's the exchange price? Han-Yi opened his mouth, hesitant to speak. Don't forget the attorney-client confidentiality privilege, boss. Hearing Han-Yi's hesitation, Jordan Bromley laughed twice. If there is one person in this world who can be trusted, it is the legal advisor you hire for tens of thousands of dollars every month. Contractual constraints and legal protections. I'm here to help you solve your troubles. I know, Jordan. Han-Yi cleared his throat and said, I'm just thinking about how to tell you about this, because Rubenstein, he didn't ask for anything. What do you mean? Rubenstein just told me that he would help me make an appointment with Goodlatte, and when I go to New York again on the 28th, I will meet with him and reach a series of agreements in advance before the congressman retires. Are you going to New York again? Yeah, VMA, have you forgotten? Oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Please continue. Yee. What agreement does Goodlad want to reach? First, I want to sign a special consultant agreement with Bob's son, Robert. His son is called Robert, his father is also called Robert, and his own full name is still Robert. Jordan Bromley teased. Bob is the abbreviation of Robert. This family, I can't think of another name for 100 years. Haha, yes, I think this is the family legacy. Harney turned the steering wheel halfway to the left and followed the car in front to turn into Vermont Avenue. Before Bob officially retires, Robert will serve as his father's replacement and receive a salary of $530,000 from Hahn Music every year. Sounds okay. Since 2009, members of the Senate and the House of Representatives have a fixed annual salary of $174,000. Judging from this data, Bob Goodlad's move is not too harsh, and he doesn't ask for much, just 3 times his public office income. This revolving door mechanism of retired politicians leaving Capitol Hill and switching to K Street companies or large companies has a long history. Although lobbying is considered a specific form of free speech and is protected by the Constitution and constitutional amendments, there was no lobbying group on Capitol Hill for a long time. In the 19th century, most lobbying activities took place within state legislatures because the federal government, although it had greater jurisdiction, did not often deal with economic affairs, and its legislative work was not as much as that of state governments. At that time, lobbying was usually conducted in a very cautious manner with little or no disclosure to the public. From 1869 to 1877, during the administration of President Ulysses Grant, on the eve of the so-called Gilded Age, lobbying activities began to gradually become more intense. Influential groups tried to persuade the government to give higher railroad subsidies and impose heavy taxes on wool products to protect the interests of domestic producers. At the same time, in the southern states that were busy rebuilding after the Civil War, the lobbying industry was booming. All walks of life hoped that the state legislature would allocate reconstruction funds to areas related to themselves, or open some businesses that were not so in line with traditional Dixie values to boost the economy. For example, in Louisiana, Charles Howard actively lobbied state legislators and the governor on behalf of the lottery company in order to obtain a lucrative license to sell lottery tickets within the state. From the 1880s to the Great Depression, American society entered a 4-decade progressive era, during which social movements and political reforms began to be widely carried out in various places, focusing on corruption, monopoly, waste and inefficient practices. At that time, enterprising reformers began to criticize the corrupting effect of lobbyists on members of Congress and state legislators, and publicly called for greater supervision and transparency of lobbying activities. In 1928, the Tariff Union's secret operation of paying Hoover through the Republican National Committee became a sensational scandal. The Tariff Union did not disclose their political spending to the public, and could not explain why they tried every means to package 2 lobbyists as Washington reporters to pay them. In 1953, the United States v. Roomley case was launched. The specific case was extremely complicated, but basically, Congress set up a special committee to investigate suspicious behind-the-scenes lobbying activities, and Edward Roomley, one of the lobbyists, was unwilling to disclose the specific details of the transactions and lobbying. At that time, the famous liberal Justice Earl Warren was serving as the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court led by him, known as the Warren Court, is widely regarded as the most liberal Supreme Court in American history. The Warren Court has expanded civil rights, civil liberties, judicial power and federal jurisdiction in a very broad and powerful way. Through a series of rulings, the Warren Court brought a series of major changes to the United States, including one person, one vote, the Miranda Act, the end of racial segregation, and the recognition of the Civil Rights Act. According to the Vanderbilt Law Review, the Warren Court created a constitutional revolution that was crucial to American history. But even such a left-leaning Supreme Court did not impose strong restrictions on lobbying activities. They ruled that Congress's investigation of Edward Roomley was unconstitutional and contrary to the principle of freedom of speech. This ruling officially kicked off the formalization, publicity, and expansion of the political lobbying industry. Under the influence of the new political climate, lobbying activities surged in the second half of the 20th century. It is estimated that the funds used for lobbying have increased from tens of millions to billions of dollars each year. In 1975, the total income of all lobbyists in Washington was less than $100 million, but by 2006, this figure had exceeded $2.5 billion. The proportion of politicians who participate in lobbying activities after retirement has also skyrocketed from less than 5% in the 1970s to 50% in the Senate and 33% in the House of Representatives. Entering the 2010s, the revolving door has become the only choice for politicians on Capitol Hill. In the 113th House of Representatives elected in the 2014 midterm elections, 75 members lost or retired from politics. As of 2016, 39 members have found new jobs. Among them, 50% joined K Street lobbying companies, 20% became independent lobbying consultants, 17.5% were hired as government relations consultants for private companies, 2.5% worked for political action committees, and only 10% stayed in various agencies of the federal and state governments. In other words, 90% of retired American politicians have joined the upstream and downstream of the lobbying industry. They can still live in Washington, still be able to freely enter and exit Capitol Hill, and the money they earn in a year is equivalent to working in the legislature for 10 years. Yes, according to the financial reports disclosed by various K Street companies and registered lobbyists, the average annual income of American congressmen who have transformed into lobbyists can increase by 14.52%, 14.5 times of $174,000. Billy Torzin, a retired congressman from Louisiana's 3rd Congressional District, earned $19,359,927 as a lobbyist for pharmaceutical companies in 4 years from 2006 to 2010. Retired NFL star, Oklahoma 1st Congressional District retired Congressman Steve Largent, received $8,815,741 from AT&T, Motorola, and HTC. James Greenwood, Pennsylvania 8th Congressional District, Biotechnology, $6,679,935. Glenn English, $9,294,207. Steve Bartlett, $9,192,761. The list goes on and on. Compared with the 7- and 8-digit compensation, Bob Goodlatte really didn't want much. However, the $530,000 was just the secret benefit we gave Goodlatte through his son before he retired. After he retired and could openly register a lobbying company, Goodlatte hoped that we would be his first clients, with at least $1 million per year and a contract period of at least 3 years. That is, a total of $4.06 million in exchange for our position in the Music Modernization Act. Yes, I made the exchange conditions for him through Rubenstein. First, Goodlatte must accept the donation I provided to him through Manor Entertainment, so that everyone can see that Jordan Bromley and Han Music are active behind the scenes. Second, it must be ensured that the Music Modernization Act is first introduced by him into the House of Representatives, and how to distribute the interests of the 3 members of Congress is up to him. Third, in the Senate, he has to find someone to submit the bill with him at the same time. Fourth, we will not affect the substantive content of the bill, but some of the wording, and we need to modify the data slightly. $1 million for each condition. You can say that, but it seems that it's just the ongoing negotiations between you and Goodlatte through Rubenstein. Jordan Bromley asked, "What does Rubenstein want?" "That's the strangest thing, Jordan. I hinted to him, but he didn't say anything." "Voluntary help?" Jordan Bromley sneered. "Not really. I don't think so either." Hani replied, "Even if I have assets entrusted to him, it's impossible for him to help me to this extent for free." "What do you think his real intention is?" "Not sure." Hani answered sincerely, "But it should be something much bigger than this single transaction." "Much bigger." I seem to have the answer." The sound of Jordan Bromley tapping on the keyboard came from the speakers, and soon he raised the tone a few decibels. "What did you find?" "Bob Goodlatte, NAB has been one of the top 5 donors in the past 5 elections. That's known. And then what? As an industry association and lobbying group, NAB absorbs funds for its activities from major companies in the radio and television industries. One of the major donors is the Nielsen Company, which is Nielsen, that does radio listening indexes and TV ratings. Listen, here comes the exciting part. In January 2006, the Carlyle Group, together with the Blackstone Group, Herman Friedman, KKR and THL Fund, acquired the company for $8.9 billion. So, David Rubenstein has long been sending political donations to Bob Goodlatte through a two-tier corporate structure, and for as long as 10 years. Han Yi frowned. It seems unrelated, but Bob Goodlatte is undoubtedly one of the spokespersons for Wall Street, especially Rubenstein, on Capitol Hill. And he asked me to hire Bob Goodlatte as a consultant, because he wanted to increase support for me and the influence on Han Music, the entity that injected capital into Han Music. Han Distribution and Renew Management is set third. Although Carlyle Group is only the management party, Rubenstein does have reasons to do so. Jordan Bromley gave an affirmative answer. You have money, vision, strategic layout, and abundant resources. You have just topped the Billboard charts, and have been at the top of the charts for 3 weeks. David Rubenstein is not a fool. He knows that he is sleeping next to a gold mine. Now he is the night watchman of the mine, but you and I know that he will not be satisfied with this identity. So he wants to start with the aspects that I'm least good at, to ensure that he can at least control one aspect of Han Music, and use this as a starting point to gradually increase the possibility of entering, or even organizing the game. Han Yi's analysis, told to Jordan and himself, I only have him as a backer in Washington, and he doesn't want me to find other people to rely on besides him. So, at this point, Han Yi took a breath. Do you think you promised Derelisa that he could get in touch with David Rubenstein, and you did not make a wrong move? But after hearing your request, why did Rubenstein let you take Isa to the charity dinner and tell you that he would introduce Jerry Nadler to you at the dinner? He planned all this. Han Yi murmured. From the moment I called him and said Derelisa wanted to meet him, he knew my intention. He deliberately brought the 3 congressmen together to form a joint force, so that I could not accept the conditions they offered together, and I had to turn to his candidate, Bob Goodlatte. Rubenstein knew that it would be difficult for him to deal with you with normal capital means, because you are different from ordinary entrepreneurs, and do not need to rely on external financing to grow and develop in the initial stage. Therefore, if he wants to get more, he must use methods other than wealth. The guardian you chose is very possessive. It is indeed very strong. When talking in Meadow Path that day, Han Yi promised to share the fine wine bought at the convenience store with David Rubenstein. Unexpectedly, David Rubenstein's idea was to monopolize this business so that Han Yi could only buy alcohol through him in the future. There are so many older children in the convenience store, blocking Han Yi's path to Capitol Hill, making him rely on David Rubenstein as a middleman to build all his political networks in the United States. When the relationship is good, Rubenstein can help Han Yi a lot for free, and intervening in the Music Modernization Act is just a small effort. What about when the relationship is not good? Han Yi will find that all the real money he has spent has become a tool for David Rubenstein to strengthen his influence. As long as Rubenstein turns his face, all of Han Yi's efforts in Washington will be wiped out in an instant. Moreover, in another 4 or 5 years, with his sensitive identity and David Rubenstein's understanding of him, Han Music Group may end up the same as TikTok, or even worse. It will be torn into pieces before it forms a trust. The 4th largest music group in the world. Have you heard of the story of Emi? We have to find a way to weaken his influence. Yi. Jordan Bromley emphasized, not only do we have to bypass Rubenstein to establish government relations, but we also have to find a way to make friends with other players of the same level as him. Only by checking each other can we be afraid. I understand, but how can it be so easy to find a player of the same level as David Rubenstein? Han Yi rubbed his nose, his tone slightly annoyed. David Rubenstein's personal worth may be only 20 to 30 billion US dollars, but he is in charge of a Wall Street giant with a norm of more than 300 billion. More importantly, before entering the business world, he was the chief advisor to the Constitutional Amendment Subcommittee of the US Senate Judiciary Committee and served as Jimmy Carter's domestic policy staff. The skill trees of both the political and business circles are all maximum doubt. From the perspective of comprehensive strength, who can surpass him? Omaha prophet Warren Buffett? Quantitative king Jim Simmons? Or Stephen Schwarzman of Blackstone Group? Or Henry Kravis of KKR? Whether it is the total assets under management or the funds raised in the past 5 years, there are not many companies on Wall Street that can be better than Carlyle Group. In the 2016 Pay 300 ranking, Carlyle Group ranked 5th, with only Blackstone Group, KKR, Warburg Pincus and Boston-based Advent International ranked ahead of it. It doesn't matter. It's not a big rush at the moment. I believe that you and Rubenstein will still maintain the current effective and friendly cooperative relationship in the short term. Even if there will be conflicts, it will be at least 2 years later. Jordan Bromley said soothingly in a rare and gentle way, but we have to keep this matter in mind first and plan ahead to avoid being caught off guard. I will keep an eye on this matter. Putting away the sun visor, looking up at the Twin Towers of the Vermont in front of him, Han Yi stretched his fingertips to the screen of his mobile phone. Let's talk later, okay, Jordan, I have something else to deal with now. Of course, boss. Have a nice day. You too. After ending the call, Han Yi let out a long sigh of relief, forcing himself to temporarily withdraw from the worries in his mind. Let his future self worry about the future, and today, he has more meaningful life tasks to complete. At the intersection of Vermont Avenue and Wilshire Avenue, the Bentley Bentayga turned right, past the bus stop, and stopped smoothly in front of the red shoulder parallel to the apartment. Zuiru was waiting there quietly. Today is August 22nd, 2016, the first day of the fall semester at the University of Southern California. It is also the beginning of Han Yi's master's life, which he failed to experience in his previous life. Starting from 864 Stradella Road, taking a small detour, and picking up Zioru to go to class together is a daily routine that he has been thinking about and wanting to experience again in the 3 months after graduating from college. How many people are there like Han Yi, who can fight his way through the treacherous adult world in the last second, and take the girl he likes to hide in the ivory tower, to enjoy a half day of leisure in the next second? Compared with money, this may be one of the most generous rewards they give him for starting over. What other rewards are there? Thinking of this, Han Yi rolled down the car window, and smiled brightly at the girl, whose eyes sparkled when she saw him. Good morning, Grace. It was only 72 degrees Fahrenheit in Los Angeles in the early morning of August 22nd. Zioru, who is always afraid of cold, has already offered the Napier Snow White round neck cashmere sweater of Loro Piana. According to her consistent fashion matching concept, since the upper body is Loro Piana, the whole body will be Loro Piana. The earth-colored blended plain knit trousers, cream-colored weekend walk casual sneakers, and even the small school bag on the back are all Loro Piana's cherry-colored calfskin extra pocket. This kind of quiet luxury brand that old money loves the most is most suitable for Zioru, who is out of this world. Although it is casual and casual to the extreme, there is always a kind of elegance that is difficult to conceal. As soon as she stepped onto the street of Wilshire Boulevard, Zuiru became the object of collective attention from passers-by. It is easy to be approached, and the chance of this is even higher in Koreatown. 2 young Korean guys and a Latino boy who is not as tall as Zioru have already failed. If Han Yi had not parked the Bentley Bentayga in front of Zuiru in time, there would probably be 2 or 3 more dreamers who were eager to try their luck. Why are you calling me by my English name? You are weird. Zioru held the cardboard coffee tray of Starbucks in one hand and reached for the door handle of the passenger seat with the other hand. However, before she could reach it, Han Yi leaned over and opened the door for her attentively. The girl from Taiwan sat in the car and glared at her coquettishly. Because you look like Grace Kelly today. Pretty, huh? A proud dimple appeared on Zuiru's cheeks. Yeah. Han Yi nodded heavily. You have good taste. Zuiru hummed twice and handed the tray in front of Han Yi. Which cup is mine? Both cups are the same. Take whichever you like. Han Yi and Zuiru have different tastes in coffee. Han Yi likes to drink iced lattes with only original syrup, while Zioru likes to challenge all kinds of weird combinations. Every time Starbucks releases a new seasonal product, such as the eggnog series, or a secret menu like pink drink, she will rush to be the first to try it. As for why I bought 2 identical iced lattes today, because couple drinks haven't been tried yet. Did you not wash your hair this morning? The weird thoughts in her mind were displayed on Zioru's face in the form of a blush. She reached out and brushed a strand of messy hair on Han-Yi's forehead, deliberately showing a look of disgust. No way. Han-Yi took a sip of latte and opened his eyes wide. You know I wash my hair every morning. Why does it smell so bad? How can it smell? I don't believe you. Before Han-Yi could finish his argument, the bare hand that was originally on his forehead gently lifted his chin. After a month and a half, Zuyuru's firm and braid softness covered his lips again. Zioru tasted her first sip of coffee today on the tip of Han-Yi's tongue. After school starts, no one can keep a close eye on her. What can Sister Yasun do? Come to USC with them to attend classes? Finally, she can be alone with him. The warm welcome lasted for 2 or 3 minutes, and Zioru moved back a few inches, panting lightly, and looked at Han-Yi with sweet eyes that were almost solidified. Yee. The fluttering lips looked even more delicate and tempting because of the rapid congestion. I miss you. Chapter 231. Back to School Season, Part 2. Don't you think, no matter where you go to school, it's always like this? Yee. HMM. Looking in the direction of Zuyuru's finger, the main structure of the USC University Village, which has not yet been greened, fenced, or paved, is in front of us. What's the situation? That's right, when you were in school, the school was in tatters. As soon as you graduated, your juniors took a spaceship to class. Isn't this the first law of the universe? Han-Yi couldn't help laughing at Zioru's exaggerated description. No matter whether it's at home or abroad, every student has this idea: the school must have collected my tuition to have money to repair the building. That's right. Good or bad? Zuyuru nodded. Fortunately I got a half scholarship, so they didn't get it too cheap. Hearing this, Han-Yi glanced at Zioru, who was walking briskly, and her tail was almost raised to the sky, with a look of helplessness and pampering in her eyes. In front of outsiders, Zuyuru always spoke very tactfully, avoiding any expression that might hurt the other person's feelings, not to mention showing off that she had a scholarship. This kind of carefree and casual attitude of saying whatever one wants to say will only be shown in front of Han-Yi. She is not afraid that Yi will think too much when hearing such words, because there are more than 40,000 students at the University of Southern California. Others are looking forward to getting scholarships, but he is the only one who gives scholarships to others. Are you ready for your clothes? Thinking of this, Zuyuru poked Han-Yi's arm with her fingertips and asked, what clothes? I have to attend the scholarship dinner of Yuan and Yang College at 6:30. It's your own scholarship. Zuyuru's eyes widened. You didn't forget it, did you? It's the Student Opportunity Fund and Social Impact Scholarship, provided by Mrs. and Mr. Han, and you are in the front. Han-Yi raised his index finger and seriously corrected the other party's cognition. So, it's also your scholarship. You must think it is your scholarship, Zioru. Otherwise, what if you pay the full amount and the rebate is not enough? Mrs. Han, what does it have to do with me? She was still stubborn, but the sugar content of her eyes was so high that it could make any American dessert pale in comparison. Zuyuru cleared her throat, trying to keep her voice normal, but no matter how she tried, she still sounded nauseous. Well, since it's my scholarship, you should pay more attention to your appearance. Did you bring it? If not, I'll get it for you after this class. Yes, I brought it. It's in the trunk. What about you? In my bag. Zuyuru showed Han-Yi her small leather bag. She thought for a moment, then asked with some concern, which one did you take? It's not the Neil Barrett one. How is that possible? It must be the Tom Ford you took me to pick. Han-Yi knew the hidden meaning in Zioru's words. That's more like it. Zuyuru shook her head. Although it's true that we are in class, since we are attending a formal event, we should dress up well and don't embarrass you, me. He wanted to say something like your wife, but when the word came to his lips, his brain, which was about to burn out, blocked them abruptly. Frustrated by her unwarranted timidity, Zaoru gritted her teeth, took a half step to the right, and hugged Han-Yi's arm tightly. "What are you doing?" Feeling the other's muscles tense up instantly, Zaoru glared at him, grinning and said in an angry voice, "We've already kissed, so why don't you let me hold your arm? It's okay for me." Han-Yi hurriedly defended his life. "Most of the friends I know have graduated, but I'm afraid your classmates will see it and misunderstand it." "Misunderstand what?" Zaoru looked at him with a smile. "Misunderstand that I'm your boyfriend?" "Yes," Han-Yi replied. "I'm afraid they will spread some bad gossip about you. Especially those sweeters. They must be furious." "Wow, how can it be so refreshing to say this? What gossip can I have?" "At best, it's didn't Zaoru say she didn't want to have a relationship during college? How come she has a boyfriend? She's so pretentious." "So what? I don't care. You can't chase me, so you don't let me have a relationship?" Zaoru curled her lips and tilted her head, looking nonchalant. "Besides, you've been Mrs. Han, why do you still care about these things? Give me your hand." From the mosquito-like sound at the beginning of this sentence to the self-righteousness of the last 3 words, Zaoru's left hand hugged Han-Yi tighter, and her right hand reached down a few inches, slipped into the gap between her fingers, and suddenly closed her fingers with him. It was almost 10 o'clock, and the California sun that had disappeared in the morning was already hanging high in the sky. Los Angeles is a very interesting place. The sunlight here, and the clouds soaked by the sunlight, will gradually deepen in color as time goes by. The burning orange-red in the evening will only be a light touch before noon, as if God had finished breakfast and casually spread a layer of fragrant, soft, and gentle cheese on the sky. Bathed in the warm beams of light, the USC students on both sides of the boulevard are of different grades, different moods, and different teaching buildings to look for. The plans, worries, throbbing and aspirations in their backpacks and minds are naturally different. Seniors are worried about the early batch of fall recruitment or test preparation. Juniors are worried about their GPAs that can't be raised no matter what, and sophomores are discussing which JEC courses to choose in the end, and whether to apply for a major change in the second half of the semester. As for freshmen have no worries, because they have just entered college for 2 or 3 days, and are still immersed in the excitement of the freshman welcome meeting, the welcome pool party and the first college football game. They don't know what worries they have. Han-Yi is strictly speaking a freshman this semester, a graduate student. He is so carefree that you can't find another one who can compare with him, even if you search the entire USC campus. It's not because of ignorance that there is no pressure. Han-Yi's current state is completely beyond the realistic factors that need to be considered in college education. For him, there is only one purpose for further study, that is to continue this innocence from the ivory tower. It is a safe haven that he can stop at any time when he is tired. It is USC that provides Han-Yi with this healing power, and the person who proved his love with actions in the USC Boulevard and firmly spent the remaining 2 years with him. Thinking of this, Han-Yi couldn't help but pinch the pair of soft and boneless hands in his palm. "What's wrong?" The palm and the heart trembled for a moment under the warm heat. Zaoru, who was immersed in the beautiful moment, raised her eyes, and the air she exhaled with a soft question was as sweet as the breeze on the ridge of Hollywood that night. "It's okay." Han-Yi smiled at her. "There is no need to say anything. 2 years of knowing each other, the earth shaking again, the emotional sublimation of number 864, and the passionate declaration that was more romantic than one day in retrospect." They finally reached a stage where a look was worth a novel. There were still 10 minutes before Zaoru's first class of the new semester. The two of them slowed down their pace and wandered around the alumni park. It was just a small garden between 2 teaching buildings, but they felt like they had walked out of Lombard Street. Love is the whole thing. We are only pieces. Everything is fragmented. Only love is complete. 2 pieces are completing their puzzle. Oh my god, Grace. The sharp and high-pitched voice woke the two from their extremely relaxed and leisurely joy. Almost the moment he set his eyes on the source of the noise, Han-Yi couldn't help but frown. The Asian girl with a wide mouth standing in front of them, was short, dark-skinned, and dressed so hot that it was a little inappropriate even in California, where people are open-minded. She was a Thai classmate that Han-yi and Zaoru both knew through a COMM 206 discussion group that could force the most optimistic and kind people to fight for the ground. He didn't want to remember this name at all, but he really couldn't forget it. Chapmani Sriwatayakon. Charmani Sriwatayagang. He could still recite such a long name by heart, which was enough to show his dislike for this girl. She was the only female classmate that the gentle Han-yi would describe as a bitch during his long study in the United States. She was a strong proof that not everyone in the so-called land of smiles was friendly. To give an example, Charmani asked Han-yi 3 questions when they met for the first time. Which city in China are you from? Where is Rancheng? Do you have air conditioning? It's not that she didn't understand, she just did it on purpose. Hi, Charmani. Zuyuru forced a polite smile and waved to Charmani. Generally speaking, this Thai girl likes everyone to call her by her English name, Anna. The full name is too complicated, so Thais have nicknames since childhood. Some nicknames are abbreviations of their full names, while others have no relevance at all, such as Charmani's nickname. But every time they met, Zuyuru insisted on calling her by her full name. Because Zaoru didn't like her. Thinking about it carefully, Charmani was always mean and sarcastic to everyone, but she was very enthusiastic to Zuyuru, even to the point of being a little attentive. Among all the people who had been in a discussion group with Charmani in more than a dozen courses, Zaoru was the only one who had not been ridiculed and mocked. But Zaoru still didn't like her. The reason? She bullied Yae openly and secretly, and pretended to be innocent when she was caught. A bad woman. Hi. The raised hand took a long time to put down, and even if it was put down, it was hanging in front of the chest, which reminded people of the exaggerated movements of the Kardashian family. Charmani stared at the clasped hands of Han-yi and Zuyuru, wanting to say something but stopping. It's just what you see. Zuyuru leaned her head on Han-yi's shoulder, showing a happy smile that anyone could understand. We're dating. Wow, okay. Charmani lifted her hair and murmured in a volume that was deliberately loud enough for the two to hear. Then, she turned her eyes to Han-yi, took an exaggerated deep breath through her nose, and put on a fake smile that looked extremely brilliant. Congratulations on having a awesome boyfriend. Regardless of whether Zuyuru was willing or not, Charmani pulled her shoulders and gave her a hug. As long as you are happy, keep those relationship goals on fleek, babe. After that, she winked at Zuyuru, raised her right thumb and pinky, put them on the side of her ear, and made a phone call gesture. There was no sound, but Han-yi could see her lip language. If you need help. Until Charmani left quickly, she didn't look at Han-yi again. Calm down, Zaoru. Han-yi stopped Zuyuru, who changed her face instantly and wanted to rush over to argue with the other party. Why are you arguing with her? Isn't that what she is like? She secretly looked down on the so-called mainland Chinese, but on the surface, she would not leave any handle that could be used by others. I guess most of Charmani Sriwatayakorn's bitchy temper was learned from watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Don't. I'm so mad. She wanted to say don't stop me, but Zaoru was delighted to find that Han-yi's way of stopping her was to hug her waist. So she stopped and let him do what he wanted. Listen to her tone. She said that to you. I really want to beat her up. After complaining a few times, Zuyuru couldn't find any dirty words. She's really sick. We didn't provoke her. She's not targeting you. Han-yi smiled nonchalantly. She likes you so much, probably because she thinks that among all the people chasing you, you actually chose me. Your vision is a bit problematic. Vision? How could the smart and agile Zaoru not understand Han-yi's subtext? Charmani only respects two kinds of people, those who are prettier than her, and those who are richer than her, and everyone else is the object of her humiliation. My man, you look down on me? Do you know that he? Rolling her eyes, Zuyuru took out her phone, quickly tapped the keyboard, and then pressed the enter key heavily. What are you doing? I want to show her who has no vision. Zuyuru raised her phone to show Han-yi her new status. The forwarded news came from Billboard.com. Major Lazer, Justin Bieber and Madison Beer's hit singles continue to be unstoppable. How far can it go? A forwarded comment with Zioru's words. I knew you could do it a long time ago. I'm proud of you and Han Music. Followed by 2 pink love emojis. As long as she is not hopelessly stupid, she should be able to guess who I'm talking about. Zuyeru snorted twice in annoyance. When she feels something is wrong, go to Google your name and you'll know how to write the 4 words blind. I've never seen you so angry. Han Yi stood there with his hands down, with deep smile lines at the corners of his eyes. Because forget it, I'm too lazy to talk to you. Zioru waved her hand, walked ahead angrily, and grumbled in a low voice, really, people bully you like this, but you act like you can't hear it. Don't be so good-tempered to everyone. People like this don't deserve it. I'm not deaf. Don't you help me vent my anger. Han Yi said with a smile and a slightly raised voice, following Zioru leisurely. Are you angry? Of course you are angry. In just 10 seconds, Han Yi has thought of 10,000 ways to deal with Chamani. But seeing Zuyeru, the little protective husband, so cute that her ears are smoking, how can he feel any negative emotions? He wished that Thai bitch would turn around and scold him a few more times so that he could see Zuyeru's fangs and claws protecting her. What a pity. Why did I stop her just now? I won't help you next time. Looking back at Han Yi, Zioru knew very well what the other party was thinking and tried to keep a straight face to resist the upward corners of her mouth. That could not be suppressed at any time. Okay, I'm here. What are we having for lunch? Class hasn't started yet, and I'm already thinking about what to eat. You talk a lot. Why weren't you so talkative just now? Zuyeru wrinkled her nose. Hurry up, where shall we meet later? Business school. I'll treat you to ramen. Marshall? Zioru was stunned. Where can I find ramen in Marshall? Oh, I forgot. Han Yi patted his forehead. In the fall of 2016, the new building of Marshall School of Business on the southeast side of the school had just been put into use, and even the opening ceremony had not been held yet. Zuyeru, who was obsessed with studying all day long, naturally had no idea what food was there. It's the newly built teaching building over at Exposition. There's not only ramen, but also sushi, dumplings, dim sum, rice noodles, and banh. We have such a place? Zuyeru, who was used to having only Panda Express in the school, was confused. USC students, who had been bullied by Akla for many years, had never fought such a battle of wealth. Yes, it's very popular these 2 days. Come find me after class, otherwise you won't be able to find a seat. Where are you? Price's teaching building, next to that building. I don't know. It's okay, I'll look for it later. After checking the time on her phone, she saw that there were still 4 minutes left before class. No matter how reluctant she was, Zuyeru had to say goodbye to Han Yi in front of the Wallace and Enberg teaching building. She quickly glanced at the crowd of people pouring into the teaching building from her left. No matter how much Zuyeru encouraged herself, she couldn't convince herself to do a serious PDA act of pecking Han Yi on the mouth in public. Embarrassed, she could only settle for the next best thing, sticking to Han Yi's chest, whispering goodbye, and then hurriedly trotting away from the crime scene. The whole set of movements was completed smoothly, but Zioru was still too nervous to flirt with a boy in front of so many people for the first time. In order to avoid being seen by too many people, she rushed into Han Yi's arms and turned away too quickly, like a kitten that couldn't stop, bumping into the wall, mumbling and stumbling away. Is this the life of master's student at USC? Looking at Zioru's flustered back, Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief with satisfaction, and the corners of his grinning mouth were almost pulled behind his ears. It was really too beautiful. Chapter 232 VMA Awards Ceremony, Part 1. So salty. As soon as Zuyeru took the first bite of the noodles, her face wrinkled like a bitter gourd. New teaching building. Is there a discount on salt? Yes, it was built by people from Zigan. Han Yi took a sip of the soup with several spoonfuls of hot sauce added, and said jokingly, it suits my taste. Don't eat such heavy food, it's not good for your health. Zioru got up and naggingly poured some ice water for Han Yi in a free transparent plastic cup and put it in front of him. Drink more water and less carbonated drinks. In the past, no matter how unhealthy Han Yi's lifestyle was, Zuyuru would at most give him a gentle reminder. But now it's different. It's my own pig, and I have to take care of it to keep it fat and white. Okay, I'll listen to you. Han Yi smiled and pushed aside the Coke that came with the ramen set. Why did the get out of class end so early today? Because it's the first day of school. The professor doesn't want to teach. He just went through the syllabus and let us go. Yes, that's right. Han Yi nodded. American universities have always been like this. In addition to the professors and students being immersed in the atmosphere of summer vacation and not coming back to their senses, the school will also set aside 2 to 3 weeks for students to make choices after the start of the class. They can add or drop a course at any time. Therefore, professors generally arrange the substantive teaching content after the second week, and the first class is mainly to introduce the overall structure of the course itself, and the calculation method and distribution of the final grade. At USC, the class starts on August 22nd, and September 9th is the last day to drop the course without being marked with a W. Of course, most students will not wait until 3 weeks later to choose to drop, because at that time, other courses they want to choose are basically full. If they drop at that time, they may not have enough credits for this semester. If you only take 12 credits in a semester, you need to take 18 credits in the next 2 semesters to make up for it. Han Yi's way of choosing courses is to first choose 18 credits according to the requirements of the major and his own interests. In the first week, he took a trial class for each course to see which course was more difficult to get a good score in, so he would drop it decisively and take a 2-credit course to ensure that his GPA was always at the level of 3.9. As for Zuyuru, this girl didn't know how to write the word give up. All the courses she chose would only have 2 results in the end. The first result was to pass with an A and get a 4.0 GPA. The second result was that, if the professor gave an A+, she would get another A+. But it seems like you guys are all full today, right? Zuyuru tilted her head and looked at Han Yi. I sat on the stairs on the first floor below you for almost an hour before you came out. Don't mention it. Han Yi replied with a gloomy face. 10 minutes to read the syllabus, 1.5 hours to introduce yourself. Generally speaking, except for some small classes with less than 25 people, few professors at the undergraduate level will ask students to introduce themselves in the first class. There is no need to talk about general education courses. Just to give an example, HIST 200 GM, American History, has a maximum registration capacity of 200 people. In the end, there were 169 students who chose the course. They had to sit in the large lecture hall of Taper Hall 101. When there was a quiz in class, each student had to send a censor button to answer, which was like Jeopardy. And for those large professional classes with dozens of people, the professors were not interested in understanding the situation of each student. Not to mention that you can drop classes at will in the first 3 weeks. The names you remember today may disappear tomorrow. Undergraduate courses are more inclined to impart knowledge, and most of the GPAs are related to exams and papers that need to be completed independently. Even if there are presentations and group discussions, they are generally just additional components of the course. It is different at the graduate level. Take the curriculum of the art management major at the Price School of Public Policy, which Han Yi chose, for example. In 2 years and 4 semesters, the required courses take up most of the time, and only 2 elective courses are available in the first semester of graduate school and the second semester of graduate school. Moreover, even for elective courses, there are strict scope restrictions, and you can only choose from the 4 art leadership courses formulated by the college. This is the fundamental reason why Han Yi only attended the first class for an hour today. There are many group projects in general management courses, and students do not have the luxury of choosing other alternatives, so the professor can safely ask them to do some unoriginal ice-breaking activities. This made Han Yi depressed. It was not until this time that he realized that the campus life that he wanted to extend with all his heart did not seem to be attractive in every aspect. At least he had no interest in remembering the names of new classmates. There was no need to bother getting to know people who were destined not to have any intersection in the future. So, after briefly introducing his name and basically hiding all the basic information except his name, Han-yi crossed his arms and sat in the awkward social circle that the professor had specially made them form. He stared at every student who spoke without focus and replaced their faces with Zuyirus in his mind one by one. It was so annoying. Why did we have to have classmates at school? It would be great if there were only him and Zioru in every class. Don't complain. What's wrong with making more new friends? Zuyiru handed a piece of her sushi roll to Han-yi very naturally. Study hard next time. Don't let it be embarrassing for one of us to be summa cum laude and the other never cum laude when we graduate. Han-yi's master's life had not yet begun in earnest, but Zioru was already imagining the scene of receiving the graduation certificate hand in hand with him. I get angry when I talk about this. Han-yi muttered. I'm 2 years older than you, but I'm going to graduate with you. It's so unfair. You're embarrassed? Zuyiru smiled like a lucky cat. Very embarrassing. Han-yi shrugged. My mom will definitely say to me, look at Zioru. She graduated 2 years early and is so outstanding. And look at you. You can't even fold the sheets. Auntie won't. Zioru held her chin and blinked. How could auntie compare like this? Auntie would only think that my daughter-in-law is super awesome. And Zioru muttered, blushing the more she thought about it. Graduate earlier, so I can help you earlier. It was as if a full syringe of thaumatin was pushed into the vein. Han-yi's pupils shrank slightly, and he didn't recover for a long time. How could there be such a sweet girl who even wraps punctuation marks with honey? It's too foul. But, don't think so. Han-yi coughed twice and drank the ice water that could calm him down. After studying hard for so many years, you should do something you really love after graduation, and don't let yourself. Why? A cold light flashed, and Zioru narrowed her eyes slightly. She can help, but I can't. Yes, I can help. Han-yi quickly raised his hands in surrender. I just want to say, what I mean is. Okay, I know, no need to explain. Zuyiru, who was not really angry in the first place, stopped when she saw the good. She knew very well that it was okay to act like a spoiled child, but if it became a fixed behavior pattern, it would be very annoying. Whether to help Han-yi or not to help Han-yi and do other things by herself, Zioru actually didn't have any firm plans. She was very unhappy when she thought that Han-yi had a work wife in the office. By the way, are you going to New York on the 28th? Yes. Knowing that Zioru meant something else, Han-yi swallowed and nodded sincerely. VMA Awards ceremony. I told you about it. Who is attending? Alicia Keys, Kanye West, Kim Kardashian, Beyonce. You know that's not what I want to ask. Oh, basically every artist in our company will attend, especially those who have performed well on the charts recently, like Zio-Huo, Zio-Ha, Zio-Mei, Han-yi. Yes. Han-yi was shocked by Zuyiru's name and broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly brought the topic back to the topic that the other party was concerned about. Yasin is going too. But Han-yi pressed his hands down into the air and emphasized. By then, we will be busy from morning till midnight. It can be described as crowded. Crowded. Zuyiru stared at him thoughtfully. Oh. Yes, there are at least 3 or 4 artists around me at all times, and even more at home. I'm talking about the apartment in New York. That day, it will be open to some artists from Han Music and Juta as a place for makup, rest and gathering. If you don't believe me, I'll take a video to show you. Look. 6 days later, Han-yi faithfully fulfilled his promise, standing in the northeast corner of the salon area of 157, number 79, swiping the camera from left to right to shoot a panoramic video for Zioru. This apartment has never been so lively since it was delivered with the building in 2014. As Han-yi said, his penthouse with Central Park view is indeed crowded with musicians from Han Music and Juta. The closest to him are Horch and G-Eazy. They each chose a black leather recliner and let the makup artist work on their faces in the most comfortable way. The two chatted very well, and from time to time they laughed enthusiastically, which attracted people's attention. It is not difficult to see that there is nothing to worry about in their recent career development. Young Gerald has been in this state for some time. His second studio album, When It's Dark Out, just received the platinum record certification from RIAA on the 6th of last month. The hot single Me, Myself and I reached the 7th place on the chart, making him a highly popular and breakout production. 4 weeks ago, his new single Make Me, in collaboration with Britney, was officially released. It debuted at number 17 in the first week, and is still ranked in the top 50 of the singles chart. Tonight, he will perform a medley of 2 songs at Madison Square Garden with the former queen of pop music for 6.5 million viewers across the United States. This Oakland boy who started from humble beginnings has already knocked on the door of the Temple of Wealth with his sword-like eloquence. Holch is more exaggerated than him. His first album debuted at the 2nd place on the album chart and has been certified double platinum so far. She quickly became the leader of the new generation of independent pop and won the top seats in the world's top music festivals one after another, which made the Capitol, here specifically referring to Han-Yi, spend $18 million to create a partnership with her. The first time she collaborated with a mainstream singer was Justin Bieber. The second time was Closer, which is currently listed at number 6 on the singles chart. The new week's chart will not be announced until next Tuesday, but whether it is from the radio data or streaming performance, rocket-like soaring is not enough to describe its growth. This pop electronic song with perfect quality in all aspects quickly became the topic of everyone listening and discussing at the end of this summer. In the week of September 3rd, it is highly likely to beat Cold Water to the top of the chart. Even if it unfortunately ranks second, it will undoubtedly accumulate potential energy to complete the destined explosion like its direct competitor. With all the popularity, Holch sold all 12,776 tickets at Madison Square Garden for the Badlands tour in New York, which ended on August 13, 2016, setting a new career high. How does that mean? On the same day, The Future Now, the tour concert held at the MGM Grand Garden Arena in Las Vegas, had a total capacity of 7,112 people, but only 6,823 tickets were sold. In other words, the two seniors who had debuted for more than 10 years combined cannot beat this newcomer who didn't know where the record company's door was 2.5 years ago. If it weren't for the 2 warm-up guests who even Live Nation was thankful to have chosen to support them, Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas would probably have lost even more miserably. With the script of a winner in life and only one step away from a new career peak, Holch now has no other task except to enjoy himself. Boss, are you filming a video? Holch, who was getting her nails done and couldn't look at her phone, was chatting with G-Eazy. Her eyes darted around, and she soon spotted Han-Yi standing not far above her head, intentionally making her New Jersey accent sound more exaggerated. Holch teased with her recognizable smoky voice. Is this some kind of side job we don't know about? TMZ. The New York Post. Yeah, the Post gave me $3,000 to take an exclusive photo of you. Jared. What, me? G-Eazy was startled by the sudden cue. His brain was a little dulled by the drugs that had just entered his stomach, and it took him some effort to figure out what the two were talking about. Just take pictures, boss. Take 10 pictures and ask them for 30,000. Okay. Do it for me. Do it for the press. G-Eazy, whose real name is Jared Elgillam, put his hands under his head and made a Marilyn Monroe-like seductive gesture, accepting Han-Yi's good-natured joke without any care. Although he is not an artist of Han music, G-Eazy, whose performing agent is with Utah, is strictly speaking a member of Han-Yi's music business group. Since the welcome party held by Utah at 864 Stradella Road, he has been very close to the people of Han music, and some cooperative singles have already taken shape. Therefore, today Jared was also invited to 157 to make up with the team of Han music and set off together. Who would want to be trapped in a hotel and blow dry their hair in a narrow living room when they can stay in a billionaire street apartment worth $35 million for a whole day? Even if it is the Four Seasons in Tribeca, even if it is a luxury suite, why not take a photo of me too? Offset half lying on the gray, extended fabric sofa just a few feet away from G-Eazy, made a victory sign, grinned, and proudly showed his boss all the expensive gold jewelry and white teeth that were more dazzling than the jewelry. At this time, Offset had not yet had permanent diamond braces worth $500,000, but his outfit was already quite exaggerated. From woolen hats to sneakers, even socks were printed with Guxy logos. As exaggerated as Offset, there were Quavo who hugged his nephew to Keith's shoulders, DC Ina who raised his phone for 5 degrees and lifted up his gold necklace to take a Snapchat, and Lil Yachty who was sitting in front of a pile of rings thinking hard. The two Macup artists for Horch and G-Eazy, the former was $1,500 hour, and the latter was $1,200 hour. Jared's Macup expenses were borne by himself, while Horch's styling costs were borne by the partnership Halsey Incorporated. Celebrities with exquisite faces need such top Macup artists to keep their perfect faces under the dead light of the red carpet. Compared with the pleasing looking ones, the Migos trio, who each have their own way of being ugly, have no requirements for Macup. They just apply a few strokes to avoid exposing skin defects in front of the camera. But as rappers, they have another level of demand for their image, that is, luxury goods with big logos. Guxy, Louis Vuitton, Versace, Cartier. If there are no 3 big gold chains hanging around the neck, and only 6 of the 10 fingers are wearing diamond rings, even if you just go out to buy McDonald's, you are not stylish enough, let alone walking on the red carpet. Another key unspoken rule in the hip hop circle is that only if a single item is worth 6 or 7 figures can it appear repeatedly on a rapper. For successful rappers, those accessories below $100,000 can only be consumables that are worn once and thrown at home and never looked at again. This kind of comparison behavior has intensified as hip hop music has gradually become mainstream, and the 3 members of Migos are the best among them. Let alone luxury goods. They don't even want to take the girls around them out for the second time. Luxury brands are very familiar with the consumption habits of rappers, and in recent years, they have also had a clearer understanding of their growing ability to bring goods. Therefore, before every award ceremony or fashion event, brands will take the initiative to contact rappers who are about to step onto the red carpet and lend them new or collectible models for free. Ordinary stars choose 2 or 3 accessories at a time, while hip hop musicians think that wearing 20 necklaces is too little. More importantly, the higher the star's status, the more picky they are about the brands they cooperate with and the accessories they wear. Only real high-end jewelry brands can catch their eyes. But rappers are different. As long as it is gold and silver, no matter whether it is high-end jewelry or fashion jewelry, they will accept it. These days, they are the only celebrities who are willing to wear Guxy jewelry on TV. Therefore, over time, rappers have become the best underwriters of luxury brands. This phenomenon can also be seen in the salon area of 157. Number 79. Other musicians have finished matching several days ago, and only a few rappers are still picking and choosing from the dark flannel trays. The only exception is Cardi B. This bold female rapper is wearing a black dress that completely exposes her northern hemisphere and the fabric is always slipping to the south. She stands in front of the glass curtain wall on the west side of the restaurant, drinking and chatting with Anne-Marie. Her voice is so loud that in such a noisy place, Han Yi, who is separated from her by a whole building, can clearly hear her loud laughter, which can only be described as unbridled. This is a money shot, boss. Quavo showed Han Yi the 6 gold necklaces on his neck. Guxy Gang. In 2016, Lil Pump had not yet released the 2-minute and 11-second mumble rap that almost only repeated one sentence, and Guxy Gang was not an embarrassing term that would make people feel uncomfortable. Yeah, the Guxy Gang. But Han Yi, who was at odds with the generation gap, was obviously embarrassed. He laughed dryly, walked behind Offset, propped up the sofa with one hand, and looked for someone within his sight who could help him change the subject. Why, Miles, haven't you decided whether to join them? No, these necklaces feel. Lil Yachty, with red dreadlocks and beads at the end of his hair, made a crisp sound when he shook his head. He picked up 2 necklaces with his index finger and said with a tangled expression, "It doesn't seem to match the clothes." Little black man, are you crazy? Aren't all your clothes black? What else can't match black? Quavo laughed. I hope your bars don't come any slower than your fashion choices. Don't mess with me, black man. Lil Yachty fought back. Bros got more ad-libs and chains. This week, Broccoli continued to climb the rankings, moving up 2 places to number 26. From the west side of Atlanta to Harlem in New York, Lil Yachty's songs are playing on the streets. He just turned 21 5 days ago, and his confidence has reached a peak. Burn. DCiner, who likes to watch the fun, put his fist to his mouth. Guys, how do we settle this? Bars or bling? Either way. Bars and bling, let's go. Han Yi, who accidentally provoked a freestyle battle, grinned and warned himself again in his heart not to talk to rappers for no reason, otherwise the ending would never be as good as he imagined. Pushing aside the crowd gathering around Quavo and Lil Yachty, Han Yi walked to the front hall, leaned against the porch, crossed his arms, and smiled with satisfaction, looking at the celebration scene in 157 number 79 apartment. At this moment 21 Savage came up to Quavo and Lil Yachty and acted as a referee at the top of his voice. Takiyaf connected to the Bluetooth speaker he brought with him and randomly found a beat, which made the entire salon area fall into an exciting mood of expectation. This is an event center full of star-charmed raw talent, with a 270-degree panoramic glass curtain wall that fully displays the magnificence of the New York City afternoon. But the real spectacle is still indoors, where artists from Han Music and Juta are doing their best to make final preparations. Dua Lipa sat near a makeshift dressing table at the intersection of the lounge area and the open dining area, and her stylist carefully applied glitter that could just catch the stage lights. She was the headliner of Stars for Free 2016 in Chemnitz, Germany a day ago. She hummed a light tune and carefully put on her pearl earrings without any sign of fatigue. Khaled stood quietly on the south side of the salon area, taking a sip of herbal tea that could soothe his throat from time to time. Tonight, he has another task besides the VMA, which is to participate in the late night show of Z100 radio station and sing Live for New York Night Walkers. Marshmello has put on his iconic helmet and stood at the northernmost part of the room, looking out the window at the panoramic view of Central Park. He whispered to Jonas Blue beside him and looked back from time to time at the crowd cheering because of the frequent golden sentences of Quavo, Lil Yachty, and Offset, who joined later. Although this is a quasi warm-up party within the company, Chris Comstock still put on the headgear very carefully to protect his increasingly popular status. With 11 performances in August and 10 performances in September, Marshmello has just joined Han Music, Han Distribution and Renai Management as a full-time artist, bringing considerable positive cash flow to the company. In sharp contrast to the party crowd and the leisurely musicians, the behind-the-scenes team sitting around the long table in the restaurant, who came to New York with the team, are still working hard. Staring at MacBooks or iPads without a break, they are doing their best to ensure that all artists' schedules for today and the next 3 months are accurate to milliseconds. Managers Ben Mosson, Anthony Lee and Jason Aaron went back and forth between the R&R department led by Karen Guo and the marketing department of Victoria White Mason to ensure that the red carpet sequence, camera requirements and media interviews were perfectly synchronized. Kevin Kusatsu sat at the end of the dining table with Diplo and the other 2 members of Major Lazer to record a warm-up video for the Metropolitan nightclub in New Orleans on October 6 to help the organizers sell out the few remaining tickets faster. At the intersection of movement and stillness, leisure and tension, jubilation and raw, there were waiters from the living room shuttling between them, serving exquisite cold cuts or chilled sparkling wine to guests in need in a timely manner. The kitchen in the apartment was too small to prepare meals for hundreds of people at the same time, so Han Yi directly hired the living room's chef Miguel Miester and his team to provide them with catering services. Instead of leaving the building with cooking utensils and ingredients to cook elsewhere, Miester only needs to take the elevator to the full-scale catering kitchen on the 57th floor, which is exclusively for 157 residents, and then he can start working. When the afternoon sun sinks into the golden hour, this rare ultra-luxury apartment is filled with a strong and even fanatical atmosphere of ambition, art, and adrenaline. The 2016 VMA Awards ceremony is still to be opened, but for those in 157 number 79, the real show has already begun. A wonderful show funded by Han Yi, planned by Han Yi, and presented only for Han Yi. This is what he spent hundreds of millions of dollars in just half a year, from a castle in the air in his dream to a real music empire. How can such a life not make people feel excited? Han-Yi took a deep breath silently, carefully experiencing and enjoying the ambition rising in his chest at this moment. But within a few minutes, a pair of cool little hands passed through his waist and climbed onto his chest, interrupting the passionate march that had just been played in his mind and replacing it with a low sentimental bossa nova. Good afternoon, Yi. I really miss you so much. Chapter 233 VMA Awards Ceremony, Part 2. Without turning around, Han-Yi knew who the girl behind him was just by listening to the slightly hoarse whisper. No, it should be said that, even if the voice was stripped away, he could instantly call out her name through the firm touch of the fingertips sinking into the chest. Maddie. Han-Yi grabbed her hand, took a step back, and hid behind the porch to make sure that no one in the salon area saw that 10 slender jade fingers suddenly grew on his chest. Then, Han-Yi turned around quickly and glanced around the front hall, which was empty except for the two of them. Then he breathed a sigh of relief, and with a helpless smile, he met Madison Bill's sparkling eyes. Yi. Madison wiped the sweat from her forehead and responded coquettishly. Why are you sweating? Han-Yi frowned and smiled. Is someone chasing you? I ran all the way from the car to the elevator. Madison winked slyly. I told Billy that I really wanted to go to the bathroom, so I'll go first. Madison, Billy and Phineas, who were performing in Calgary yesterday, took the earliest Delta Airlines flight back to New York today. After a 4.5-hour flight, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when they landed at JFK. Under the wrong guidance of Dylan Buckman, the three of them were sweating profusely, carrying large and small bags, and wandering around in the parking lot for a long time before finding the business car to pick them up. After a traffic jam on the highway into New York on Sunday afternoon, it was almost 5 o'clock when they arrived at 1:57. The three musicians didn't even have time to wash their hair, let alone put on makeup. But even at the critical moment of going to the red carpet without makeup, Madison Bill was still thinking about something else that was completely unrelated. Why do you do this? Because I don't want to see you with someone else for the first time. Adolescent girls always have all kinds of strange thoughts in their minds. We haven't seen each other for a long time. It seems like a long time. Since I won the championship. Indeed. No, since Cold Water hasn't been on the list yet. Has it been that long? Yes. Madison's voice suddenly became low. You also said that you would come to Anaheim to see me. Han-Yi opened his mouth. Sorry, I'm too busy recently, and I have a lot of things to deal with. I went to Disney alone. Billy didn't go. She went too. How can it be one person? Han-Yi laughed dumbly. It feels like one person. Madison pouted a little aggrievedly. She has her brother, and I have no one. Next time. Han-Yi looked at her dotingly and lovingly. I will definitely take you next time. Who knows your next time will be? Before she finished speaking, Madison seemed to have a premonition of something and turned her head to look at the still closed elevator door. The private elevator in the apartment does not display the floor, but according to the normal speed, Billy and Phineas should be on the 79th floor. No time. Madison muttered in a barely perceptible voice, then put her hand on Han-Yi's chest and pushed him against the wall. Maddie's plan was obvious. While no one knew, she quickly tasted the long-lost taste. Don't bring her into the equation. Just as Madison's soft lips were about to touch Han-Yi, Barbara Pavin's warning suddenly exploded in his mind. Han-Yi subconsciously pressed Madison's shoulders and fixed her in place. What's wrong with you? Maddie couldn't help but be stunned. Since the first sneak attack on Hollywood Ridge Road, the Long Island girl has not encountered any resistance until today. Keep a certain distance from her, but don't reject her bluntly. Observing Madison's panicked eyes, Han-Yi suddenly showed a warm smile like the sun. To be honest, I miss you a lot, Maddie. After saying that, Han-Yi took the initiative and hugged Madison tightly in his arms. Of course, when he hugged the other's palm, he actually touched the inside of his arm. In the most gentlemanly way, he showed the most measured enthusiasm. Really? If my memory is correct, this should be the first time Han-Yi took the initiative to hug her. The panic that had not yet formed was dispersed by the sudden joy. Madison stretched out her fingertips and covered Han-Yi's back, and her cheek rested on his shoulder at ease. However, before she could feel comfortable for half a second, Han Yi changed his position again. He released Madison from his arms, put his hands on the girl's shoulders, and turned her whole body in a different direction. "Let's go. I'll take you to meet those who have always cared about you." Han Yi pushed Madison forward almost like plowing the land, and whispered in her ear, "Keep your distance, but still be friendly, sincere and enthusiastic to her, and continue to play the mentor role you should play." See who? A series of hairpin bends made Madison dumbfounded. He kept saying that he missed her, but he dragged her to see someone else after just a few seconds. What's with all these mixed messages? Exclamation mark. "Hey, guys, be quiet." Han Yi clapped his hands and shouted at the top of his lungs. Normally, once rappers enter the battle mode, they will not stop until they are determined by the strong desire to win and the encouragement of the carnival crowd. Fortunately, the youngest but most introverted and calm Takiaf in the Migas trio was in charge of the Bluetooth speaker. Seeing the boss clapping his hands to try to attract everyone's attention, although he couldn't hear clearly what Han Yi said, Takiaf immediately paused the music, causing the crowd to let out a sigh of unsatisfied sigh. "The boss wants to speak." Takiaf stretched out his arms and said to his uncle, who was full of good words stuck in his throat, "Hey, man." He had just been hiding in some room and baked himself up. At this moment, Post Malone, who looked like a marshmallow not only in his standing posture, but also in his voice, walked up to Han Yi, smiling with his narrowed eyes and looking naive. Austin can be said to be the person with the biggest difference between his appearance and his inner self in Han music and even the entire European and American music scene. With tattoos all over his face and a short haircut, he looks like a killer from the Los Carnales Mexican gang at first glance, but as long as you talk to him for 2 or 3 words, you will find that this soft-spoken boy from Syracuse, who is as gentle as spring breeze to everyone, has a panda personality that no one can find fault with. "Do you want a microphone? Did you bring a microphone?" Han Yi asked back in surprise. "No." Post Malone replied with a smile. "Then, why are you asking me? It feels better to ask." Post Malone's eyes were blurred, but his attitude was still perfect. He thought for a moment, then added, "If you need it, I'll borrow it for you." Thank you, Austin, but no thanks." "Okay, call me if you need anything." Austin folded his hands in front of him, bowed slightly, and moved backwards horizontally, more like a butler than the stunned Corey McIntosh behind him. Han Yi wiped his lips, suppressed the smile that was about to overflow, and then took Madison Beale's right hand and raised it to the air. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us warmly welcome our treasure, our gold mine, our only one, the youngest record holder of the Billboard chart for 3 consecutive weeks, Madison Beale." A journey of 100 miles begins with a single step. Many things in this world are like this. The most difficult part is not the start, but the last foot of the finish line. In the previous life, Cold Water missed the best chance to top the charts because it failed to accumulate enough radio plays in a short period of time after its release. After being suppressed by Cheap Thrills for a month, it was trapped in the same place for 10 weeks by the phenomenal Close R. Not only did Mad Decent lose another opportunity to create history, but the topic and exposure quickly declined in the absence of MV, which also had a certain negative impact on the long-term performance of the song. Cheap Thrills, which was not known for its streaming data, has been played 780 million times as of 2023, while Cold Water, which was far ahead of it in the initial data, only recorded a total of 821 million times in the end, which has formed a cliff-like gap with Close R with 2.627 billion times. The reason why major record companies are competing for the championship of Billboard is that the so-called honor and historical status are only one of the unimportant components. No one in the industry really cares about records such as the longest continuous time on the list and the most times in the top 10. After topping the charts, the public recognition of the song will be enhanced, and the traffic will be guaranteed for a long time to come. This is what every publicity and marketing team hopes to see the most. In the previous version of Cold Water, although Definition Jam helped with the distribution of the channel, after all the master copyrights and a large part of the music copyrights were in the hands of Mad Decent, and the Island Definition Jam group would never give all its resources to support it. But this time, Matt Decent is absolutely controlled by Han Music, and Diplo, his group Major Lazer, and Madison Beer are all artists exclusively signed by Han Yi. Not only can they reap the mechanical royalties and performance royalties generated by the sale of the song, but they can also enjoy the considerable benefits brought by the subsequent increase in the commercial value of the artists. In addition to Han Yi's precise control of the future trends of the music industry, Han Music is operating in a way that does not care about costs when promoting Cold Water. To give an example, in the third week of the list, Cold Water won the championship of the charts again. The most critical factor is its streaming performance, that has increased instead of decreased. In the second week, the 7-day playback volume in the United States was 18.9 million times, and in the third week, the 7-day playback volume returned to the level of 20 million, an increase of 21% to 22.869 million times, even higher than the first week's playback volume. Behind this is the comprehensive efforts of Han Music's playlist strategy. On the two platforms of Spotify and Apple Music, Han Music's publicity and promotion team has put up a total of 1,012 playlists, not including the playlists created by users naturally. The total cost is $189,000 per week. What does it mean? The royalties that can be settled from the playback volume in the United States that week are only $80,498.88. In other words, when Han Music was promoting this single, it was basically losing $100,000 per week. It is not the kind of meaningless waste of throwing money into the water just to hear the sound, but every penny is really spent on the blade. This effective conversion of seeing data growth for every dollar spent has made Han Music very excited and has also allowed Cold Water to dominate the charts for 3 consecutive weeks, completely breaking the ambition of Cheap Thrills to return to the top. When the single sales price returns to normal, Cheap Thrills must increase its radio coverage by 15% to have a chance to compete with Cold Water. However, with the radio resources fully mobilized, this is an impossible task for RCA Records. No matter how rich they are and how willing they are to spend, they can't create 15% of new land area and new population for the United States out of thin air. So, when the charts for the week of August 27th were announced, Victoria happily reported to Han Yi that the radio coverage of Cheap Thrills had declined by 3%. This means that RCA began to slow down their publicity machine and stopped competing with Cold Water for the charts. After winning the first game, RCA finally raised the white flag. Although Han Yi knew that the weak exposure of Cheap Thrills on the radio was just a competitive strategy adjusted in time by Sony Music Group headquarters. After analyzing the situation, they decisively superimposed all radio resources on Close R, which had a good streaming performance, in the hope of using electronic music to directly defeat pop music. But no matter what, it is still a gratifying thing for a company that has been established for half a year to be able to defeat the 3 major music groups in stages. So far, there are only 5 singles that have won the championship for 3 consecutive weeks. Adele's New Year's Eve hit Hello, Justin Bieber's second promotional single Sorry from the album Purpose produced by Skrillex, Rihanna's work with Drake, Drake's One Dance with Wizkid and Kyla, and finally, Cold Water, a collaboration between Major Lazer, Justin Bieber and Madison Beer. According to the registration data of ISRC codes, more than 1 million songs are released worldwide each year. In this vast library of rhythms, only 5 works can achieve the achievement of 3 consecutive weeks on the Billboard charts. This achievement, which can make each participant enter the history of pop music, has obviously promoted the commercial value of artists. On Diplo's side, the highest offer received by Utah for a single performance has reached $280,000 per hour. During the New Year's Eve period, organizers in Bali, San Bernardino, El Paso, Fort Lauderdale and Chiba City are competing for it. His price increase for a single person is so large that more and more nightclubs and music festivals are starting to choose to book Major Lazer's group schedule. There are still 4 months left in 2016, and Major Lazer has already booked the finale or second finale seats for 7 performances, including EDC Mexico, Ultra Music Festival Miami Main Station, Fee Music Festival, Midlands Music Festival Houston Station, Hangout Music Festival, Boston Calling Music Festival and Tampa Sunset Music Festival, from February to May. The average price of $200,000 per show means that the Major Lazer trio has locked in at least $1.4 million in revenue in 2017. They only need to work less than 11 hours. As for Madison Beer, although the absolute value is not as high as Diplo's, the increase is even more amazing. This 17-year-old girl had almost zero exposure in the mainstream media before Cold Water. Therefore, after becoming famous, she has received countless olive branches. Everyone wants to use the public's freshness to stimulate reading volume and ratings. Vanity Fair magazine. First in-depth interview plus inside page photo plus web report. September 5th, 2016. Apple Music. First streaming video interview plus mobile opening screen push plus banner display. September 10th, 2016. CBS Sunday Morning News. First morning show interview plus music performance. September 13th, 2016. And these are just a small part of her next 26 announcements. Seeing Madison's rapidly rising popularity and exposure, Interscope has begun discussing with Hahn Music to expand the promotion of Bad Things, which Madison will release in collaboration with Machine Gun Kelly on October 14th. First, Interscope wants to move the MV shooting time to early September, taking advantage of the tour break between Future Now, the tour from September 2nd to September 7th, to ensure that the video can be released simultaneously with the audio. In addition, the performance of late night talk shows has been put on the agenda. Unlike the last time, when there was no choice but to perform on the Seth Meyers late night show, this time, every late night show on the 3 major TV networks has given the green light to the combination of Madison Beer and Machine Gun Kelly. On October 17th, 2016, the TV premiere of Bad Things was scheduled on James Corden's late night show. The interview guests that night, Dakota Fanning, John Stamos, Shaquille O'Neal, were full of hot topics and entertainment, and the ratings would definitely not be low. Next, on October 26th, Madison and MGK will appear on Jimmy Fallon's Tonight Show, where they will perform after an interview with Justin Timberlake and Tracey Ullman. It is worth mentioning that in the several episodes between the two, the musicians who are officially announced to appear are all successful big names, including Kings of Leon, Michael Bublé, and Phil Collins. The fact that Bad Things is listed here shows the sincerity of NBC and Jimmy Fallon's team. In addition, on November 9th, she will be on the Jimmy Kimmel Live show with Robert De Niro and Gigi Hadid. In less than a month, Madison Beer will be able to complete the grand slam of the 3 major TV networks' late night slots with her new single. In addition, Interscope daytime programs have not been spared, such as ABC's Good Morning America and The Ellen Show, which is broadcast on NBC or ABC affiliated TV stations across the country through radio syndication. These are all scenes waiting for Madison Beer to conquer. As for performances, although Madison has only one hit single so far, and there are only about 5 or 6 singles that can be performed live, and she can only chat to kill time in between, and at most she can support a 40-minute set. But which organizer would not want such a sales gimmick as the Billboard Singles Chart champion? Therefore, even if most people have never heard of Madison Beer's name a month or 2 ago, or think she is just an ordinary Instagram influencer, performance offers still fly in from all over the world like snowflakes. Several performing arts agents in the music department of United Artists Management Company have reached an agreement that offers below $50,000 excluding tax will not be accepted. After the release of Bad Things on October 14th, the price will be raised to $60,000. Offers below this number will be thrown directly into the shredder. More importantly, even if the amount exceeds $60,000, it will be screened based on the status of the artists on the same stage and Madison Beer's performance attendance, and finally submitted to Zao Yauzen, who is managed by the management, to make the final decision. From $3,000 to $50,000, a 16.7-fold increase was completed in less than 30 days. even if there is no further price increase in the future. According to the number of offers received now, it will not be a big problem for Madison Beal to save up for the down payment of a 3-bedroom villa with panoramic views of the Hollywood Hills from now to next September. From her debut 3 years ago to today, she has experienced the loneliness of no one paying attention to her, and the humiliation of the collective termination of the contract between the management company and the music label. Madison Beal's road to counterattack starts from now. The team behind Han Music really likes this Long Island girl who goes to the office whenever she has nothing to do and doesn't put on airs when talking to anyone. Even if her single has been at the top of the charts for 3 weeks, she still acts like a girl next door. Seeing Han Yi raise her right hand like a referee announcing the winner of a boxing championship and shouting out a chart record, that sounds very impressive, although it is complicated. The entire public area of 157, number 79 was instantly drowned in applause, cheers, whistles, and screams. At first, the congratulations were disorganized, but before long, the shouts in the room became uniform. Madison, Madison, Madison. I really broke that. What record? Madison Beal asked Han Yi while putting her hands together, bowing and saying random words of thanks to everyone. Yes, you are the youngest Billboard record holder for 3 consecutive championships. Did she break the record? Han Yi didn't know. He didn't care about these things, and he didn't even know whether the official Billboard had recorded the list of artists who had won 3 consecutive championships. But at the age of 17, winning 3 consecutive championships, it seems that Justin Bieber has never done it. So, just celebrate and that's it. Now Han Music needs good news one after another to keep this high spirits. Go celebrate. Maddie, Diplo, who likes to watch the fun, and Post Malone, who just wants to spread joy to the world, pushed Madison into the crowd of celebrations on the left and right. A few seconds later, she disappeared in the crowd because of her petite figure and was thrown high into the air. Madison, Madison, Madison. What are we celebrating? What are we celebrating? Billy, who came late, screamed and ran past Han Yi. Although she didn't understand the situation at all, it didn't prevent her from instantly integrating into the party atmosphere. Who will get some tequila for these 2 girls? A voice similar to Hulch penetrated the crowd and reached Han Yi's eardrums. I don't see who dares to feed them tequila before the award ceremony. Well, there is no need to guess. It must be Karen Guo. Give her time to grow up. Time will become her friend. Han Yi silently recited Barbara Pavin's message in his heart, lowered his head, put his hands in his pockets, and slipped away from the edge of the crowd again. His Han Music needs this kind of vigorous youthful energy, but Han Yi himself feels that this kind of excitement that spreads 24 hours a day is quite exhausting. If it weren't for Han Music's need for a highly anticipated occasion to make a strong statement of existence within the music industry, and Han Yi also had the task of contacting artists and using this platform to connect with the targets he wanted to cooperate with, he would not choose to come to Madison Square Garden to join in this exhausting excitement even in 10,000 years. Han Yi rubbed his temples and walked through the corridor to the south wing of the apartment. His apartment is not 100% open to outsiders, at least in the master bedroom in the southeast direction. It is still a restricted area that only he can pass. Before the large army set off, Han Yi wanted to be as quiet as possible. Absolute silence can stimulate beneficial thinking. Thinking about the game with Paramore and their overprotective manager. Thinking about how to deal with the superstar at the ceremony. Thinking. Han Yi thought too much and didn't look at the road. He bumped into a tall figure who just walked out of the master bedroom. I'm sorry, Yaosun, what are you doing? Han Yi took a step back. The next second, he saw the girl's makeup clearly and held his breath unconsciously. Wow. I'm getting married tomorrow, so I'll take a day off in advance. There's no need for red envelopes. The custom here is to keep monthly tickets. Chapter 234 VMA Awards Ceremony, Part 2. Yi. Zhao Yaosun finally relaxed after looking at the face of the visitor. From his expression to his posture, he fully interpreted the words of vigilance and alertness. Han Yi reacted almost subconsciously. Did you get hit? Yaosun crossed her arms and carefully observed the amazement in Han Yi's absent-minded eyes. The breathing that suddenly stopped for her and then became rapid again made her lips curl up with a hint of joy and a slightly cunning smile. "I'm not stupid, but..." Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief, his tone sincere. "Really beautiful. Does it look good?" The teasing slipped away from his lips quietly, leaving only the shyness of a fluttering deer. Zhao Yaozhen pursed her lips tightly, and although her cheeks were stained with a blush that could not be replicated by any makeup, her hands quietly hung at her sides. "It looks very beautiful," Han Yi emphasized again with a stronger tone of affirmation. "Compared to all the stars gathered in 157 number 79 apartment this afternoon, including Lana Del Rey who had already put on full makeup and was interviewed in the conference room downstairs, Ellie Goulding who occupied a guest room and was busy modifying her dress, and the 4 K-pop idols from Seoul who were sitting in the corner and were obviously a little cramped. Jo Yoojin was obviously the more dazzling one. She was far ahead with a very obvious advantage. At least that was the evaluation in Han Yi's mind. In fact, Jo Yoojin's outfit for the award ceremony was not exaggerated at all, and could even be described as low-key and restrained. A tanzanite blue strapless draped caddy country style dress, with a lotus leaf-like skirt hanging naturally, the back end spread out like a soft flowing ripple, pouring on the floor, like the water surface at the junction of the Côte d'Azur in southern France and the Mediterranean, reflecting the shimmering light under the light beams. The white jade-like shoulders and the clavicle, which symbolizes a delicate female figure, are completely exposed to the air, but there is no hint of sex and desire, because the most important lines are hidden in the wide neckline of the double fabric, so that all the snow-colored skin that breathes freely can only exude the flawless brilliance of a girl's beauty and cuteness, without being stained by the filth of worldly eyes. To be fair, this dress does not pursue the highlighting and exaggeration of the wearer's figure. The reason why the designer chose caddy fabric and draped design is that he does not want the excess sexual tension to destroy the beauty of the dress itself and make the wearer become vulgar. Not every woman who steps on the red carpet is from the Kardashian family, or in other words, the Kardashian family is originally a group of eye-catching outliers. Truly elegant and powerful independent women do not need to objectify themselves, commercialize femininity, make themselves a role model of materialism, profit from existing social and economic privileges, or spread and continue unrealistic standards of beauty to the public. The concept of true beauty standards is highly subjective. There are huge differences depending on culture, history, and personal perspectives. Beauty standards evolve over time and vary significantly between different social atmospheres. What's more, attempts to define true or universal beauty standards often run the risk of marginalizing or excluding others based on race, body type, age, or other characteristics. Therefore, it is almost impossible for someone to become a global unified beauty template. No matter how hard Kim Kardashian and Kylie Jenner try to make a generation of European and American girls begin to fanatically pursue their plumpness, it is difficult to resonate in Far Eastern society, and vice versa. But if there is a word of perfection in this world, Zhao Yaozhen is undoubtedly the closest to the standard dancer, one of the very few people. From her face to her figure, to her personality and inner self, she can be called a flower standing on the top of the mountain. Beautiful women are pleasing to the eye, wise women are refreshing, innocent women are pleasing to the soul. This famous saying of Mina Antrim fits Han Yi's idea of Yaozhen word for word. Did they rent it for you? Han Yi coughed twice. It's indeed beautiful. You are very picky. You've said it 3 times. Yaozhen covered her mouth and laughed secretly, with an irrepressible charm flowing from the corners of her eyes. It's not rented. I bought the skirt myself for the prom. Do you still have it now? Oscar de la Renta. Very expensive. Yaozhen lifted the hem of the skirt up a few inches with her left hand, swung it left and right, and showed it to him. No wonder. Han Yi nodded in understanding. Oscar de la Renta is the world's best designer of women's dresses. According to the time when Zhao Yaozhen graduated from high school, the treasure she was wearing should be the last series of De La Renta when he was alive. It is of extraordinary significance and must be extremely precious. Don't you think it's a bit strange? Zhao Yaozhen lowered her head, brushed her hands from the edge of the breathtaking waistline, and threw a fish hook at Han Yi in a way that was hard to get. I've gained a lot of weight in the past 2 years. I feel like I can't fit into anything. No way. Even without bait, the hook must be bitten. You call this gaining weight, then others will die. You're the only one who thinks so. Yusun bit her lower lip, shook her head in an imperceptible arc, and pretended to be calm. It's definitely not just me. Let's put it this way, this dress, paired with this. Han Yi took another step back, to allow himself to observe Zhao Yusun's overall look more comprehensively. It was not until this moment that this man who was not very sensitive to jewelry realized that Yusun only wore 2 pieces of jewelry today. A 77 carat 5th Avenue crossover diamond necklace and 12.97 carat chandelier style diamond loop diamond earrings. They were all gifts from Han Yi. No, Han's mother. You brought it here. Han Yi's tone was a little surprised. After receiving the gifts, Zhao Yusun has been keeping them in a specially purchased safe and has never taken them out. Yes, I brought them in my carry-on bag. I was almost scared to death along the way. The Gulfstream G650R of JP Morgan Chase was still going through the payment process. This time, the large group rushed to New York to attend the VMA Awards ceremony, and they still took commercial flights. In order to maintain the relationship with her colleagues and prove that she is not a person who likes to be special, Zhao Yusun did not choose to take the business class with the artists this time, but sat in the economy class with the behind-the-scenes team. The full cabin made Zhao Yusun's already tense heartstrings even more overwhelmed. For more than 5 hours, let alone closing her eyes to rest, she didn't even dare to blink her eyes, and she kept holding the Channel large shopping bag that Han Yi gave her tightly in her arms. It was the first time to travel with $1,642 million in high-end jewelry. This feeling was really exciting. Moreover, it is not a rental item that is lent by a brand and insured, so even if you lose it, you won't feel bad. This is a keepsake given to you by Han Yi's family. Is this how the word is used? Yusun didn't know, but she insisted on saying it this way because it is very romantic. I want. Yusun rubbed her fingertips between the necklaces on her chest, and she rarely showed the shy girl's posture, and whispered with her red lips slightly parted. I want to wear what you gave me. These 2 girls are going to die. They are competing in sweetness from a distance. Han Yi was dizzy after being hit by a straight ball. He cleared his throat and tried his best to keep himself calm and relaxed. The apartment was full of artists and staff. If he didn't restrain himself, something would definitely happen. What did I want to say? Facing Yusun's smiling and victorious eyes, Han Yi thought for a long time. Oh yeah, with this outfit, when you're on the red carpet, maybe someone will mistake you for a nation star. Miss, are you calling me? Zhao Yusun, who was walking side by side with Han Yi on the edge of the VMA white carpet and heading backstage, turned around and looked at the staff in front of her, holding a mobile phone in one hand and a script and a Starbucks plastic cup in the other hand, with a puzzled look on her face. At first, she didn't pay attention to the shouting from behind her, because the slightly chaotic entrance ceremony of MTV was full of shouting staff. There were still nearly 2 hours before the VMA Awards ceremony officially started, and celebrities from all walks of life who were attending the celebration were arriving in extended limousines according to their own queue time. Madison Square Garden has a small outdoor space for activities. On the left is the Pennsylvania Station, the busiest station of the National Railway Passenger Company, which handles 8 million tourists every year. On the right is the Tango Publishing Group building connected to the venue, as well as the 2 buildings of 11 Penn Plaza and 15 Penn Plaza. To the south is the New York State DMV office. Residents in Midtown who need to renew their driver's licenses will go to this office. To the north, on both sides of the street of the 1 Penn Square building, there are 2 subway stations, 34th Street Herald Square and 34th Street Penn Square. Therefore, even if there are no large-scale events, the 2 or 3 blocks radiating outward from Madison Square Garden as a center are also the most densely populated places in New York. The VMA Awards ceremony on August 28th happened to be a weekend, and the outer field of Madison Square Garden has become the most feared nightmare of every city manager. Hundreds of stars have to step onto the white carpet from a narrow passage in the northwest corner of the venue. They are surrounded by fans who come to support their idols, or pedestrians who just pass by to join in the fun. All the members of the 6th precinct of the New York City Police Department, which is in charge of this area, cancelled their vacations and went out collectively. 4 iron fences and 3 checkpoints were set up around Madison Square Garden, but they still couldn't stop the crowds from gathering. In addition, Hollywood stars have become accustomed to being free and undisciplined. Not to mention the unexpected situation of returning to the hotel to get things halfway through the white carpet. There have been several scenes of disappearing out of thin air. The entire MTV production team was in chaos under the continuous accidents and high pressure from both inside and outside. They could only fight on their own and try their best to maintain the rhythm of the white carpet ceremony before the ceremony. Yes, Mississippi. Your group's entrance time is about to come. Please stand back first, okay? In addition, sir, I may need you to move to the side. Otherwise our camera will capture it later. The staff pointed to the camera hanging above the 3 people in the distance, which was transmitting signals to the YouTube live broadcast channel, and said to Zhao Yaozhen and Han Yi respectively, "Me, group." Zhao Yaozhen pointed at herself, looking even more confused. "You're not a member of Blackpink? That K-pop group?" "I'm not." Glancing at Han Yi, who was struggling to hold back, Zhao Yaozhen shook her head. They're already standing at the entrance." "Oh, sorry." Looking at the script in his hand, and then looking back at the 4 Asian girls who were nervous not far away, the short and fat Mexican staff member smiled apologetically. "Then who are you, please? Let me see your order." "I'm not on the white carpet list." Yaozhen waved her hand gently. "I'm a staff member. Han Music." "Okay, then if you need anything, remember to find me. Let me know." After staring at Zhao Yaozhen for a few seconds, the staff member took a step and walked backstage. After a few steps, he looked back, frowning more and more tightly, as if he didn't believe that Zhao Yaozhen, who was so dazzling, was just a behind-the-scenes staff member. He was wondering if the star was recording a program like Undercover Boss and pretended to be a staff member to deceive him. Han Yi leaned close to Zhao Yaozhen's ear and teased, "Don't give me that." Yejin glanced at him in a chastising manner. "He just can't tell the difference between Asians." "Then why did he only ask your name? And to me, sir, please move aside. Because you talk too much." Instead of continuing to bicker with Han Yi, Jo Yejin raised her chin and spoke in a cold tone at the 4 girl idols who came all the way from Seoul mentioned by the staff. "The girls you want are brought to you." "What do you mean by what I want?" Han Yi was choked up for a moment. "I think they can bring 3 invisible growth points to Han Music, that's all. But they can't see us either." The dissatisfaction in Jo Yejin's tone was quite obvious. "After 2 or 3 months of negotiations, we still did the distribution in the United States ourselves. The team led by Karen Guo negotiated with IG for a long time on the channel distribution rights of Blackpink's first ep, but the Koreans, who were full of concerns, finally chose to put their music on the shelves in the European and American markets themselves. We can't say that just because we want to cooperate with others, they must cooperate with us. That doesn't make sense." Han Yi gently persuaded, "If we cooperate with them, they have to give us 25-50%. If we don't cooperate, they will take all. If there is not enough profit motivation, how can they give up such a large share?" "I understand. It doesn't matter whether we cooperate or not." Zhao Yaozhen crossed her arms, still very concerned. "I just don't know. Since we are not cooperating, why should we go to so much trouble to help them get a VMA invitation? You saw the results of their song Boom Bap after it was released." Han Yi explained. "It reached the World Digital Music Awards in the first week, 36th on the charts. It's just the first single after their debut. As an Asian artist, it's very rare to get this ranking. We invited them to participate in the VMA this time, first, to show our sincerity, second, to show our strength, and third to see if there is any artist who can cooperate with them on a song first to see the effect. The specific things still need to be done. Seeing us win 3 consecutive championships on the Billboard charts is one thing, and they are on the top of the charts themselves, which is another thing." At this point, Han Yi's eyes shifted a little to the left, drifting towards Dua Lipa, who was standing in front of the blue and white background wall of MTV with Anne-Marie, and being baptized by flashlights. "You want Dua to cooperate with them?" Following Hanyi's line of sight, Zhao Yaozhen understood instantly. Yes, according to the current status, Dua is the most suitable candidate. As September is approaching, Dua Lipa, who was still unknown at the beginning of summer, has become the super newcomer most often mentioned by radio stations, newspapers and pop music fans in the British Isles. In the latest week of the UK singles chart, Hotter Than Hell ranked 7th, and this is the third week that the single has stayed in the same position. At the same time, Dua Lipa's first official release after joining Han Music has been ranked first in the BBC Radio 1 playlist for 6 consecutive weeks. The popularity spread along the English channel to all of Europe, and the total number of fans on social media also exceeded the 300,000 mark. Dua Lipa's Hotter Than Hell eponymous tour was finally settled in 7 countries and 13 cities. More than 90% of the tickets for Dublin, Manchester, and London have been sold, and Amsterdam and Copenhagen, which are more enthusiastic about pop electronic music, only have a dozen or so left. The ticket sales rate in Brussels, Berlin, Cologne, Hamburg, Frankfurt, Munich, Milan and Birmingham has also reached more than 60%. There is still a full month before the performance officially starts. For venues with a capacity of 1,000 to 2,000 people, the current sales situation is enough for Han's marketing team to open champagne at halftime. Just 2 days before the awards ceremony, Dua's second single Blow Your Mind, Moi, was released worldwide. This time, she no longer needs to stay in London to appear on radio programs because commercial radio stations, led by BBC Radio 1, have already put a new single in the heavy rotation playlist in advance. The after effects of Hotter Than Hell are still there. If Blow Your Mind, Moi, fails to land in the top 50 of the charts, it will be a rare event that will make Han Music stunned. Therefore, this time coming to Madison Square Garden to attend the VMA Awards ceremony is the first stop for Han Music to promote Dua Lipa's new single in the United States after her initial success in the UK. After conquering the British singles chart, the next goal is naturally the American Billboard. Dua Lipa will follow the successful route pioneered by Khalid, first along the East Coast from New England all the way south to Miami, participate in various talk shows on local radio stations, and then fly directly from Fort Lauderdale to San Diego to continue promoting in front of another ocean. The idea is still to occupy the big cities in both sides first. The basic base of popular electronic artists basically overlaps with the heat map of Democratic voters. Dua, nice to meet you. I'm Lydia from Ones to Watch. Can I take a few minutes of your time for a brief interview? According to the media package provided by MTV to various record companies and music copyright distribution companies in advance, each group of guests only has 3 minutes of media photo time in front of the background wall. Superstars like Beyoncé, who are the last to arrive, can of course enjoy the privilege, but newcomers like Dua Lipa, who have no roots in the United States, can only strictly follow the time limit. Following the guidance of the staff, Dua quickly left from the right and entered the mixed interview area. He was soon stopped by a female reporter from Ones to Watch, a YouTube media channel affiliated with Live Nation, which specializes in interviewing those rising stars who have cooperated with Live Nation to provide them with an additional exposure channel. Although Dua Lipa herself has not signed a tour contract with Live Nation, Madison Beer and Billie Eilish, as well as the Han Music and Renew management behind the two girls, are already familiar with the world's largest performance group. The 3 consecutive Billboard singles helped Live Nation stabilize the precarious box office of Future Now. The tour, Madison Beer's performance time was increased to 45 minutes, and the director team is even considering whether to increase the performance time of Billie Eilish, who has 2 singles on the charts, to 45 minutes as well. The main guest performed for 90 minutes, and the warm-up guest also performed for 90 minutes. This round of tour has gradually begun to deviate from the original intention. No problem, Lydia, fire away. Dua Lipa used her eyes to seek the opinion of Victoria White Mason not far away. After getting the other party's nod of affirmation and confirming that this was a pre-arranged cooperative media, Dua showed her front teeth that had been deliberately whitened yesterday and smiled. Okay, our interview is in the form of subtitles and answers, which means that my questions will be presented in the form of text in the final video, and then your answers will be. So, there is no need to react immediately. Think about it before speaking. We will cut the gap time in the front. Okay. Okay. Dua Lipa nodded. First question. Your first VMA. How was it? Was it crazy? I mean, I was a little overwhelmed when I got here. I didn't expect there would be so many people on the street, literally. You know, no matter where I stood, I was surrounded by stars that I only saw on TV. It was true. So, yeah, it was really crazy, and I'm really excited to be a part of it. What's the coolest thing you've seen so far? I'm a big hip hop fan, so seeing Future is a dream come true. I can't wait to watch his performance tonight. Besides him, of course there are a lot of great rappers. G-Eazy, Nicki Minaj, Ty Dolla $ign. These are all rappers I like very much. I know your last single, Hotter Than Hell, did really well in the UK market, ranking number 8, right? Yes, number 8, Dua Lipa replied cheerfully. I love that single so much. But it's a pity that there may not be too much promotion in the United States, right? Yes, well, before entering a new market, my team and I still hope to lay a solid foundation in our own country and then expand to other places. Dua thought for a moment and added, my team and I believe that we have to try repeatedly and master the formula for success. So, has Hotter Than Hell mastered the formula for success? Well, Dua Lipa shrugged, covered her nose, and chuckled softly. Maybe, who knows? At least in London and Birmingham, it is successful. So, next, let's try it. You mean, you will shift your focus to the American market next? I will continue to work hard on both sides and strive to get good results. I hope the new single can do this. Speaking of good results, what are your expectations for your new single? Lydia moved the microphone away from her mouth and reminded in a low voice. First, introduce your single, and then tell me your expectations for performance. We will cut it into 2 questions. Okay, my new single has been officially released on August 26th, called Blow Your Mind, Moi. It's a pop dance song that I personally like very much, and is very innovative. I believe you will feel the same way when you hear the chorus. As for expectations for performance, at this point, Dua Lipa and Victoria White Mason looked at each other, then turned their heads and looked at Madison Beer, who was almost deafened by the shutters of the media and blinded by the spotlights in front of the background wall. I hope to be able to, like Madison, who is on the same label as me in the United States, step by step, and stand at the top of the charts. Maybe not now, but one day. Chapter 235, Widening the Gap. There are many stars who stepped onto the VMA white carpet today, but Madison Beer, who just won the Billboard singles chart for 3 consecutive times, is definitely the most anticipated one. Most of the famous musicians that people can pronounce are already regulars on various red carpets and white carpets. The 4-year-old Blue Ivy Carter wore an $11,000 Miss Karaoke dress and held her mother's hand with an innocent look. Of course, this is not the first time Beyoncé and her daughter have appeared in public. She has been the focus of attention since the moment she was born, and she has long lost her novelty in the mass media. Not to mention the popular couples such as Nicki Minaj and Meek Mill, Kim Kardashian and Kanye West, and Swizz Beatz and Alicia Keys. If Hollywood wants to select overexposed celebrities, these names that have never been removed from TMZ's official website will definitely be at the top. An award ceremony watched live by millions of people and followed online by tens of millions of people, regardless of whether the award setting and selection criteria are fair, must at least meet the audience's 2 psychological expectations, rewarding the best artists with outstanding achievements in the past year and showcasing supernovas that have quickly become popular within a ceremony cycle. Madison Beer best fits the general public's definition of the latter. On February 15th, 2016, she stood on the Grammy red carpet in a short silver floral dress. Not to mention mixed interviews, there were not even a few photos left. After all, apart from her seemingly good social media data, there was really nothing else to write about. Singing 2 lines of the new single out loud on the red carpet? She was terminated by Island Records in March and had no chance to officially release the song. But now it's different. She has collaborated with Major Lazer and Justin Bieber, taking over Drake and winning the championship for 3 consecutive weeks. suppressing siren scene pull. From the end of June to now, 31 concerts have been held, and the popularity is getting higher and higher. According to gossip, the ticket sales of Future Now, the tour, are now growing faster than those of Demi Lovato and Nick Jonas. The Dallas stop, to be held at the American Airlines Center on September 12, was originally hovering around 8,000 tickets. In the 2 or 3 weeks since Cold Water topped the charts, sales quickly exceeded 10,000 tickets, just one step away from selling out the 11,810 person venue. This kind of warm-up guest gradually becomes more popular than the main guest, which happens about once every 3 or 4 years in the music industry. The Beatles opened for Roy Orbison in 1963, The Doors opened for them in 1966, Elton John opened for Drake and the Dominoes in 1970, Queen opened for Mott the Hoople in 1974. Then there was Taylor Swift, who opened for Rascal Flatts in 2008, and Katy Perry, who opened for No Doubt in 2009. These opening acts have different musical styles, but they all have a similar fate. That is, after a round of top-heavy tours, they all continued to work hard in their respective fields and gradually grew into a monument in the history of pop music. At present, it is still unknown whether Madison Beer will become Taylor Swift or Duffy. Although winning 3 consecutive Billboard titles at the age of 17 is already at the forefront of history. After all, this is only Madison's first single. How will the next new song after Cold Water perform, and what is the quality of the first studio album in preparation, are the big tests that Madison Beer has to face. Only after passing these 2 levels can she be considered to have initially established a foothold in the music industry. However, the instability of her historical status does not affect Madison from becoming the darling of the white carpet at this year's VMA Awards ceremony. The total number of social media fans is rapidly approaching the 8 million mark, and she has entered the ranks of weak second-tier stars. Before she had any musical achievements, Madison Beer was famous for her appearance that was extremely in line with the aesthetics of Generation Z. Most of her fans who began to pay attention to her at that time liked what she had, which was self-evident. After topping the list, Madison's appearance has become a super plus point that empowers her commercial value. Nowadays, exquisite appearance is no longer a prerequisite for female pop singers to succeed, but this does not mean that the pop music market has no demand for contestants with both beauty and talent. From Shania Twain and Jennifer Lopez in their youth to Rihanna and Shakira, who just debuted in the 2000s, they can at least be famous for a while, if not forever. This is a core factor that made the photographers of various media on the white carpet fave Madison Beer. Her debut at the VMA Awards ceremony was similar to that of her idol from Barbados, Rihanna, who appeared at the Billboard Music Upfront for the first time after the release of Replay in 2005. The Last Cry of the Phoenix before Nirvana. Madison, you are right. This is your first media interview after winning the Billboard, right? Just after leaving the shooting area that almost flashed her into amnesia, Madison Beer was pulled in front of the official live camera of the VMA Awards ceremony by Gabby Wilson, the live host of the MTV TV network. Although there are gossip media such as USA Today, Teen Vogue and Extra TV eyeing the mixed interview area, MTV will definitely seize this opportunity to interview the musician for the first time after winning the Billboard title. Yes. Madison Beer put her hands behind her back and smiled charmingly, and I'm very happy that this first time is with MTV. AWW, I think this is why everyone in our team is looking forward to you. Gabby held her chest with one hand and sighed in a long tone, with an exaggerated expression and tone. Really? Madison tilted her head in cooperation and asked with a sweet smile. There was no need to take such polite words too seriously. Everyone. Yes, everyone. Several of us executive producers almost fought to get the chance to meet with you. Gabby Wilson took a step back and waved at the camera, signaling the photographer to zoom out and frame Madison Beer's full outfit. I mean, look at you, Madison. This outfit today, in my opinion, can be said to be the best of this year's VMA. No, definitely not. Did you see Rira's outfit just now? Madison pointed back in the direction of the stage, with the kind of excitement that only fanatical fans would have, so sincere that it couldn't be acted out. As a loyal fan of Rihanna, she originally wanted to find an opportunity to say hello to her on the white carpet, but the successful Rihanna has passed the stage of attracting attention and increasing exposure by walking on the red carpet. After getting off the courtesy car, she bowed her head and walked into Madison Square Garden under the escort of 6 security guards. Today, Rihanna will perform a total of 14 songs in 4 sessions. To be blunt, the performance arrangement of today's VMA Awards ceremony can be described as Rihanna's special concert and the guests she invited to warm up the audience. That Alexander Forte? Of course I saw it. Gabby Wilson raised her head and let out a low roar of envy from the bottom of her throat. She is completely on another level. Another planet, I have to say. Madison Beer nodded in agreement. I heard that she is your idol, Riri. An idol that you can defend with your life, no doubt. Although I don't know if you have met, I'm very sure that your idol will be proud of your fashion aesthetics today. You two belong to the same planet, a fairy godmother planet thousands of miles away from ordinary people like us. Gabby Wilson stretched out her hand as far as possible, as if to express the unattainable beauty of Madison Beer and Rihanna in this way. Tell us about your outfit. I'm sure there are many girls waiting in front of the TV with their notebooks. Of course. This may be my favorite dress so far, from the good people at Ralph and Russo. Madison Beer put her hands on her hips and showed the camera her Ralph and Russo Gazel ball gown with white silk and light blue printed lining. Celebrities attend award ceremonies and wear dresses and jewelry that cost millions of dollars, but in most cases, they don't have to pay a penny. Generally speaking, celebrities' ceremony outfits come from 3 sources. First, if they have signed a Dyer ambassador contract like Jennifer Lawrence, they can only wear dresses provided by this French brand wherever they go. Second, celebrities will hire well-known stylists in the industry, and the stylists will contact major brands to lend dresses. Jennifer Lopez's exclusive stylists Rob Zangardi and Meryl Han have been the actual decision makers of JLo's red carpet outfits over the years. As soon as Jennifer Lopez is confirmed to attend an event, they will immediately take action and contact Versace, Oscar de la Renta or other high-end dress brands. When the star is not so famous, the brand will only lend the dress for free at most, and even let the artist team bear the insurance costs. If the popularity reaches a certain level, or there is an important task arranged at the event, at this time, the brand that is in urgent need of exposure will even pay the star a reward ranging from $100,000 to $250,000 US. If the stylist can help his client get the sponsorship of the brand, as a fashion broker, he can get a middleman fee of $30,000 to $50,000 US. Tonight, the dresses of Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, and Mary, and other newcomers of Han Music were all obtained from the second channel. In order to make its artists appear perfectly on the VMA white carpet, Han Music paid a package price of $134,000 to one of Hollywood's most famous styling teams, Jill Lincoln and Jordan Johnson, in exchange for their exclusive time a week before the awards ceremony, to style 16 groups of artists for the ceremony. Male artists, especially electronic music producers like Cheat Codes, have much less difficulty in preparing for the ceremony than female artists. Just find a tailor shop in the Upper East Side that makes custom suits, borrow a well-fitting suit, and tuck in the cuffs. In recent years, as long as it is not a top award such as the Grammy, Oscar, Emmy, Tony or Golden Globe, it is not uncommon for male artists to wear big shorts and slippers to attend the ordinary VMA, AMA, Teen Choice Awards and Kids Choice Awards. Today, Nick Jonas arrived at the scene wearing a Louis Vuitton casual suit with a loose bomber jacket, wrinkle-resistant sports trousers, and ordinary pure white sports sneakers. Chance the Rapper was even more exaggerated. He wore a beige overalls and a baseball cap on his head and walked on the white carpet, successfully adding an African-American plumber character to Super Mario. This is the rule of operation of this society. The combination of try too hard only applies to men. Any enthusiasm for fashion or clothing will be instantly labeled as feminine or even homosexual. The requirements of mass media and mass media consumers for female artists are at the other end of the spectrum. An outlier like Alessia Cara who wore ordinary jeans and Converse sneakers to attend the ceremony, no matter how good the performance of her previous works was, no one would look at her twice on the white carpet. An actress who cannot use her appearance and figure to lead aesthetic innovation and consumption trends, and then promote the increase in sales of certain products, cannot obtain strong support from major mainstream brands, and naturally cannot effectively extend her already short career. It was for this reason that Alessia Cara in her previous life quickly fell into silence after a brief burst of brilliance. It seems that this time will be no exception. Han Yi, who has gathered a group of future superstars under his command, will never let them repeat the mistakes of Alessia Cara. The so-called awakened women of Generation Z are not a kind of hermits who completely separate themselves from materialism and consumerism. What brands and the big companies behind them need is to help them, who are becoming increasingly old, to catch the new generation and the awakening era and turn the situation around through their own image. The First Lady of the 1960s, Jacqueline Kennedy, wore Oscar de la Renta, and the Y2K pioneer Billie Eilish, who wore green lipstick, also wore Oscar de la Renta. The thoughts on the stage changed like a passing scene, but the players behind the scenes always came and went. Han Yi is very clear about the nature of the entertainment industry in capitalist society, so he will spare no effort and spend a lot of money on the image of artists. Billie wore the weird and cold Rigouins, Dua wore the avant-garde and sexy Trussardi, and Anne-Marie wore the simple and atmospheric Jacquemus, which even had a little sporty style. Every artist has a unique style, just as every song carries a special emotion. Even if they are just newcomers who have just started their careers, and even if no brand is willing to pay for sponsorship, Han Yi hopes that his artists can face their respective audiences with the most exquisite and accurate image when they first step onto the stage of a large-scale award ceremony. At the beginning of a career, it is common in Hollywood to lose money to gain publicity, or even bet on the entire future, just to make the spotlight tilt in your direction. How many people have been wandering around the gate of Century City all their lives because they have no capital to start, waiting for a fairy tale that is destined to never happen as waiters, bartenders, or coffee masters. Even if they have signed a contract with a company, have the support of a team, and can start the publicity machine at full speed, there are only a few successful people who can finally step onto the top of the mountain. Han Yi chose successful cases that had already emerged or shined in the previous life, but even so, he never took it lightly. The butterfly effect caused by rebirth can catalyze a perfect storm like cold water, and naturally bring out a series of negative ripples that will cause the future time and space to deviate from the established track. If we cannot go all out to do every detail and ensure that many fields such as music production, marketing, artist management, and performing arts brokerage develop rapidly according to the established plan, Billie Eilish, who opened the 2020s with a song Bad Guy in that time and space, may be instantly submerged by the waves of the times at any time. However, what makes Han Yi feel a little relieved is that, at least so far, all the artists signed by Han Music and Renew Management are developing in a better direction than in the previous life. Billie Eilish rushed into the Billboard charts 2 years ahead of schedule. Dua Lipa's first single topped the top 10 of the British singles chart, and Madison Beer, who had been confused and struggling for 5 or 6 years and had no major breakthroughs before his rebirth. Even within half a year of signing the contract, he harvested a phenomenal single that won the championship for 3 consecutive weeks. Whether Madison Beer is willing to think this way or not, at this moment, there is indeed a clear gap between her and her best friend Billie. Take the VMA Awards ceremony for example. Billie Eilish simply answered a few questions in the mixed interview area, and the white carpet time ended hastily, while Madison Beer was directly pulled aside by the official host of MTV for an exclusive interview. Billie Eilish's Rigouins dress required Joel Lincoln's guarantee to get it, and she also had to pay $1,500 in damage insurance. The pull and Russo on Madison Beer was a rare display position that the brand spent $120,000 to buy. Calvin Klein's high-end series Calvin Klein collection, Francesco Scognamiglio who provided clothing for Beyoncé, Missoni who sponsored Justin Scales, and Balmain who lent a rainbow skirt to Hailee Steinfeld all extended olive branches to Madison Beer. Although Madison did not have the task of presenting awards on stage today, nor did she have a performance time, and her exposure time during the live broadcast was not guaranteed. Every brand knew that, even if this newly crowned champion singer with an impressive figure and top-notch looks could not leave a video, her white carpet image would be circulated on major platforms in the form of photos. After winning the championship, she came to the VMA Awards ceremony with a strong presence and staged a princess's revenge. This kind of live advertisement with its own topics is more effective and more touching than the posters that have been hung on the big screen of Madison Square Garden for a month. Therefore, what was originally just a tentative invitation for fitting by Calvin Klein and Missoni turned into a bidding war among 7 brands. In the end, Paul and Russo, a designer brand from Europe, won, not only because they offered the highest price, but also because the lookbook they put in front of the hour manager was the most suitable for Zhao Yaozhen. Madison Beer's dress with the white base and light blue patterns was just worn by Jordan Dunn on the red carpet of the Cannes International Film Festival on July 13th. Jordan Dunn is a black model from the UK, and Madison Beer is a white Jewish singer. When they wear the same dress, the media will compare them, but it will not have a substantial impact on either of them. Because no matter in terms of race, nationality, occupation, or body shape, the two are too different. Therefore, wearing the same dress can subtly make the public think that the brand's recognition and standards for Madison Beer are at the same level as those of world supermodels without being swallowed by negative comments. Bringing European dresses to large-scale award ceremonies in North America for the first time can also allow other brands to see Madison's endorsement potential in this regard. The designers of Ralph and Russo are really very good to me. They flew from London to Vancouver. Oh, really? Come directly to Vancouver to find you? Yes, that's right. I was on tour, so I couldn't go to their headquarters on New York for a fitting, so they were very considerate and brought the entire team to my hotel to help me try different combinations and help me tailor. It was like a mini party. We played for 4 or 5 hours that day and almost missed the rehearsal. It sounds very interesting. If I were there, I would probably hold a glass of champagne in my left hand and take crazy selfies with my right hand, wishing to take pictures of every detail of every piece of clothing. Believe me, I did that. Madison Beer thought for a moment and corrected herself by leaning forward to the microphone. It's just that the left hand is not holding champagne, but orange juice. Haha, yes, it's incredible. We often forget how young talented musicians like you are. 17 years old, and you have a champion single. In the past month, I can often see you in various channels to promote your new single, but this occasion is different. There are media and fans at your fingertips. It should be the most grand occasion besides the concert tour, right? How does it feel for you today? An overwhelming feeling, very scary and nervous. Although she said this, Madison Beer's expression didn't even change. After performing 30 shows in stadiums with tens of thousands of people, any big scene has become a piece of cake. But I love this feeling. It's great. It's that kind of positive pressure. I'm very honored to be invited to the VMA. I haven't slept well for almost 3 weeks for this moment. Yeah, overall, I'm very happy to be here. We are also very happy to invite you. Next question. Madison, many fans are amazed by your beauty, especially your look on the white carpet today. I just heard several photographers say that you may be the cutest girl they have photographed in the past few hours. Why, thank you. Madison shrugged, stuck out her tongue, and responded shyly. Anyone who receives such direct compliments will involuntarily feel a little embarrassed while eating honey in their hearts. Again, I don't think I'm the cutest girl today. There are many people who are prettier than me among the people who came with me. You don't have the final say on this matter. After you enter the venue, I will find friends who know you and ask for their opinions. Let's get back to the point. Madison, fans are fanatically worshipping your fashion concepts and aesthetic standards. Like me, they are very interested in your pre-game rituals. How do you stay in the best condition before attending such a large event? I get sick very easily, so, as for the pre-game ritual, I will push everyone away and try to keep a distance from them. In fact, I'm like this in my life too. I try not to have too much physical contact with everyone, except for one person. That person, let alone physical contact, he can even stick his tongue in. Madison Beer, who was calm and making up nonsense, couldn't help but blushing on her cheeks. In addition, before attending an event, I will try to wear less makeup and wait until I have to go on the court before I will put it on. Because I get easily emotional. I deliberately didn't wear lipstick when I arrived at 1:57 today, just for fear of leaving suspicious marks on his mouth. Then, I will keep the habit of writing a diary, venting all my nervous emotions in the diary, telling myself, hey, it doesn't matter, it's just an award ceremony, no matter what happens on the scene, it can't define me. The most important thing this time in New York is to hug him, and then kiss him. VMA? Anyway, I'm not nominated, why should I think about those issues? Don't you think so, dear diary? More importantly, everything is busy and tight today, and everything feels like it broke out at the same time. At this time, it is most important to take a mental note for yourself. Do you think it is important to share such mental notes to your fans and your potential audience? Of course, it's very important. I try to be honest with my fans. Except for the fact that I like my boss. It's not easy. Social media can be pretty scary sometimes. So I have to keep it a secret and not let anyone find out. So, I do my best to open up and let them see the real Madison Beer. If I have time, I basically do a live broadcast every 2 or 3 days, every day when I'm free, to talk to them about my life. Speaking of live broadcasts, it seems that you recently broke a big news in the live broadcast about the upcoming collaboration. Which collaboration are you talking about? Madison Beer rolled her eyes and laughed happily. I broke a lot of news in the live broadcast. Everything that should be said and shouldn't be said. Lana Del Rey, you said Lana invited you to participate in a demo she is working on with another female singer. You said, and I quote, "This is the luckiest thing that has ever happened to me." Yes. Wow, I'm so sorry. I have to say sorry to my record company. I didn't realize I actually leaked this news. I also want to apologize to Lana and her label, 100%. Madison Beer touched the back of her head, looking quite distressed. She did tell all the business secrets in front of her fans, especially a few close fans, just like Tom Holland in the film industry. But yes, we are trying something new. Maybe early next month, we will go into the studio to see if there is anything I can contribute. Since we have come to this point, who is the other artist? Can you reveal it now? No. Madison Beer shook her head quickly. I have already caused a lot of trouble. If I continue to talk about it, I will become an industry plant in the literal sense. At this point, Madison stretched out her index finger and pointed sneakily at Lana Del Rey, who was being interviewed by another media not far away. If you want to know, go ask Lana. Maybe she will tell you. This is a decision she can make. Chapter 236 Closer. Part 1. I have a great group of people right now, and I'm excited about the direction the music industry is going. I mean, Ellie Goulding, Billie Eilish, and Madison Beer are all my favorites. When I arrived with them today, I felt a warm feeling inside. I don't know how to describe it. These are my people. Lana Del Rey, wearing a retro floral dress, talked freely in front of the SiriusXM interview camera. According to the original plan, Lana was not going to attend the VMA Awards ceremony. After all, she has no new album and no nominations this year. In addition, she just performed as the headliner of the 2016 Ahana Music Festival in Dana Point, Orange County, California yesterday. She really didn't want to fly to the East Coast and smile in front of the flashlights. But all the artists of Han Music and Renai Management will attend collectively. It is reasonable for Lana Del Rey to give face to the new boss of her artist management company. In addition, she was really interested in Madison Beer's voice and the potential opportunity to work with her, so after much deliberation, she finally decided to accept the invitation of the VMA Awards ceremony and fly there in person, to do both the favor and the cooperation. Although Lana Del Rey's glamorous and flamboyant appearance and slightly mediocre singing skills at the beginning of her debut made the public have many misunderstandings about her. In the early days of her career, she could be described as a walking negative news machine. Many fans thought she was a hypocritical liar, a flesh and blood pretending to be a musician. She released a debut album with terrible sales under her real name Liz Grant, and then in order to save her career, she hurriedly imitated Lady Gaga and changed her name to the mysterious Lana Del Rey and started to do self-righteous art pop and baroque pop. As The Observer wrote in 2012, she is a failed pop singer. After getting lip augmentation, She changed her name and made up a wonderful story about living in a trailer and pursuing her music dream. She transformed from a clumsy New Jersey singer to a retro girl wearing urban outfitters and Levi-tight jeans. Everyone who lived through that era should have the impression that before Justin Bieber was besieged by the whole nation, Lana Del Rey was the most attractive target. But everything in the world changes with time, especially the evaluation of artists. Such things that the old people always have an advantage over the newcomers. Just like Justin Bieber's reputation turned around after Purpose, Lana Del Rey's image quickly changed from a lousy pop singer who shows off sexiness to a hidden artist with both virtue and art after Ultraviolence in 2014 and Honeymoon in 2015. A completely self-actualized artist who has always been true to her own preferences, whether aesthetically, culturally, or personally. Lana Del Rey has tenaciously overcome the misogyny that could have plunged her career into darkness. The songs are still the same songs, and the person is still the same person. After being active in the industry for a long time, coupled with the increasingly intense wave of female awakening in European and American society in recent years, Lana Del Rey can still occupy the top of the best album list in the annual review of music review websites such as Pitchfork, even if she does not have a champion single, and is called one of the greatest pop singers of our time by fans, who make pilgrimages to various music festivals. With Lana Del Rey as a role model, Kanye is not worried about Madison Beer's current reputation. As Madison said in an interview with MTV, after she won the championship with Cold Water with Major Lazer and Justin Bieber, more and more online trolls called her industry plant. Of course, it's no wonder that people think this way. After all, 2 months ago, few people knew that Madison Beer was actually a pop singer. 2 months later, she collaborated with the most famous artist in the industry and put up a feature. Industry plant refers to those artists who seem to have started from scratch independently, but in fact they rely on the resources and marketing methods of the record company to become popular. It 100% fits Madison Beer's current situation. Not to mention now, even in another 6 months or a year, her career plan will still be the same as now, relying on the cooperation singles with various famous singers to accumulate momentum and pave the way for her upcoming first studio album. Kanye and Zhao Yaozhen are very worried that Madison will be upset because of this. Regarding the company's planning and marketing methods, the two have communicated with Madison several times, either directly or indirectly. But in fact, Madison Beer herself has no rejection of this. Compared with being abandoned by both the record company and the artist management company and ignored, the current situation is simply a world of difference. In addition, the reason why Madison Beer objected to Scooter Braun's plan was that Madison didn't want to become a Disney child star who was produced on an assembly line, not because she had any opinions about pop music itself. Now, the singles that Han Music prepared for her, Cold Water, Bad Things, and No Promises, are saliva, but the quality is solid and not outdated. They are all the most popular Moombahton, melodic rap and tropical house in the mainstream market of Europe and the United States at this stage. Compare Melodies and Cold Water to see that one is a bubblegum love song that Kojima Records randomly picked out of the demo library. They think it should be sung by a 13 or 14-year-old girl. The other is the sequel that the Billboard champion producer and the record holder of the highest number of Spotify plays has kept. It would be a fantasy for Madison to be dissatisfied with the resources provided by Han Music. Most importantly, for a Pisces girl who likes romantic fantasies, she is now completely living in a fairy tale. Kanye signed a huge contract with her for 7 albums for $8 million, of which a check for $1.1429 million has been received. This is the money provided by the person she loves to achieve her dream. In addition, after signing with Kanye, the dreams that seemed out of reach have been realized one after another, leaving aside the things that she dared not even dream of, such as winning the Billboard at the age of 17. Just the opportunity to work with Lana Del Rey is enough to make Madison cheer. Every time she thinks of these things, no matter what the occasion, Madison Beer can't help but smile foolishly. What a Disney princess. She is the most beloved pop princess in the world. Therefore, Madison, who used to care about the direction of the comment area, found that she didn't seem to care so much about the increasingly dense hate speech on Instagram or Twitter, even including the online private messages that were about to overwhelm her backstage, and the physical letters written by fans that flew to the Xinhu building like pieces of paper, became unimportant. She is not heartless. She still feels sad when she sees comments like "you should go to hell with your music" or "another Jewish product is on the shelves." Seeing the beautiful clippings made by fans in their spare time and the energetic messages delivered by the little girl from Manchester every weekday, Madison's own spirit will also be boosted a little bit. But they can't have a decisive impact on her life like before, and use a word or even a punctuation mark to drag her into endless depression. This little flower has a ray of sunshine in her life, and she is greedily absorbing nutrients, with no time to care about anything else. This is the first time I walk on the red carpet, white carpet, whatever you want to call it, without feeling restrained and nervous. I can wave to everyone, because the people gathered around me are all my close friends who I'm willing to share happiness and inspiration with. As a typical ISFP personality, Lana Del Rey is not only reserved in music, but also closer to an observer in life. Outside of work, she will never step out of her house without special arrangements. This is why she chose to sell her beach house in Malibu in 2015 and spent $3.7 million to move to the top of the film city surrounded by mountains. Just 1 month later, she bought another more secluded mountaintop villa for $2.1 million. Even the sound of waves hitting the stone sure is too noisy for Lana Del Rey. What she needs is the absolute tranquility of everything in the world being shielded outside the door. This kind of reclusive nature has made her have no particularly good friends in the circle. Therefore, this time coming to New York with the Han music team can be said to have made up for all the social deficiencies since her debut. Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa and Anne-Marie have great respect for Lana Del Rey, who has already made a name for herself. The talent and straightforward but friendly personality displayed by these music elves also make Lana herself very useful. As for Madison Beer, it goes without saying that, when she is not sticking to Han Yi, she must be by Lana's side, holding her idol's arm and never leaving. In a sense, all the voices I want to hear on the radio are gathered here, gathered today. I love this feeling. Who is your favorite voice? I have to say, Madison Beer. I think there are many similarities between her and me. We have talked a lot these 2 days. New music, new cooperation, and our respective views on pop music and this industry. Although she looks young, she is sharp-minded and has amazing insights. Oh, yes, there is another male voice I like very much, Khaled. Have you heard his song Location? It is no exaggeration to say that this song has the potential to become a diamond single. I swear on my life. Really, swear on my life. That's cool. Thank you very much Lana for saying that. To be honest, I'm also a big fan of hers. A few minutes later, Khaled stood in the same position and accepted the next interview of SiriusXM. Although the radio coverage is not as amazing as that of Cheap Thrills, judging from the dimension of a newcomer, Khaled's debut single Location can definitely be regarded as an outstanding performance in terms of commercial radio promotion. Last week, Location ranked 53rd on the Billboard singles chart, after Kelsey Bel-Air in his Peter Pan, and before John Pardy's Head Over Boots, sandwiched between 2 country music songs. For more than a month, Khaled has been up and down on the charts, reaching the highest point of 44th and the lowest point of 67th. However, if the trend is drawn into a straight line, people can still clearly see the tenacious momentum of Location climbing up. Although the performance on streaming platforms has not been too ideal so far, the high level of radio playback means that Khaled's debut is likely to replicate the miracle of Cheap Thrills. Maybe it is impossible to improve steadily and win the championship in one fell swoop, but it is still something worth looking forward to, fighting with all kinds of good players for 3 or 4 months and slowly moving to the forefront. You know, Location is a song that's very dear to me. It's about connecting with people on a deeper level than just through text or social media. I really poured my whole heart into writing this song, believing that such a sincere emotion would resonate with a lot of people. As for performance, I mean, in an ideal world, I'd love it to be on the charts, or even at the top of the charts. That's what any musician would strive for, right? But honestly, more than anything else, I hope it reaches out to people who need to hear it. If it can inspire or help anyone feel less alone, then that's a win for me. Feedback? Yeah, I've seen a lot of feedback from fans, and it's been great. Expecting this song to continue to perform well, and maybe even win me a VMA astronaut trophy next year. Who knows? Who do I want to win this year? A lot of competitive candidates, but I have to give my vote to DCiner. It takes a lot of people and a lot of talent to make such a simple visual that contagious. Oh, did he say that? Mad respect, for real. Shout out to Khaled. After Khaled finished the interview, the next person to stand in front of the microphone was DCiner. This Utah client is one of the biggest winners in the hip hop music industry so far this year. Panda, which has won 2 consecutive championships since May 7th, has become so popular that it is unreasonable. If you play the prelude of this song in any city or any neighborhood in the United States, 80% of people can instantly connect with the lyrics. On the Billboard chart on August 27th, Panda still ranks in the top 20, and the new single To Me Turner is also in the top 40, ranking 38th. DCiner, who was in high spirits, wore a light pink suit that matched his mood very well. He was naked inside, except for 5 platinum necklaces that were piled up densely together. In addition to the 5 gemstone rings and 2 diamond watches on his hands, DCiner's outfit today could only be afforded by Hollywood rappers and pimps in Harlem. Nothing feels more awesome than getting compliments from an artist you think is awesome. You know what I mean? Khaled, my brother, is here doing his thing, keeping it real. So, hearing that he resonates with what I release, that's straight fire, man. DCiner, who became famous overnight with one song, didn't have any particularly complicated thoughts. His eyelids were almost touching, and it was obvious that he was so excited. He thanked Khaled for his support in a slurred gang slang, while changing various postures, waving his hands, and sticking out his chest, just to let the audience in front of the camera see the rare things he bought with 200% of the advance payment and 300% of the royalties. How to buy things with 300% of the royalties. Loans. Anyway, the song is so popular and the performances are so many, why not take out a loan in advance to enjoy life? The brothers in the bank are so nice, they give you as much as you want. The performance you're looking forward to the most? Listen. G-Eazy is my dude. That's my guy. For real. That guy has rap skills, swag, he has everything, man. We both came out at the same time, from the same company, with the same agent, and we are both trying to make ourselves famous. Get it? It's going to be a blast to see him perform on the VMA stage, no cap. That's major love, man, and you know I appreciate that. Compared to DCiner, who speaks a lot of Generation Z buzzwords, G-Eazy's English is obviously more acceptable to normal people, including his clothes. G-Eazy, who also exposes his breasts and at least went to college, has a much higher fashion taste than DCiner, who dropped out of school at the age of 14 to become a full-time rapper. Hefner style ochre flannel shirt and a pair of Ray-Ban sunglasses from the golden age, set off by his 6'4" tall figure and handsome face like a world supermodel, fully show his wild and dangerous masculine charm. The single was not as explosive as DCiner's, but G-Eazy's commercial value is only higher. It goes without saying that a white rapper with a strong accent, good looks, and excellent works can attract a lot of attention in the business world. After Macklemore gradually fell into silence, G-Eazy has taken up the banner of the next Eminem, which will never fade. DCiner's musical energy is a gift from nature. It's like he came from another planet. So, it's really a high compliment to me. We're all working hard here, doing our own thing, trying to make our mark in the industry. It's really humbling to hear what kind of performance he expects from me, especially coming from someone who knows how to stir up an audience. Hats off to DCiner for his love and support. Believe me, I've prepared something very special. Everyone at the VMAs tonight is testing the boundaries of music. It's definitely going to be a crazy celebration. What did you say? Who else do you want to see perform besides me? Hearing this question, G-Eazy put his thumb on his lips, his eyes firmly following Horch, who just walked behind him. The first time he met this independent pop singer from New Jersey, he was already deeply attracted by this cool and sassy beautiful woman. Among so many female stars in the audience, she was the only one who responded to the Free the Nipples movement and generously used a translucent silver jumpsuit to show the beauty of women. For many people, it may be too much, but in the eyes of the avant-garde G-Eazy, it is really cool. Such Hulch is like a muscular Florida lioness, waiting for him as the Lion King to come and conquer her. I'm really looking forward to Hulch and the Chainsmokers performance. Close R. Yes. Hulch is a super talented artist, and her voice brings a very unique element to this song. Her ability to attract you with her aura alone is not something that any artist can easily master. Well, and then, of course, the Chainsmokers also know how to make the scene boil. So, when you combine all these advantages, you can infer that their performance will definitely become a moment worth remembering for everyone after this award ceremony. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Halsey and the Chainsmokers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 237 Close R, Part 2. I came here today just to see this. After Fifth Harmony presented the Best New Artist award to Nick Jonas's brother, DNCE, whose lead singer is Joe Jonas, Elisha Cara and Troye Sivan took the stage together to briefly and concisely introduce the next group of performers to the American audience. Hulch and the Chainsmokers, Close R. Although the Chainsmokers are the creative brains of this single, and the alphabetical order is also ahead of Hulch, who starts with H, in the United States, which pays special attention to gender equality. When a man and a woman appear at the same time, the woman must be introduced first as a sign of respect. This made Cara and Sivan's oral broadcast sound more like a work created by Hulch invited the Chainsmokers, which was a small advantage. Is it so exaggerated? Zhao Yaozhen, who stood up and applauded with the Han music team, turned her head and raised her voice to say in Hanese. Artists such as Madison Beer, Billie Eilish and Dua Lipa were all given exclusive seats by MTV at the front of the venue. Each of them had a headshot with their stage name, and they sat in the seats according to the number. As for the other staff members of Han Music, Han Publishing and Renai Management, they sat in the back row according to the alphabetical areas that were divided in advance. The three companies of the same lineage were all placed in Area E by the on-site executive team. Who sits in which seat is based on the principle of first come first served. I quite like Rihanna's performances these few times. Troye Sivan's pre-show is also great. When saying this, Zhao Yaozhen's eyes were dancing with excitement. Although she is already the manager of the champion singer, she is still a 21-year-old girl who has not graduated from college. Being able to participate in one of the annual events of the industry she loves with her beloved person at such a beautiful age, Yaozhen feels that she may really be living in a romantic musical written for her. It's okay, but not meaningful enough. Looking up at the searchlights above his head that suddenly dimmed to make room for the next performance, Han Yi smiled and replied, "There are 3 major award ceremonies related to the music industry in the United States. The Billboard Music Awards held in May, the American Music Awards held in the fall, and the Grammy Awards, which are generally held a week after the Super Bowl. In addition, the Video Music Awards, hosted by MTV and broadcast in late August or early September every year, to honor outstanding music videos, are evenly distributed from the beginning to the end of the year, becoming a quarterly industry gathering for pop music. But apart from a little interest in the ownership of some important Grammy Awards, Han Yi, like many professionals active in and outside the circle, doesn't care much about who will win the so-called VMA, BMA and AMA. It wasn't that he was so indifferent at the beginning. Before he fully understood the industry, Han Yi still had a romantic fantasy about these celebrations. Every year's fierce competition and the new records that came with it would make him talk about it with relish. Beyoncé, the record holder of VMA Awards, Michael Jackson, who won 16 Grammy Awards and American Music Awards in 1984, Adele, who won the Grammy Album of the Year, Record of the Year and Single of the Year in 2012. These stories are like the Epic of Gilgamesh unearthed from the Ashurbanipal library, or the Odyssey engraved on the clay tablets of Olympia. At first glance, the words are full of heroes who can do everything in the world, until the wind and sand of history reveal the poetic painting. Any award ceremony, including the rankings, as long as it is compiled by people, can only be relatively fair, not absolutely fair. What does relative fairness mean here? When the money invested, the impact generated, and the relationship network built are basically the same, try to distribute them equally. Studying the music industry major at USC, especially after founding a music company in this life, Han-Yi has a deeper understanding of these awards and has less expectations. Without social media, the AMA and VMA trophies may have some practical value, which can accumulate externally visible honors for artists through the title of best, thereby improving their bargaining power in the performance market. However, with the rapid rise of Twitter and Instagram, organizers can already accurately estimate the ticket-bringing ability of each artist through the number of followers on each artist's homepage. No matter how many trophies you win, they are not as convincing as the number of 10 million Instagram followers. In addition, Han Music was officially put into operation in the second quarter, and the first batch of singles began to produce results in July and August, which certainly could not catch up with the selection cycle of this VMA Awards ceremony. Even if you want to operate and help your artists get some nominations, you have missed the final deadline. Therefore, this time Han-Yi used the relationship between the company itself and Apple Music to bring the signed artists to the VMA white carpet for a collective appearance. Its purpose is only one, that is, through intensive and high-frequency exposure, industry insiders and mass media that pay attention to the dynamics of the music industry will gradually get used to the existence of Han Music, paving the way for the next larger-scale development strategy. So when Han-Yi said he didn't care about other parts of the award ceremony, he really didn't mean to be jealous. In another 7 or 8 years, the awards that the stars are welcoming and seeing off on the stage today will no longer have any meaning, and will no longer play any role. Beyond Case Formation won 6 awards including the annual music video. It's pretty good, but the actual revenue generated by this song is not even a fraction of Adele's Hello. In Han-Yi's opinion, there is only one moment in the 2016 MTV Video Music Awards that can be written into the music history book. The moment when Close On made its debut in front of 6.5 million viewers, before topping the charts. At the beginning of the 2010s, electronic music producers continued to expand the boundaries of popular electronic and pop dance music, allowing more and more people to fall in love with this dancing art. Overseas, Calvin Harris, Zedd, one talented name after another, continue to increase the commercial value and popularity of electronic music. Until Close On came out, blasting the brightest fireworks of electronic music's popularity. It is the undisputed pinnacle of a genre and an era that belongs to EDM. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Halsey and the Chainsmokers. The spotlight beams dropped from the dome and sprinkled on the shoulders of Alexander Powell, one of the members of the Chainsmokers. In front of him were 2 overlapping flat panels, one with a synthesizer keyboard and the other with a drum machine. Although the accompaniment played was exactly the same as the original, the 2 machines in front of Alex would not make any sound at all, but their existence was still very necessary. After all, for producers, if there were no buttons in front of them to press to ease the embarrassment, they would really just stand there like wooden stakes and stare blankly. Behind Alexander Powell, another member, Andrew Taggart, clutched the microphone, and his figure, looking down in thought, was looming. The vocals of Close On were jointly completed by Drew and Halsey, which is an attempt by electronic music producers to break the conventional situation in recent years. Many electronic music producers signed by mainstream labels can complete the entire production process from composition, arrangement to mixing and mastering, but generally speaking, they do not have the ability to sing vocals. Therefore, although they can get the double royalties of recording artists and producers, and can save a large amount of advance payment by solving most production problems by themselves, after all, an electronic music that wants to hit the pop charts still needs the existence of a vocal melody line in most cases. This means that they have to pay out of their own pockets to find a vocalist like Halsey to help sing, and sometimes even have to give up the royalty share of the recording artist, and the amount of the transfer is usually much higher than that of the singer inviting a guest to cooperate. After all, they need to invite someone to sing a whole song from beginning to end, not just a small part. In order to solve this problem, and to make the commercial performance of electronic musicians more diverse, some famous producers began to try to sing themselves. For example, Calvin Harris sang the single Summer released in 2014. Does it sound good? If you can get the engineering files, remove the melodyne, and turn off the effects, Calvin Harris's original voice can basically be described as terrible. But the melody line of Summer is quite simple, and the vocals have been hovering in a very comfortable mid-bass area. In addition, Calvin Harris knows very well what the fans want to hear, a similar festival-style progressive house. The vocals are originally just used to decorate the main part. As long as the melody line is repetitive and catchy enough to make people stick to it until the build-up is over, the drop sounded, and the whole audience jumped up together. It debuted at number 1 on the UK singles chart and number 7 on the Billboard singles chart in the first week. Less than 4 months after its release, it achieved equivalent sales of 1 million copies in the United States and was certified platinum. The success of Summer opened another door for electronic music producers. The Chainsmokers are one of the artists who want to reach the Hall of Glory through this door. Closer is their first attempt to sing in public. As for why the two chose Andrew Taggart as the lead singer, the reason is simple. It has nothing to do with singing skills. It is purely because he is more handsome, and if he sings, his commercial ability will be better than Alexander. This 95 BPM, a flat major future bass is a single that is born for commercial radio. Therefore, its intro is simple and sweet. On the radio, a song usually only has a few seconds to attract the audience's attention, so this feeling of "I won't bore you, jump into the verse quickly" is necessary. The Chainsmokers removed all the complicated decorations in the prelude, leaving only the piano chords of DB9 at 6 FM7 ebb, and a little reverb to add color. In this relatively quiet opening atmosphere, the main hook melody buried in the background by the two producers becomes more noticeable. This is a trick that the Chainsmokers deliberately used, based on the way modern pop music is spread and the listening habits of American radio audiences in the 2010s. From the first second, the audience is subtly familiar with the main melody, so as to achieve a better brainwashing effect. Hey, before I met you, everything was fine. Although I couldn't help but drink a few more glasses, my life was fine. From beginning to end, this 4-minute and 5-second single has only one chord progression, DB9 at 6 FM7 ebb. Therefore, there is almost no difference between the arrangement of the first verse and the prelude, except that the piano is replaced with a synthesizer with a tighter filter and amplitude envelope. Andrew Taggart started singing first, and his vocals contrasted strongly with the reverb of the prelude, because all the sounds in this part were deliberately adjusted to be quite dry when mixing. This is a way for the Chainsmokers to highlight the vocals and amplify the appeal of the song. Closer tells a passionate story of a night of secret love that everyone can relate to. Just like a movie, since the plot is based on reality, the scenery, camera language and picture filters built around the plot must also be based on reality. If Oppenheimer used the pink filter of Barbie, the overall atmosphere would be destroyed. The same is true for Closer. The reverb of Ophelia is turned up to the KTV level, which is obviously not suitable for this fresh little love song. But such a mixing method will inevitably lead to a problem if the same sound effect is also pursued during the award ceremony performance. Then the singer's voice is basically equivalent to being totally naked and transmitted to the eardrums of the audience. After the processing of the TV signal and the further compression of the sound quality by the built-in speakers of most TVs, this dry feeling will only become more obvious. At this time, the performer has to rely on his own strong singing skills and head and chest resonance to make the originally dry riverbed flow again. But unfortunately, Andrew Taggart does not have this ability. Compared to the warm spring water, his voice is more like a Maine blizzard. The kind of blizzard made of rough ice that will never melt. Hey, tell your friends that you are glad to meet them, but I don't want to see them again. Andrew Taggart has not received any professional vocal training, and to be honest, his broken voice, which would be eliminated by the children's choir, even if he went to the church for an audition, should not appear on the professional stage at all. I don't know what's wrong with MTV, but it actually allowed him to sing live without lip syncing. The moment Andrew raised the microphone and sang the first bar, Zhao Yaozen's eyes widened in a very rare and uncontrollable way. This is a performance you have been thinking about. After confirming that no one around was paying attention to them, Zhao Yaozen approached Han Yi and whispered in his ear with obvious teasing. "Yeah, what's wrong?" Han Yi, whose ears were numb, swallowed his saliva, glanced at Yu Zhen, who had a mischievous smile on his face, and asked knowingly, "He sounds like shit." Zhao Yuzhen didn't want to swear, but after thinking for a long time with her hands behind her back, she felt that there was no other word that could better express her strong and tangled emotions. A cat falling into a blender, a GPS entering a tunnel, a vuvuzela in human form. How to describe Andrew Taggart's voice is good, because it really deserves all the praise. Like a rebel in the music world, Andrew successfully avoided almost all the correct notes and brought the human voice singing to a whole new low, especially the bass in the last sentence. Andrew made a last cry for help before being tied with stones all over his body and thrown into the lake and sinking to the bottom. How could such an amateur performance appear at an occasion like the MTV Video Music Awards? Madison Beer, who was sitting in the front row, bit her nails unconsciously, staring blankly at Andrew Taggart, who was walking around on the stage at a loss, with a look of astonishment and dumbfounded. If this can be shown on TV, then can I have a solo show at the Grammys? If his voice is a meal, it must be a TV dinner that is burnt on the surface and half cooked on the inside in the microwave. Compared with Zhao Yaozen's remarks, Han Yi's sharp comments are obviously much more spicy. This is not the first time he has watched this performance. In his previous life, the performance of Closar at the 2016 VMA Awards ceremony can be said to have received a lot of bad reviews. The evaluation of Andrew Taggart's performance by major media can be summarized in one sentence: Democrats' scolding of Trump is not that bad. Anyone with hearing can judge that Andrew has been singing out of tune and has never come back. As Vox.com said, he sounds like someone singing in the shower, if the shower is a torture device to torture other humans. I drove a broken car and moved to the city. I know this behavior broke your heart. I had no news for 4 years, but I met your beauty again in the hotel bar. Didn't Andrew Taggart know this? Of course not. As soon as the sound in the feedback came out, he knew that his performance today would be as tragic as a train derailment. It was indeed his choice not to lip sync, but during the rehearsal, Andrew repeatedly emphasized to the live mixer that the reverberation must be increased and the volume must be kept at the same level as the accompaniment. But maybe the mixer remembered the requirements of the Chainsmokers wrongly, or maybe it was because Rihanna and Beyoncé were both on stage tonight and the tuning team focused all their attention on them. No matter what the reason, the sound effect after Andrew Taggart appeared on stage was completely opposite to his requirements. Not only was there no reverberation, but the vocal track heard in the broadcast was also much louder than the accompaniment track. Cue shot 4, close up. Ugh. In the live studio of Madison Square Garden, Hamish Hamilton, the live director hired by MTV, frowned deeper than the Hudson River. Play some more canned cheers. But sir, we just played it twice. We have to play it 20 times. Do you hear the effect? Is this something that can be broadcast publicly? On TV, the broadcast team used artificial enthusiastic atmosphere to save the scene, but it was different on the scene. Andrew Taggart's voice enveloped the scene like a silencing spell, making the guests look at each other, not knowing how to react. In this situation, where the big screen did not dare to cut the audience's reaction and only dared to show the head of the atmosphere group in the dance floor area, Andrew Taggart on the stage could no longer hold on and was on the verge of collapse. It looks like the effect is a little worse now, but the significance of this performance is not in the performance itself. You will know it in a while. It represents a very meaningful prelude to a pioneering work. Han Yi touched his chest with his arm and comforted Zhao Yaozen, who was sincerely worried about Andrew Taggart on the stage and Hoshi, who was about to take the stage. Besides, the worse Drew performs, the stronger the contrast will be when Hoshi saves the situation next. Don't worry, the next 2 minutes will be the time for our Han music girls to kill. Chapter 238, a queen, a hit, a future. In the backseat of this Range Rover that I know you can't afford, pull me close, cling to me, biting the tattoo on your shoulder. The mattress stolen from my roommate in Boulder. Pulling the sheet from the corner over us. We have always been such reckless souls. Our youth will never grow old. Entering the 21st to 29th bars of the song. The awkward atmosphere of the scene, which is so embarrassing that people can pick their nails, whether it is fingers or toes, finally eases, because after the interlude, the song gradually enters the build up and drop part. Or to put it in layman's terms, a part that everyone can sing along with. In these 8 bars, Andrew Taggart's male voice sang the main melody in full for the first time. As the vocal part gradually pushes to the climax, all the drums suddenly disappear, leaving only a single continuous string line, creating a sense of tension and anticipation before the first drop of the song. In order to increase the weight of the melody, the Chainsmokers also placed a male voice track in the lower and higher octaves of the main melody. These tracks were placed very low during the mixing, but they completely followed the direction of the melody and were consistent with the main voice. In other words, Andrew Taggart's thin vocals have a more three-dimensional and thicker support in this part, and it no longer sounds so unpleasant. C. The song itself is very good. Kanye spread out his right hand, raised his eyebrows, and looked as if it was a matter of course. It's just that the live team messed up, plus Drew's own defects, so it feels problematic. You can hear it here. Yusin nodded. The vocal track underneath is too small. If it was McGrady or Billie Eilish performing on stage, the tuner would never think of walking off the sound control desk alive. You are quite amazing. Kanye laughed dumbly, not knowing if it was his illusion, but recently Zayo Yusin seemed to be getting bolder and more reckless in front of him, whether it was body movements or verbal expressions. I'm already good. Yusin snorted through her nose. Just wait and see. In half a month, I can turn Future Now into a tour for the two of them. Who dares to question our sister Zayo? I'll be the first to disagree. Kanye winked at Zayo Yusin. On the surface, it seemed like he was joking, but all the emotional expressions of recognition and praise were actually hidden under the shell of teasing. As an artist manager, Yusin's negotiation ability to fight for the rights and interests of artists is undoubtedly strong. She is not as domineering as Cara Lewis, and she must make her partners follow her wishes. Whether it is ML exchanges or telephone conferences, Yusin always maintains a gentle and calm tone, and will never have any emotional fluctuations because of work. But behind the soft and smooth appearance, there is an extremely tough bone. There are places that should not be compromised, such as the rising performance quotation after Madison Beal won the championship. No matter how the other party acts, Zayo Yusin will never give in. As long as it is a benefit that can be obtained for the artists and the company, even if it is just one more click, one play, or 1 cent, Yejin will try every means to get it. Take Madison as an example. The tour team of Future Now. The tour hopes to increase her performance time from half an hour to 45 minutes. In exchange, Yejin proposed to Live Nation through Utah to double the remuneration for a single performance and give Madison 5 more second guest spots at music festivals after the tour. Live Nation, which was eager to boost the box office of the tour, finally had no choice but to accept Zayo Yejin's request. This kind of iron lady who picks up a knife and fights in battle every day and never tires of it, even if the halo of gender and the bonus of appearance are stripped away, is enough to make Kanye respect her. We ain't ever getting older. We ain't ever getting older. In the whispered conversation, the performance of Closer at the 2016 VMA Awards finally entered the first climax, the drop part from bars 29 to 37. The overall feeling of the performance has reached a new level at this stage, because Andrew Taggart finally put down the microphone. Unlike ordinary pop music, the biggest difference in the structure of electronic dance music is the treatment of the chorus. Take Taylor Swift's Love Story as an example. From the main song, to the interlude, and then to the chorus, the essence of the whole song is a progressive layer by layer, and finally the theme of the vocal melody. And I Knew You Were Trouble, which is also a work by Taylor Swift, is completely different with pop dance music and electronic pop as the keynote, and even has some melodic dubstep and brostep element. This single, co-written by Taylor Swift, Maximum Martin and Shellback, faithfully follows the arrangement structure of electronic music. From the verse, interlude, to the build-up of the main vocal melody. All the vocal melody lines serve the accumulation of emotions, and finally the climax part, which is the drop part with no singing, but only vocal slices, is the climax that gives the audience adrenaline feedback. This is the core of the fascinating electronic music. Through the instantaneous changes and strong contrasts of melody, rhythm, drum beats and bass lines, it creates a thrilling pleasure, as if people are thrown high and then dropped heavily. The word drop comes from this. Although it has a strong pop flavor, closar is still a very traditional electronic music in terms of structure. After the main vocal melody, the passionate arrangement of the slices is the biggest highlight of the song itself. In terms of the atmosphere creation and technical processing of the drop, the Chainsmokers and the behind-the-scenes production team working with them have achieved the best level in the industry. Unlike the minimalist brothers and sisters Finneas and Billie Eilish, the Chainsmokers' engineering files have always been very complicated. The engineering file of the song Closar contains a total of 82 tracks, and there are 39 tracks related to vocals alone. It is incredible that with so many elements and so many details, after mixing and mastering, the actual listening experience presented can achieve a rough swallowing of concise and powerful, and a careful chewing of rich layers. One cannot help but admire the Chainsmokers' accurate control of the structural priorities and sound priorities, as well as the superb skills of their cooperating mixing engineer DJ Swivel. Unlike traditional sound engineers, DJ Swivel himself is also an electronic music producer. Therefore, he is deeply involved in the early production process, trying to find and fix problems related to sound in this link, rather than processing them in the later mixing. Just like taking pictures, if you can correct the model's figure and expression on the set, it will definitely be much better than using Photoshop to make a stiff pull in the later stage. The Chainsmokers and DJ Swivel both agreed that a softer bass patch would have allowed the bass line to better match the kick drum, creating a fresh, dreamy soundstage, and that this small change made the final sound even better. Anyone with a passing knowledge of music production can easily hear that the synth chord stabs in the drop section of Closar are extremely warm and rich. They are located quite wide in the final mix, and the frequency range is also very wide, between about 90 Hz and 12,000 Hz. Generally speaking, the effect of lowering the frequency has both advantages and disadvantages. When people monitor this song in mono, they can hear the phase cancellation of the synth chord stabs below 150 Hz. In a nightclub, this phenomenon makes the sound thin, which in turn affects the effect of live performance. But on the other hand, this sense of spaciousness performs well in stereo, whether it is played on the radio or TV. It can significantly reduce the damage caused by compression of the sound quality. As a commercial single born for music radio and Billboard singles chart, Closar must have made a deliberate choice in this regard. In order to make Closar perform better on short wave frequencies, another interesting feature is that the kick drum and bass only occupy a small part of the spectrum. The Chainsmokers chose very powerful tones for these two parts, so that they do not need to occupy too much mixing space, effectively reducing the competition between various elements in the song, making the vocal melody and lead part more prominent, and forming a repetitive brainwashing effect. Finally, although there are many tracks in the drop part, DJ Swivel only focuses on 3 parts: kick drum, synthesizer, string stabs and lead synthesizer. The other tracks are auxiliary to support these 3 main sound channels, which allows the audience to easily digest the sound information that the song wants to convey without too much effort. Rich but not crowded, lively but not noisy. The drop part, which does not require the cooperation of the live tuning team, finally presents the level and color that Closar should have. For the first time since the Chainsmokers took the stage, the audience's heartbeat and breathing began to gradually synchronize with the rhythm of the electronic music. The originally condensed atmosphere began to slowly heat up. It was just waiting for a note to burst out. "You are still as beautiful as the first time we met. I forgot why I left you at that time. Maybe I lost my mind." Just as Madison Square Garden began to rekindle expectations for this stalled performance, a wonderful voice came from the line array speakers suspended in the sky, like an angel slowly descending to the earth, blooming in front of the eardrums of tens of thousands of people at the scene. An angel who still retains his pure heart, but will fall into the devil's way in an instant. If Hanyi were to describe it, Horch's voice would give people the same impression. She was able to release her first album as an independent musician and immediately won the runner-up on the Billboard Hot 200 chart, largely because of the unique singing voice that has never been seen in the history of pop music and is difficult to match. The background of Horch's voice must be ethereal. After removing all the interference of singing techniques, you will find that her voice naturally has a childlike holiness, and it seems that only the gurgling of a newborn baby can match the purity of her voice. The clear high pitch range is like that of a harp, and the mid-range sounds weak, but has a solid driving force, making her seem like she has her own effects. The music critic of Rolling Stone magazine even commented that Horch's good voice does not need auto-tune and has a natural affectation function. But at the same time, Horch's voice is full of chaotic and repressed beauty. The use of a lot of nasal space and breath voice techniques gives her voice a hint of mute texture full of temptation. In addition, Horch uses an almost deliberate way to shape the pronunciation of overly clear vowels, which adds a strange and interesting atmosphere to her performance, making her voice instantly recognizable to all fans who have ever heard her sing. In other words, Horch's voice is a mysterious mixture that is difficult to easily categorize, a divine instrument that spans 2 octaves and a perfect fifth, and cannot be replicated by any sampling device. And this uniqueness is the secret weapon that all electronic music producers are trying hard to master. Therefore, when Horch walked out from behind the lead curtain wall, singing and chanting, the level of the whole performance was instantly raised. Andrew Taggart's performance was just a casual act of a shy high school boy at the prom. But Horch's singing is a performance level that people think matches the most authoritative music video awards in the United States. For this performance, Horch chose a fashionable and avant-garde dress style to accurately capture the abundant emotional energy of this electronic music, dance music, and the passionate ambiguity in the lyrics. She was wearing a white two-piece outfit, including a short silver top that revealed her southern hemisphere, and a pair of high-waisted silver shorts. She also wore a silver collar that shone brightly under the spotlight. With smoky eyes and black lipstick, she looked dangerous, but people couldn't help but want to get close to her. From the looks alone, she was not from the same world as Andrew Taggart, who was wearing a faded plaid shirt. This was even more true for her singing skills. Even if the effects device hanging on the microphone was still so dry, it couldn't affect Horch in the slightest. As soon as she opened her mouth, the reverb and auto-tune effects were turned up to the maximum. The tuner at the sound control desk even subconsciously glanced at the channel in front of him, wondering if he had accidentally touched a switch. Don't leave. Play the song Blink 182 that we were fascinated by in Tucson, okay? Horch's body movements were extremely relaxed, and he didn't look nervous at all. She stood beside Andrew Taggart, shaking her shoulders in rhythm with the drum beats, and gave him a sweet smile that she had practiced in advance during the rehearsal. A love song about an old love rekindled. It was now on track. What kind of driving role should an excellent performer play? Horch perfectly answered this question with her short 20-second performance. With her in place, the nervous and alert look of her partner Andrew Taggart instantly disappeared, and the frequency of Alexander Powell looking up at the audience seats also decreased significantly. Even the keyboardist standing at the far end of the stage showed a relieved smile. Finally, there was a rescue. I know I broke your heart. I drove a broken car that was about to fall apart and came to a strange city alone. I had no news for 4 years, but we met unexpectedly at the hotel bar. You are so dazzling. How can I let go of my longing for you? How can I stop what I'm doing now? Horch, who had a good start, gradually got into the groove and became more and more courageous. Although she sounds fragile, her high notes are surprisingly stable. She is full of energy, breaking through the constraints of the line array sound system with an irrefutable sense of power, and washing the eardrums of the audience who are about to be desensitized by Andrew Taggart like a torrent. Yes, Horch, great. And Mary cheered for her friend's wonderful performance. Beside her, all the stars of Han music stood up and waved their arms up and down to the rhythm. Among them, Dua Lipa, Billie Eilish and Madison Beer performed the most exaggeratedly. The three of them have formed a small circle, as if they were really enjoying the rave culture at the electronic music festival, laughing and twisting their bodies. not only to support their senior sister. The infectious power of this song is really amazing. The most concise arrangement, the richest details, the most accurate mixing, plus the best vocal melody. The previous life's close arc can dominate the entire second half of the world music scene in 2016. Naturally, it has its irreplaceable and incomparable competitive advantages. No one can resist such pure and intense joy. Third can't stop. No, 3 can't stop. Andrew Taggart rejoined the chorus, but his voice was completely overshadowed by Holch's brilliance. Most of the audience, even involuntarily and impolitely, had such an emotion. If only this man could shut up and let Holch finish singing alone. In the backseat of this Land Rover that I know you can't afford, pull me close, cling to death, bit the tattoo on your shoulder, the mattress stolen from the room in Boulder, pull the sheet from the corner to cover you and me. We have always been such reckless souls. Our youth will never grow old. Holch's stage charm is not limited to her voice. This New Jersey girl who has seen too many big scenes since her debut and even conquered the Met Gala. Even her fingertips jump with dramatic tension that adds color to the song. As she sang, Holch circled around Andrew Taggart, who was standing there like a stake. Then, she gently placed her left hand on Andrew's neck and pulled him closer to her, raising the temperature on and off the stage. A party that should have been grand, but was silent due to various bizarre mistakes, was rekindled by the arrival of the stage queen. Hands raised in the air, heads shaking, eyes closed, a sea of fans woven by music gradually formed. Everyone in Madison Square Garden was waiting for that critical moment, the ecstasy that only music can bring. Then, it came. The second drop was like a meteorite hitting the earth. In an instant, the entire venue melted in a kaleidoscope of energy explosion. It was as if someone had opened the door of heaven, mixing the euphoria of liberation into the bass, pouring down like a rainstorm, and drenching every audience member mercilessly. Expressions changed from calm to frenzy, the camera pulled away, and what tens of thousands of people performed together was a human fireworks show full of instinctive reactions. The motionless legs were suddenly given a new life, as if they wanted to touch the rhythm pouring out from the speakers. The arms shot into the air like rockets, as if they wanted to physically grasp the notes floating in the air. The air was filled with an indefinable smell created by sweat, perfume and collective enthusiasm. Laser lights passed through the mist formed by the air column, sometimes crossing, sometimes dispersing, like cosmic rays, briefly drawing bright tattoos on the faces looking up at the stage. 1, 2, 3, let's go. From your room back in Boulder, we ain't ever getting older. We ain't ever getting older. In these precious moments that are hard to replicate in life, everyone in the venue briefly broke free from reality, loosened the shackles that had been suppressing them, and united in a round of collective ecstasy and crazy dance. The ugly reality of the outside world disappeared at this moment. Apart from music and the love, peace, unity, and respect it inspired, nothing else was more important. This is what I bought for $18 million. Reaching out to catch a piece of lucky and unfortunate paper in the white fireworks falling from the sky, Kanye seemed to be talking to Zhao Yaozhen, or confessing to himself. A queen, a hit, a future. Chapter 239 Celebration Party, Part 1. Panda, 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 panda. I got broads in Atlanta, twistin' dope, lean, and the Fanta, credit cards and the scammers, hitting off licks in the bando. Along with the shouts of the crowd and the singer himself, DC Ina's panda exploded in Kanye's ears like a celebration ceremony. Although he retreated to the corner in advance, the leader of Han Music could still feel the scorching heat that continued to gush out towards him. At the edge of the crowd were girls wearing skirts that were not convenient for them to dance violently. Madison Beer, Billie Eilish, Halsey, Lana Del Rey, Ellie Goulding, no matter how old they were, all held a drink that was hard to tell whether it was alcohol or juice, and enjoyed the happy party time. Walking a little further in, the rappers who knew how to play spontaneously formed a circle and played mosh pit in the center of the venue. Post Malone, Quavo, Offset, Lil Yachty, G-Eazy, DC Ina, and even the tall and lively Anne Mary joined in. As the 808 drums of Panda almost blew up the bass, they played with all their might, bumping into each other and playing. In the boiling dance floor, DC Ina was undoubtedly the most unrestrained one. Not only did he take off his suit jacket to reveal his upper body, but he even threw his trousers aside, wearing a pair of boxer shorts and jumping around with a half-empty bottle of Grey Goose. DCI lost both of his 2 nominations, losing the Best New Artist award to DNCE and the Best Hip Hop Video award to Drake's Hotline Bling, but his mood did not seem to be affected at all. After all, DCI, who was already high before walking on the white carpet, probably had to think for a long time before answering the question of where he was. The rappers signed by the Temple label are basically in this situation. Doggy, who has seen and experienced it, is better. He sits on the sofa with his legs crossed, smoking something that no one dares to ask what it is, and controlling the dosage accurately, or in other words, there is no amount that can make him overreact. As for his younger brothers, many of them are invited to attend the award ceremony for the first time. They are extremely excited. They inhale powder into their noses and put pills into their mouths. At this stage, they are already relying on the instinctive reaction of a soulless body. Beyond this human circus, that seems bizarre to others, Diplo leads the electronic music lineup under Han Music, spread out in a line, standing in front of the specially rented CDJ 2000 and DJM 900, performing a B2B performance that will be considered extremely luxurious when looking back in 5 years. Diplo, Marshmello, Nicky Romero, Lost Frequencies, Sam Felt, Nervo, Grey, Cheat Codes, Jonas Blue, and the Chainsmokers, who were kindly invited by Holch to be guests. Electronic music producers are not much better than rappers. The latter are reckless and fierce, while the former are elegant and psychedelic. They stick something on their tongues, wash their noses in the bathroom, and pour alcohol down their throats with the feeling that everything looks like a kaleidoscope and everything in the world is cheering and twisting in front of them. It was agreed that one group would play one song until the party was over. At first, everyone picked music from the USB flash drives that Diplo and Nicky Romero put on the CD player, and the song selection was quite orderly. But as the alcohol and drugs took effect quickly, the DJs began to rush to their pockets, without even checking whether the music was playing, and directly unplugged and threw it aside, plugged in their own USB flash drives and started playing. I turned the turntable while playing the songs. I remember that the speed was a very reasonable mixing method. Diplo, who was drunk, paused many songs first, and played the next song without any connection. Fortunately, most people at the scene had already entered the state. The so-called coherence and musicality of the set had long been thrown out of the window. As long as the subwoofer could still sound, they would shout and cheer for every drop, build up, interlude, or any noise. It was 3 o'clock in the morning, and several hours had passed since the 2016 MTV Video Music Awards came to an end. Kanye led all the members of Han Music to move back to 157, and under the background of the 270-degree panoramic view of Manhattan, they started the event that everyone was looking forward to tonight, which was more important than the award ceremony itself. After party, no artist related to Han Music or NU management was nominated for this VMA. Only one DCI, whose performing arts agency contract was at Utah, was barely related to Kanye. However, his record contract was signed with Kanye West's Good Music, which was managed under Definition Jam. In terms of actual business, apart from the contact for commercial performances, he did not have much overlap with Kanye's business map. Therefore, Kanye brought all the artists to New York for only 2 purposes. First, to meet the people they want to meet. Second, to let the people who should know them know them. And if you want to achieve both of these points at the same time, the most appropriate way is undoubtedly to hold a celebration party that is attractive and topical enough. The attraction is to catch all the talents that Kanye wants to recruit. In a party environment where everyone lets down their guard and speaks freely, it becomes easier to open up many sensitive topics. The topicality is to enhance Han Music's reputation in the industry, help this startup that does not look like a startup stand out from its competitors of the same type, and then get closer to the 3 major companies that Kanye wants to replace. Even if there are no short-term immediate goals, holding a private party with invitations after a large-scale industry celebration is also very conducive to the construction of corporate culture. In a carnival way, it promotes the communication and integration between the backstage team and the artists on stage, and enhances cohesion and mutual trust. Universal, Sony, Warner, WME, CAA, and Utah invested by Honey all have a tradition of holding after parties for decades. Take the Oscars as an example. Every year, United Artists Management Company holds a celebration dinner at the mansion of Jim Berkus, chairman of the board, located on Burton Avenue in Beverly Hills, only 10 minutes away from 864 Stradella Road. It provides a place for clients who are nominated, or won that year, to relax after the intense competition. Of course, it is not just large brokerage agencies and elite record companies that want to expand their network and consolidate their status in this circle. The annual Oscar party of the Elton John AIDS Foundation, the private party of Beyoncé and Jay-Z after the Grammy Awards, and P. Diddy's Plaza Hotel dinner are all VVIP events that even the hottest and most popular superstars would like to receive a ticket. The scene of a star-studded gathering can make the organizer's industry reputation more prosperous. At the same time, being invited to these luxurious parties that are rarely seen by ordinary people can also give guests something to brag about to outsiders and prove their good interpersonal relationships in the circle. Any enduring social occasion, without exception, is a small exchange of fame and fortune that can benefit both the host and the guest. As for the VMA, the most well-known after-party is undoubtedly the celebration party held by Republic Records. After the award ceremony every year, celebrities will gather at the party site of Republic Records to exchange what they have. Last year, Miley Cyrus, Ariana Grande, Nick Jonas, Joe Jonas, The Weeknd, Shawn Mendes, Camila Cabello, these artists who have a close relationship with Republic Records or are affiliated with Universal Music Group, all attended. Republic Records VMA after party is so famous that this year the fashion brand Guess even co-sponsored the event. In addition, the party of American fashion designer Jeremy Scott is also a party scene that people will never ignore when talking about the VMAs in recent years. Since becoming the creative director of Machino in 2013, Jeremy Scott has consciously started to hold similar events to gather connections for himself and the brand. Demi Lovato, Iggy Azalea, Stella Maxwell, Rita Ora, $AP Rocky, and North Stolanoop, that is difficult to gather even at large music festivals, are just a small part of the guest list. This year, the parties of Republic Records and Jeremy Scott were held as scheduled. The two organizers who sent invitations to almost every celebrity guest present unexpectedly found that two powerful rivals suddenly came and stole most of their limelight. One of them was the celebration party held by P. Diddy. At the 2016 VMA Awards, Alicia Keys, Swizz Beatz, Jay-Z, Rihanna, Kanye West, and P. Diddy, all of these hip-hop and R&B bigwigs who usually get along well with each other, were all present. As one of the leading figures in East Coast rap and the most powerful gangster in the hip-hop industry, P. Diddy hosted a banquet for hungry music stars from all over the world at the famous Italian restaurant Pasquale Jones at 187 Mulberry Street in Lower Manhattan. Rather than a celebration party, P. Diddy's spontaneous and impromptu event was more like him taking a group of millionaires who had not eaten a full meal for half a month in order to look glamorous on the white carpet and smoked too many green plants at the scene, causing their bodies to crave food like crazy, to find a place to have a bite and drink some appetizer red wine by the way, to prepare for the extravagant night to come. Therefore, although there was no DJ performance or other atmosphere, and the restaurant itself could only accommodate 60 people standing at the same time, and there were only 45 seats, Pasquale Jones was still crowded with people. After all, no star would not want to have dinner with Jay-Z and Beyoncé. When Adele and Taylor Swift, the current top stars, did not show up, the Carters were the most prestigious celebrities in the VMA industry, and no one else could think of them. Therefore, even after midnight, the crowd on Mulberry Street still had no intention of dispersing. Indoors, there were superstar suppers that would make any paparazzi excited to the point of cardiac arrest. As for the outdoors, of course, there were paparazzi filling up the narrow alley, private security guards who kept pushing and shoving them to stay back, and residents who turned on the lights above their heads and stuck their heads out to curse. This unique scene of nuisance caused residents living on this street and even 2 blocks away to call 911. The 5th Precinct police officers, who rushed to the scene with sirens honking all the way, saw this situation and immediately set up a cordon around Mulberry Street. Except for those who held the VMA award ceremony admission certificate, no one was allowed to pass through, acting as the temporary protection of the stars. As for the residents who called to complain, it won't hurt to sleep less. Just treat it as a murder in Manhattan tonight that happened right at your doorstep. Seeing the unusual scene of the NYPD, the well-informed New Yorkers also reacted quickly. As the stars finished their meal and filed out, the curses with various accents were instantly transformed into the most enthusiastic greetings. Can I look up? It looks good tonight, Kim. B on K, will you marry me? P did his late night restaurant took up almost an hour to an hour and a half of the stars' time. When the Republic Records and Jeremy Scott parties began to welcome the first wave of heavyweight guests, it was already past 1 in the morning. But soon, Mont Lipman, the founder and current CEO of Republic Records, found out with gritted teeth that some of the stars who attended the party only stayed at the scene for less than half an hour, and then left quickly, after frowning and checking their phones for a few minutes, and disappeared without a trace. Where did they go? The new blood in the music industry. The official award ceremony was unknown, but the after-party session was a big hit. Not many people in the industry paid attention to the white carpet. At most, they would whisper to each other after seeing Madison Beer, Halsey or Lana Del Rey, sighing or teasing that a company with new capital had finally appeared in the circle. What was so attractive about the after-party held at the VMA Awards ceremony for the first time? Few people know the answer to this question, so after Pasquale Jones's dinner, almost no one regarded 157 as the second stop of the celebration tour. But soon, the reputation of the Han Music Party spread virally along the ubiquitous social media network. First, Victoria's Secret supermodel Stella Maxwell saw Madison Beer's Snapchat video, which was obviously sent to a group of people, and then disappears after being read. Living my best life. A simple copy was enclosed in a grey rectangular frame. In the video, Madison Beer held up her phone and took a 360-degree selfie, capturing the scenery of 157, number 79 in the frame. The video was shot at night, so the quality was not very clear, but Stella Maxwell, who had lived in New York for many years, could instantly recognize the scenery outside the window and the general location of Madison. Upper West Side, Upper East Side, Central Park. Holy shit. She's in 157. Where are you, girl? Sitting at the Republic Records party, the bored Stella Maxwell pulled up the text message interface and sent an iMessage to Madison Beer, whom she had met at the Justin Bieber party. I'm at the after party. Seeing Stella Maxwell's message, Madison's mouth curled up a sly smile of success. Her fingers flew, deliberately answering vaguely. Which after party? Stella Maxwell asked persistently. Oh, one held by my label. Madison Beer's calmness can be fully reflected in words alone. Are you coming? Of course. You. After thinking for a while, Stella Maxwell deleted the unfinished question. I must always remind myself to pay attention, maintain the posture of a Victoria's Secret angel, and accept the invitation as soon as others invite me. If you haven't left, after I'm done here, I'll come to see you. I miss you. Miss me? When was the last time we talked? 2 years ago. Madison pouted, but her hands did not stop moving. Me too, dear. 157, #79. Just come up. When you get there, I'll tell the front desk. Mission accomplished. Turning off the screen of her mobile phone, Madison Beer stood up and strode towards Hanyi, who was standing by the window and chatting with Karen Guo, and tapped the phone neatly on the other's chest. Stella Maxwell has taken the bait. Wait for a bunch of supermodels to come to the scene. Thank you very much, Maddie. Hanyi held the phone that almost dropped with both hands, with a blank look on his face. This phone is for. Just want to add a little drama effect. Give it back to me. Madison grinned and quickly snatched the phone back from Hanyi's hand, lest the chat history between her and her bestie Isabella Jones be accidentally seen by the other party. What's in the record? Something that Hanyi would be extremely worried about his personal safety if he accidentally saw it. Since falling in love with her boss, Madison Bill, who has no one to talk to, has only Isabella Jones as a channel for emotional catharsis. And the conversation between besties, you know, that's the only place where girls don't need to use filters. Well, in the case of no way to hack into Madison's phone, let's get back to the point. The parties held by Han Music naturally have an advantage that is far higher than other competitors. That is, the venue under their feet that can't be replaced in Manhattan. Republic Records after party was held at the Up and Down nightclub at 244 West 14th Street. This entertainment venue, which consists of the All Seasons rooftop club, bar, and lounge, is located on the 18th floor of the Marksy Hotel in Chelsea. The music is good, the drinks are good, but the facilities are lacking. As a traditional large dance floor club, Up and Down has a serious shortage of booths. It's okay if 1 or 2 stars come occasionally on weekdays, but when many superstars such as Rihanna, Ariana Grande and Drake are present at the same time, the layout of the venue becomes a bit awkward and cramped. Drake stood at the bar for 30 minutes and couldn't even find a high chair. 400 people filled this nightclub with limited height. Even with the air conditioning turned on, it was so hot that people felt short of breath. Jeremy Scott's party was held in a slightly more upscale venue. He directly requisitioned Moschino's flagship store at 73 Wooster Street in Soho to receive guests. But the decoration and display of this store can hardly be called outstanding. In addition, Moschino cannot drastically transform the regular operating space of the store for a one-night party. Therefore, celebrities who arrived here, such as Jaden Smith, Hailey Baldwin, Tove Lo and Haley Steinfeld, all complained about the party environment tonight. Last year's VMA Awards ceremony was held in Los Angeles. Jeremy Scott chose Poppy nightclub and played the music as loud as he wanted. But this year in New York, Moschino's flagship store is surrounded by residential buildings. If the subwoofer vibrates a little, the complaint call will be immediately called to the police station. Although Jeremy Scott can afford the noise ticket and is not afraid of the NYPD to shut down his party, this situation where a police car stops at the door every few minutes and looks in furtively is undoubtedly quite frustrating for celebrities who value privacy. The police are outside. What should I do with the powder in my pocket? In comparison, Hanye's 157 penthouse is simply a fairyland hidden in the clouds. The impeccable panoramic view of Manhattan. If the sunset view is magnificent enough, the skyscrapers illuminated at night are a unique man-made wonder in the world. The 6,240 square foot column-free space and the 12.85 foot theater-style ceiling height give it a more luxurious nightclub and sky lounge atmosphere than Up and Down. In addition, the height of nearly 1,000 feet from the ground and the structure of a single floor allow Han Music to move the subwoofer into the apartment. Even if it shakes the floor, there will be no complaints. Besides, who will complain? The owners of the upper and lower floors, one in the UAE and the other in the UK, have been uninhabited in their respective apartments for years. Who wouldn't want to attend a party in a penthouse with a Central Park view worth $35 million? Even Hollywood stars or fashion supermodels rarely have the opportunity to enjoy this level of luxury. Come with me, Winnie. Stella Maxwell patted Winnie Harlow's shoulder, who was taking a selfie next to her, and leaned over to shout in her ear, "Where are we going?" Winnie frowned and asked in confusion, "We've only been here for 20 minutes. What's the point of this? Smell other people's cigarette butts?" The loud-mouthed Stella always speaks her mind. She handed her phone to Winnie and showed her the video that Madison Beal had posted on Instagram again. "Let's go here." Wow. Winnie opened her eyes slightly and exclaimed, "Where is this?" "A party held by Madison Beal's label." Stella Maxwell paused for a moment and emphasized, "In 157. I'll go call John." Hearing the place name, Winnie stood up without hesitation and walked to the depths of the dance floor. "Call Jasmine and Ziazu too." Stella Maxwell clasped her hands together at her lips and shouted at Winnie's back. Then, she opened the screen of her phone again, skillfully found WhatsApp, quickly scrolled down, and clicked on Barbara Pavin's profile picture. "Barbara, where are you? Why didn't I see you tonight?" "Where did you see me? New York." "Yeah, VMA. Forgot. I'm in Venice." Silly. Oh, okay. I also asked you to go to a new party together. New party. At 157. Madison Beer's label spent a lot of money to rent a venue in 157. Crazy. After sending this sentence, Barbara Pavin on the other end of the phone was silent for a long time and did not reply to new messages. Until John Smalls, Jasmine Tokes and Park Soo-joo followed Winnie Harlow and came to Stella Maxwell with laughter. The grey bubble dialog box representing Barbara reappeared and 4 new messages popped out in a row. Sounds fun. Have fun girls. Help me. Take more videos. Okay. I want to see the apartment in 157. I'm going to go on my honeymoon tomorrow. I will try to keep updating every day. Chapter 240 Celebration Party, Part 2. Okay, let's take a look. Huddled in a corner of the corridor connecting the kitchen and the dining room, Madison Beer counted on her fingers, her eyes scanning the room like a high-precision monitor, muttering to herself. Stella Maxwell. Check. Billie Eilish crossed her arms and made a serious report beside her friend. On the far right, she is drinking and chatting with G-Eazy. Did she take that song seriously? Madison narrowed her eyes and gossiped loudly in Billie's ear. It's not that she wanted others to hear, it's just that the music in the apartment is too loud. Not really. Really? Oh, right. Madison patted her forehead and realized it later. Billie nodded in response. After a few seconds, she grinned with a malicious arc. What do you think? What? Madison was confused. That blonde doll. Billie pouted in Stella's direction. Is she your type? I think she's the type you'd like. I don't like girls, not in that way. Madison gave a ridiculous look at her new best friend, who she had been with day and night for more than 2 months. That's a pity. Billie shrugged. I bet you're definitely very popular. You're cute, sexy, have a good figure, perky lips, and a nice butt. Stop. Madison quickly gestured to Billie to pause. How did I make you misunderstand me? I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with this. If I really like girls, then I would definitely. So what sent the wrong signal? What other signals do you need to send? Billie snorted twice. You don't seem to have any interest in boys. This is not just my opinion. Who said I'm not interested in boys? Madison raised her eyebrows and raised her voice as if she had a great grievance. What's wrong with you? Billie glanced at her. When was the last time you dated a boy? Dating? It seemed like it was a long time ago. Then again, can those really be considered dates? They just randomly found a restaurant in Long Island to eat. When was the last time you marked a boy as B, love, or boyfriend in your phone's memo? These nicknames are so tacky. I've never changed this kind of note, so this is the real answer. I dare not change it, for fear that others will see it and misunderstand. You don't have to answer these questions. They are not important. Billie raised her index finger and asked repeatedly, when was the last time you kissed a boy? Oh, this one. This number is a lot. Which time are you asking about? I was going to ask about it today, but I was stopped at the last minute. Well, it was more than a month ago. Madison's pretty face was slightly drunk. She cleared her throat and answered honestly. Really? With whom? Tell me a name. Yusef. Yusef who? Yusef Hancock. Yusef Hancock. Billie Eilish looked disappointed and shook her head back and forth. Listen to how outrageous the name you made up is. Do I need to explain further? How can I tell that you are queer? But I'm really not queer. After a not so intense mental struggle, Madison's shoulders relaxed, her eyelids drooped, and she gave up resistance. Whatever you say, wait until I find a boyfriend and send Snapchat every day, only to you, until you feel like vomiting. How kinky are you? Billie Eilish obviously misunderstood the meaning of vomiting. After being punched hard on the arm by Madison, the sturdy girl pounced on the other party with her teeth and claws. The 2 underage girls who tasted alcohol secretly were a little dizzy at this time and deviated from their normal behavior patterns. After playing around without any offensive power for a while, the 2 panting people called a truce and continued the unfinished work just now. That, the lovely lady is. Billie looked at the 2 o'clock direction and asked hesitantly. Which one are you talking about? That one, with super long legs. The companions she brought with her have legs that can reach our chests. Who are you talking about? Oh, God, I'm going to hell. Billy sighed helplessly and said quickly, "It's the one with the map around her mouth. Whoever is on it, forgive me. You said her. Her name is Winnie Harlow." Madison suddenly realized that it was not Billy's fault for her inaccurate description. In this society, where political correctness is supreme, as a Z-generation vegan who grew up in a blue state, Billy, who is full of buffs, naturally would not use physical defects to label others. But for Winnie Harlow, it is really hard to say whether the vitiligo spots all over her body are physiological defects or advantages that make her career take off. After all, she relies on those highly recognizable tattoos to emerge as a representative of diversified casting in the fashion industry that increasingly emphasizes inclusiveness. Whether it is Chanel or Valentino, Victoria's Secret or Estee Lauder, each brand hopes to declare its attention to the disadvantaged groups and the so-called beauty of personality by hiring this African American girl who, except for vitiligo, completely meets the traditional supermodel standards in terms of appearance and figure. In a safe and harmless way, she has been very famous in the fashion circle in the past 2 years. The two of us combined can't make a fraction of her. Madison introduced Billy carefully. The latter didn't know much about the various people and tricks in the fashion industry. The so-called high-end fashion and luxury brands were not what she was keen on. Yes, after getting the advance payment, Billy did spend a little money and bought 2 or 3 Balenciaga and Yves Saint Laurent bags. But this is the innate and irresistible nature of every girl, isn't it? As for Billy's personal preferences, she still prefers those loose and figure-unflattering trendy clothes, as well as a variety of collectible sneakers. Beside her, chatting with Calvin Harris, are John Smalls and Jasmine Tooks. One is the former world's #1 supermodel, and the other is the current Victoria's Secret angel. Wait, who invited Calvin Harris? Me. Dua Lipa poked her head out from behind Billy and Madison, and put her arm around their shoulders. You knew him? Yes, everyone in the UK knows each other. We have a Facebook group. Dua Lipa laughed and teased. Although she was still a little shy and reserved when dealing with outsiders, she was able to fully show her cheerful side, which was that she belonged to Leo rather than Virgo, when she was with these 2 little girls of the same age. No, seriously, if he took the initiative to approach me at the award ceremony, and Mary and I would sit diagonally behind him. At this point, Dua Lipa's deliberately restrained smile hid a bit of naive pride. He said he heard my songs when he returned to the UK and liked my voice very much. He also left me his WhatsApp number and said there would be a chance for cooperation in the future. Wow. Madison gossiped in an exaggerated tone. Someone will be busy tonight. That's not the case. Dua Lipa shook her head like a rattle. Calvin only talked to me about music and didn't give any other hints. And his ex is Taylor Swift. How could he be interested in me? We are both tall, beautiful, and cool. Both are singers, and both want to cooperate. What's the difference? Madison Beale pursued. You haven't seen his CK commercial, have you? The one with only underwear and 6-pack abs. I've seen it. Dua swallowed unconsciously. Calvin Harris went from an ordinary electronic music producer who collaborated with Rihanna to a popular lover that every girl wants to have something with, and he did it with just this one advertisement and one poster. Then what are you waiting for? Madison raised her hand, her tone as urgent as if she was talking about something of life and death. Why don't you go? Dua Lipa counterattacked. It sounds like you can't wait. Madison Beale was slightly stunned. The reason why she wanted to persuade Dua Lipa to give it a try was because she was also brewing such an idea in her heart. It's just that the target is not Calvin Harris. Many things can be covered up with alcohol as an excuse. Today is a perfect opportunity. Don't worry about her. She's driving on the other side of the highway. Billy answered first with a metaphor that seemed euphemistic, but in fact everyone knew its hidden meaning. Nonsense again. Madison's eyes widened. I clearly told you that I have a boy I like. Who? Yusef Hancock. Under Dua Lipa's blank gaze, Madison Beale and Billie Eilish, who have a very boring secret code name, smiled at each other. Let's continue counting. I remember Stella brought someone here, Park Seo-ju. Why didn't I see her? Did she leave early? No, she was just socializing. I just saw her. This next sentence will make me sound like a racist born in 1920, but she was with a group of Korean boys. following the direction of Billy's finger. Fellow countrymen from the same country who worked hard overseas were greeting each other warmly. It's better to say that the boys were bowing to Park Seo-joo in various ways to express their admiration for their predecessors. Bulletproof Dean Squad, abbreviated as BTS, is a completely elusive and strange name. It is the name of the K-pop group composed of these Asian boys. Madison didn't know much about pop music on the other side of the ocean. In 2016, she had not yet taken on the role of Evelyn in the KD/A group in League of Legends. Before that, she had never heard any K-pop songs and couldn't recognize any stars from South Korea. Madison's only connection with that country was probably that she also liked to use emoticons. Madison knew very little about why this group of idols with smoky eye makeup would appear in the lineup of Han Music attending the VMA Awards ceremony. She only knew that Han Yi seemed to be optimistic about the development prospects of Asian pop music in Europe and the United States, and asked her manager Seo Yaozin to negotiate a distribution agreement for BTS. Is it a distribution agency? Or a joint distribution? Is it Yaozin who is pushing it? Or is Karen in charge? Madison was not interested in knowing more. I think you are indeed a racist. Madison grabbed Billy's arm and moved half an inch to the right. You can obviously say that she is with our manager, Seo Yaozin. With her back to the two of them and only half of her profile exposed, was standing in this conversation circle started by her, with an elegant and gentle smile on her face, her body slightly leaning forward, listening carefully to Suzu's praise for herself. The respect that Seo-jin and BTS members have for Park Seo-joo is not without purpose. Born in Seoul in 1986, she immigrated to Anaheim, California with her family at the age of 10. Today, Park Seo-joo, who is only 30 years old, has become one of the most famous Asian models in the world. She is the first Asian spokesperson for L'Oreal and one of the few global ambassadors for Chanel. Last year, her annual income reached $3 million, only slightly less than her good friend Barbara Pavin. Regardless of age or achievements, Park Seo-joo deserves the courtesy of Seo-jin and BTS in the strict hierarchy of the peninsula. Of course, Park Seo-joo did not put on the template of her Korean predecessors. On the one hand, it is because she has been immersed in American culture for many years and has long abandoned the overly cumbersome etiquette constraints. On the other hand, it is because the achievements made by these two groups of compatriots in their respective fields are also very outstanding. Han Yi, who lives with Seo Yaozin day and night, finds it difficult to objectively judge the Korean girl's newly started career, but if you step away and observe as a bystander like Park Seo-joo, Seo Yaozin's achievements as an artist manager in just half a year can almost be described as a myth or a fairy tale. The artists directly managed include Madison Beer, Billie Eilish, Khalid, and Anne-Marie. And from the same artist management company, there are dozens of others who occasionally connect with some performances, music cooperation and business activities, such as Holch, Diplo, Marshmello and Lana Del Rey. Usually, before a manager becomes famous, he basically concentrates on serving one or two artists. Even if he becomes famous later, it rarely exceeds double digits. Therefore, in terms of quantity alone, Seo Yaozin has already reached the top 0.01% of the industry. More importantly, in the past quarter, the artists managed by Seo Yaozin have performed extremely well. Billie Eilish, Madison, Khalid, and Anne-Marie, each of their singles has been on the charts for a long time. Among them, Madison's Cold Water has been the champion for 3 consecutive weeks, allowing Seo Yaozin to achieve a goal that many managers cannot reach in their entire lives in the first year of her career. This week, the competition between Cold Water and Closer has entered a white-hot stage. According to the current situation, the champion of the latest Billboard singles chart to be announced in 2 days will inevitably be between the two. For Han Music and Columbia Records, this is a life and death zero-sum game, but for Seo Yaozin herself, it is indeed a wonderful situation that she can win no matter what. It is naturally the best result for Cold Water to continue to be the banker. Madison Beer and Diplo are both signed artists managed by Renu. 1 more week of champion means 2 more exposures. But even if Closer tops the charts, it's not unacceptable, because Horch's career has developed to this point. If she can break through the record of Billboard's champion singles, it will be of great benefit to her preparation for the next new album, as well as the selection and contact of cooperating artists. Your artists are on both singles. It's your honor, no matter which one wins. Park Soo praised in English. She has lived in the United States for much longer than in Korea, and she has become accustomed to speaking in a second language. Eugene, this is no longer the so-called honor ovations. Even if you put aside race, you are one of the best managers. Thank you, Suzu. Seo Yuzhan waved her hand and answered humbly in the same language. Her situation is similar to Suzu, or even more exaggerated. She usually works in English and communicates with Hanyue in Chinese. She only uses Korean occasionally. These are all the credits of the artists in the record company. I can only say that I did some paperwork at most. I don't think so. The person who has the greatest influence on the artists is definitely the manager, not other supporting roles. Park Seo-ju shook her head and looked at Kim Namjoon, who was standing aside and hesitant to speak. As the leader of the team and the one who speaks English most fluently, Kim Namjoon has been playing the role of BTS spokesperson at today's celebration party. Don't you think so, Namjoon? You should understand it deeply. Yes, if it weren't for our president's vision and insight, it would be useless, no matter how well others do. Manager Cho should also play the same role, and it's very hard. The first half of the sentence used all the big words that could be used in English with a weird accent, and the second half of the sentence turned back to Korean, flattering Cho Eugene more implicitly and cleverly. The President Bang Si-hyuk, mentioned by Kim Namjoon, originally planned to attend this year's VMA Awards ceremony, but ultimately failed to do so due to various reasons. Therefore, Seo Yuzhan's first meeting with this negotiation opponent and new partner had to be postponed. Although the two have not met offline so far, their confrontations in phone, ML and video conferences have gradually started since May and reached a peak before the signing of the framework agreement last month. According to Hanyue's plan, Asian groups like Blackpink, BTS and BABY, which will shine in Europe and the United States in the future, are strategic assets that Han Music must strive for. Their joining will allow the group to gain a first mover advantage in a segmented front that will daunt the three major music groups over time. Asian music, wanting to surpass Hollywood or get rid of the constraints of the three major music groups to survive independently, is still a hopeless empty talk in the short term. However, as a strong growth point to promote the recovery of the world music market in the 2020s, Asian musicians, their popular works, and the related commercial development rights are a battleground that Hanyue, as a nation, must not let others do. In order to maximize the success rate of cooperation negotiations, Hanyue specially assigned two Asian talents in the team, Seo Yuzhan and Karen Guo, to take the lead in promoting the Asian Artist Project. Seo Yuzhan of Renai Management is mainly responsible for the negotiation of artist management rights and performing arts agency rights in North America and other parts of the world, while Karen Guo of Han Music is responsible for obtaining the agency of master tape copyright and music copyright of three groups of artists. The more regions the better. Faced with the olive branch thrown by Han Music, the three groups of artists had different reactions. BABY, who is already a Yuta customer, is very interested in Han Liv's proposal to fund a world tour, but the behind-the-scenes controller of the group, Amuse's boss Kei Kobayashi, simply rejected Han Music and Han Distribution's proposal to distribute the overseas album outside of Japan. On March 29, 2016, BABY's second studio album was released. With the help of Sony Music, this album, titled Metal Resistance, not only won the second place in the Oricon Weekly chart with sales of 133,000 copies in Japan, but also debuted at number 39 on the Billboard Hot 200 album chart, setting the best record for Japanese singers in the US market since Sakamoto Kaiwin. 1963. With such a strong development momentum, BABY will naturally not easily leave the embrace of Sony Music. Moreover, Japanese people overseas are a group that is more united and more resistant to cross-border cooperation than Koreans and Indians. If problems can be solved by domestic companies, they will never consider overseas partners. Compared with BABY's neat refusal, Blackpink's attitude is more subtle. So far, IG has not explicitly said no to various cooperation proposals from Han Music, but it is still far from really agreeing. Although Blackpink itself is a new group that has officially debuted for less than a month, the company's own globalization strategy has been firmly implemented for many years, actively operating to help Big Bang win the Best World Artist Award at the MTV European Music Video Awards, and setting up its own distribution system in the United States. Big Bang's fifth EP Alive has historically entered the Billboard album chart, becoming the first Korean album in the history of the Billboard chart. Compared with the gains and losses of a city or a place, IG is more concerned about the activation of the company's internal value. In other words, even if Han Music can bring Blackpink enough exposure and abundant profits in a short period of time, they will not be happy, because the agency of the most promising artists will only damage the company's ability to expand overseas, and then affect IG's investor confidence and its stock price on the Korean Stock Exchange. At this point in the development of the company, how much money the artists themselves can make is no longer the most important concern. The most important issue is how much money the outside world thinks they can make, and how many assets they have at their disposal at any time. Sony and Warner, which are actively laying out the Korean market, have also discussed agency issues with IG. Since two of the three major music groups have been gently rejected by IG, the situation of the newly established Han Music will naturally not be much better. However, Han Yi did not give up. Zhao Yaozhen and Karen Guo, who he entrusted to promote this project, were not the kind of weaklings who would raise the white flag after a setback. They still actively negotiated cooperation with IG, and as a second choice, they started with performance cooperation and single cooperation, so that IG could see the sincerity and strength of Han Music, and then make the next step. The response of the first two groups of artists more or less disappointed Han Yi, but this disappointment was soon doubled by BTS. Big Hit Entertainment's president Fang Shai not only agreed to sign an entertainment agency contract with Utah outside of Asia, but also signed an overseas distribution agency agreement with Han Music for the next studio album Wings. Yes, there is still a gap with Han Music's cooperation method of agency according to the number of years or albums, but it can be regarded as a victory of some size. You know, in 2016, BTS has already started the conquest mode in the Asian market, and began to carefully test the water temperature of the European and American markets. In 2015, In the Mood for Love Part 1 topped the Jian album chart and the Billboard World Album Chart, and also made a historic breakthrough on the Billboard Hot 200 album chart, ranking 171st for 1 week. In early May 2016, In the Mood for Love Young Forever was released, which went a step further. With 300,000 pre-orders, 3 new singles, Epilogue, Young Forever, Fire and Save Me, were airborne in the top 3 of the Billboard World Singles Chart. On the Hot 200 album chart, BTS also made much progress compared to before, ranking 107th for 2 weeks. Judging from the results alone, Big Hit and Bang Si-hyuk should follow IG's example and handle their own overseas market business. But the operating conditions of the two companies are very different. IG is a traditional large entertainment group in South Korea. It was listed on the Korea Stock Exchange in 2011 and has been publicly raising funds in the secondary market for 5 years. Although it is not as financially strong as the 3 major music groups, it is definitely a local tyrant in the peninsula. In contrast, Big Hit was only founded in 2005. So far, it has only one influential artist, BTS, and its scale is not even enough to be called a boutique studio. For President Fang, the most urgent task at present is to quickly expand overseas markets, increase the company's operating income, improve profitability, and then start capitalization operations without stopping, so that it has a chance to compete with the traditional entertainment industry giants in South Korea. Therefore, Fang Shai has been looking for a channel partner with more sincerity than the Orchard under Sony Music. The services provided by the Orchard to BTS are indeed professional, but they cannot use their own financial resources to bring BTS benefits beyond agency distribution. But Han Yi can. In order to obtain the agency rights for Wings, Han Yi promised an advance payment of $500,000. Regardless of whether the album sells $500,000 in overseas regions, the money will be deposited into Big Hit's account in advance. In addition, Han Music will also provide a series of promotional resources for free. $500,000 is just a small amount in Han Yi's account, but for a company of Big Hit's size, having $500,000 in cash at their disposal can allow them to carry out many additional development projects. The generosity in terms of money, coupled with the recent outstanding performance on the charts, finally prompted Fang Shai to make up his mind and reject the Orchard's renewal proposal, leaving the life and death of the next album in the hands of Han Music. Of course, Fang Shai, who looks honest but is actually very shrewd, has kept several tricks. He only signed out the agency distribution rights for one studio album and only limited to the master copyright. The music copyright is still represented by Sony Music. He has the best of both worlds and does not offend either side. If there is any problem with Han Music, the next album can return to Sony at any time. This conservative business move is understandable, and Han Yi naturally does not mind it too much. After all, he doesn't really care about the income from the music itself, and even the BTS group of artists is not his primary target. How to gradually swallow Big Hit, the future hype, through capital operation, and directly control half of the future of K-pop, is the question that a qualified time traveler should consider. The most fantastic development process of the world music scene in the past 10 years, it is too unreasonable not to share a piece of the pie. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, Han Yi gave BTS the highest courtesy. Not only did he find a way to get the VMA tickets for the group, but he also paid for all the members to buy business class tickets to fly to New York. After arriving here, he also gave full respect. Led by compatriot Zhao Yaozhen, he met key contacts who might have a driving effect on their careers at the celebration party. Park Seo-ju, a nation icon who can help BTS further gain popularity in the American market, is undoubtedly one of the contacts that needs to be fought for. So, the boss asked you to invite Stella Maxwell, just to let her bring Park Seo-ju here, to introduce her to BTS. And Mary, who was listening intently but didn't understand, asked, "It shouldn't be." Madison thought about it and shook her head. "I guess we just met by chance and got to know each other by chance. Because Yi didn't specifically ask me to invite anyone. He just told me that if Han Music wants to become famous, this party needs more celebrities to appear. Let me think of a way to see if there is room for operation." Yes. Dua Lipa echoed. "The boss also told me that everyone I know who can be invited should be invited." "I see." Khalid, the only male in the Han Music girlfriends group, stroked his chin, looked around the party scene, and pondered. "Then, if you want this celebration party to become a hot topic in the city, these people are not enough now. Leave it to me." Hearing this, Halsey, who had just refilled a glass of tequila and walked briskly past them, stopped, raised his mobile phone, and took a photo of the northwest corner of the reception area seemingly casually, then lowered his head and clicked send while walking forward. "What did you take a photo of?" Madison asked in confusion. "Of course it's the DJs." Holch turned the screen over, shook it towards Madison, and smiled. "Think about it. What is the most important factor for a party to be successful?" Chapter 241 Celebration Party, Part 2. What is the most important factor? Music. It can create a warm atmosphere, bring together people who are originally unfamiliar and reserved, stimulate the vitality and interest of guests, and create unforgettable happy memories. Of course, the premise is that the music is right. There are all kinds of people in the world. How to choose the right music for your self-proclaimed unique, extremely picky, and eccentric guests according to different times and venues is a complicated knowledge that requires time to ponder and improve. Just like you need an excellent lawyer to help you draft a divorce agreement, if you want to play good music that everyone praises, an excellent DJ is indispensable. Han Music's after party has the most popular DJ in the world. Not one, but a group. The DJs at the party on the Republic Records side are all from the up and down nightclub resident, with good skills, but not enough fame. In addition, there are amateurs like Joe Jonas who are not good, but love to play, and the overall music atmosphere is not much different from that of an ordinary nightclub. As for Jeremy Scott's party, more attention was paid to the decoration and display on site, as well as the clothing matching of each guest. After all, Machino is a fashion brand, and visually pleasing is the most important thing. It's not that no thought was put into the music, but not much. Jeremy Scott asked Made Event, the organizer of the large-scale electronic music festival Electric Zoo in New York, for help and booked some local DJs that matched the brand's tone to play techno and tech house on site. In 2016, unlike 2023 after the epidemic, in the United States, techno music was far from mainstream, and the music itself had not yet developed popular characteristics that could attract a wide audience. Representative artists such as Enema, ARTBAT and Space Motion had either not debuted or were not yet famous. Therefore, the music of Jeremy Scott's After Party, although very stylish and in line with the consumption scene of the Machino flagship store, still inevitably made people feel a little boring. So, what about the after party held by Han Music? From the perspective of the planner alone, this penthouse party at 157 is much better than its competitors. In terms of live music, Han Yi completely handed it over to Diplo, a partner of Mad Decent and currently one of the top 5 electronic music stars in the world, to select the performers for the night. Apart from anything else, Diplo only needs to put his name and Major Laser's name on the performance schedule to declare victory. The quality of the sets may be similar, but in terms of the number of fans or the total number of plays, all the DJs at Republic Records and Jeremy Scott's parties combined cannot beat Diplo's little finger. When it comes to playing the same songs, would you rather watch the grassroots DJ who lives next door to your apartment, has to work during the day, and can only play part-time at night, or the creator of Spotify's historical play record? The answer is self-evident. The icing on the cake is that Han Yi attached great importance to the layout of the electronic music sector at the beginning of the company's establishment. In fact, the first move for Han Music to initially make a name for itself in the industry was the acquisition of majority stake in Mad Decent worth $36 million. After acquiring Diplo and the master music copyrights he controlled, Han Yi made great efforts to sign a group of world-renowned DJs or potential DJs who will become world-renowned DJs in the future with Mad Decent, relying on their deep roots and strong influence in the electronic music circle. Nicky Romero, Jonas Blue, Marshmello, Lost Frequencies, Cheat Codes, Grey. These electronic music producers who will surely attract more and more attention as time goes by, are the indispensable core engines of Han Music and Han Distribution. Only by relying on their continuous output can the music empire created by Han Yi purchase and replenish the ammunition depot on a large scale and have a stable internal hematopoietic mechanism to provide two-way support, forming a healthy and sustainable ecological chain. Performers are the body, and producers are the flesh and blood. Performing arts brokerage and live events are the hands and feet, and record companies and copyright distribution are the brains. Han Yi, who is well funded, did not leave any strengths and weaknesses for his music business group from the beginning. Each board is equally solid and tough. Therefore, when vying for invitations to the VMA, Han Music did not discriminate. It treated its 3 major groups, pop artists, hip-hop singers, and electronic music producers, equally, as long as they were in the United States, or had no scheduled performance notices on the day. They were all arranged to attend the award ceremony in New York. The result of this operation was that almost no electronic music artists from the 3 major music groups attended. The Chainsmokers and Calvin Harris from Sony Music Columbia Records, and Afrojack, who released Something on Definition Jam, were the only 3. No one had any relationship with Republic Records, or was a friend of Jeremy Scott. So, when Halsey sent the grand B2B scene to Andrew from the Chainsmokers, within a quarter of an hour, the two set out from the hotel and arrived downstairs at 1:57. Later, Calvin Harris and Afrojack followed one after another and brought along a group of friends such as John Newman, Six Lack, and Florence Welsh. This gave the Han Music After Party, which was originally more like an internal gathering, a bit more of a star flavor from outside the group. With Diplo in control, the music at the party was indeed quite good. Mad Decent's contracted DJs took turns to perform, playing electro house, progressive house, deep house, drum and bass, dubstep, and even hard dance, chill out, and hip hop. Han Music's electronic music producers fully demonstrated their vast and rich music library. According to the atmosphere of the scene, while ensuring popularity to match the VMA theme, various unexpected fresh drops were bombarded in turn, making the scene hot, and making the insiders who originally only planned to have a few drinks feel itchy. There was no need for Diplo to persuade them. With a hook, Calvin Harris, the Chainsmokers, and Afrojack stood in front of the CD player. 4 CDJ 2000s, 2 and 3 channels as the main ones, 1 and 4 channels as spares. With laughter and joy, the producers played a battle for USB control, competing to see who could perfectly catch up with the previous person's music with their own prepared tracks without any preparation. This kind of grand occasion, which can't be seen even in Ultra and EDC, is worth every penny. It is worth it for all the guests present to take out their mobile phones and record it in the form of photos or videos. For a time, any user who paid a little attention to the European and American entertainment circles was flooded with videos of the celebration party of Han music. Legend B2B legend. This is a short video posted by Billie Eilish on Instagram stories. With her number of fans soaring recently, she is quite active on social media, updating one or even several posts a day. In the video, Billie rushed to the DJ table outside the screen and shouted, filming Diplo and Calvin Harris's tacit cooperation. Although they are friends, this pair has never performed on the same stage, and there will be no experience in the future. Therefore, this scene of being in the same frame is precious. The combination that the organizers of the music festival can't put together, even if they spend $1 million, is just a small episode in the celebration party of Han music. No way. They are jing together? Leaning against the sink in the up and down bathroom, Hailey Baldwin pressed her thumb on the screen to freeze the video posted by Billie Eilish and laughed out loud in surprise. At the end of August 2016, Hailey Baldwin had not yet become the well-known Mrs. Bieber. She attended the VMA Awards ceremony alone. She was still the so-called supermodel who no one knew what she had filmed, but the media always called her a fashion star. Who is jing with whom? Taylor Hill asked casually, while fixing her hair. Compared with Hailey, her modeling resume is much more brilliant. At least she has been a Victoria's Secret angel since 2014. Diplo and Calvin Harris. Hailey jumped out word by word, and her emphasis was extremely obvious. Wow. Taylor Hill stopped what she was doing instantly. As someone who lives in Hollywood, she has a keen sense of insider information. So that thing is true. The person who said bad things about Taylor in front of Calvin was Diplo. The Taylor that Hill was referring to was naturally not herself, but Taylor Swift, who had just parted ways with Calvin Harris 2 months ago and caused a lot of trouble. At first, both of them tried to handle the end of this relationship in a low-key manner, but after the media broke the news that Taylor participated in This Is What You Came For under the pseudonym Nils Jobberg, and was confirmed by Taylor's public relations manager, Calvin Harris sent out 7 tweets to fire back. She is a great lyricist, and has been very successful as usual. But what hurts me is that she and her team chose to spare no effort to damage my image at this time. Calvin wrote, I think if you're happy with your new relationship, then you should focus on enjoying the present, not looking for opportunities to tear your ex apart. I know you just finished your tour and desperately need someone new to marry, just like you did with Katy, but I'm not that person. Sorry, I won't allow it. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves, especially Calvin Harris's public mention of the conflict between Taylor Swift and Katy Perry, which has set off an uproar in the Hollywood public opinion field. Diplo, who originally had nothing to do with Taylor, was also involved in this storm because he was Katy's boyfriend when Taylor and Taylor fell out. According to gossip media speculation, before Calvin Harris dated Taylor Swift, Diplo had tried his best to dissuade him and said a lot of bad things about Taylor. Then should we go? Taylor Hill dragged out his voice, and the second half of the sentence that was not spoken was self-evident. I have to go. Hailey Baldwin was determined. She knew that, although Taylor Hill was not a member of Taylor Swift's girlfriends, she was a good friend who could talk to her and go out with her like Barbara Palvin. In order to enter that circle and squeeze into Swift's supermodel bus, Hailey had to find some topics that could arouse her interest. What could be more stimulating to Taylor Swift than her ex-boyfriend? I'll go say hello to Eri and then rush over there immediately. Wait, where is this party? 1:57. Taylor Hill replied, Stella and the others have already arrived there. 157. Hailey Baldwin's eyes suddenly became hot after repeating this place name that has a strong smell of money just by reading it out. I didn't expect Chance the Rapper, Tidal and Flo Rida to come too. 20 minutes later, Hailey, who was huddled in the corner and carefully observing, exclaimed, "It feels like most of the VMAs are here today. They'll definitely come. Snoop is here, and any rapper who has no grudge against him will come and say hello." Stella Maxwell, who was whispering intimately with Taylor Hill, was a girl who had seen big scenes. "I heard Kim and Kanye are on the way too. Then aren't Jay-Z and Beyonce going to come too?" "No," Stella denied decisively. Jay never invited Snoop to his Grammy after party, and the same was true for the Roc Nation brunch before the ceremony. There was obviously no beef, but the two of them acted like strangers, which was very interesting. "So that couple definitely won't come. Is that so?" Hailey nodded in response with a little admiration. Stella Maxwell, who is very popular in both the fashion and entertainment circles, has always been the object of her envy and jealousy, and she has been trying to catch up with her. "But it's already very grand. I haven't even heard of this company. I didn't expect that they could invite so many people." Taylor Hill used her eyes and fingers to pick out familiar faces in the crowd. Nick Jonas, Nicki Minaj, Heidi Klum, Michael Phelps, DJ Khaled, 2 Chainz. "You haven't heard of Han Music?" Hailey glanced at Taylor and asked in surprise. "Should I have heard of it? It's very popular recently. Cold Water, Diplo, Madison Beer, all of them." "Madison, this name is so familiar." Taylor Hill put her index finger on her lips thoughtfully. "She used to hang out with Ariana and the others, the little singer signed by Scooter." "Oh, her." Taylor raised her eyebrows. "Didn't I hear that she has been abandoned? Wasn't she picked up to the Billboard champion?" Hailey Baldwin's words were a little sour. She envied not Madison's achievements, but that someone was willing to support her to this extent. Winning the Billboard championship at the age of 17. What Ariana Grande hasn't done yet, Madison, who changed her team, completed in less than half a year. "When will this good thing come to me? I don't know where this Han Music came from and why so many people are willing to hang out with it. Because it's ridiculously rich." Stella Maxwell smiled. "Do you think this apartment is a rented venue? Who would rent out a penthouse apartment worth tens of millions of dollars to others for a party? This is the owner of Han Music's own house. And I just found out his true identity from Mont today." "Whose true identity?" Taylor Hill asked curiously. "The owner of Han Music?" "Aha." Stella nodded slightly, covered her mouth with her hand mysteriously, and lowered her voice. "Do you know which company he invested in a few months ago?" "Which one?" "Utah, $190 million. "What? Otherwise, do you think DJ Khaled and 2Y did Chainz not go anywhere but come here after changing clothes at the hotel?" "Khaled likes to mingle. He is a lively person. Under normal circumstances, how could he not try to get close to Rihanna and the others? It is precisely because he knows that the boss is here that he does not run around." At this point, Stella touched Taylor's arm and signaled with her eyes that the two of them should move with her to DJ Khaled. "Do you see Central Park behind me?" The huge DJ Khaled was broadcasting the extravagant celebrity life to those fans who, for some strange reason, actually followed him. "Have you seen the park? There is nothing better than a park. Praise the boss. Bless up." "What the hell is he talking about?" Taylor Hill frowned and almost laughed out loud. "Khaled is like this. He does stupid things to attract attention, but he's actually very smart. Otherwise not so many singers would be willing to work with him. I call him a music pimp." Stella Maxwell put her face close to Taylor Hill and Hailey Baldwin's ears. "But you should have heard his last sentence. The word Big Brother says it all. If what you said is true, then the founder of Han Music." Hailey Baldwin rolled her eyes, took out her phone, and started searching on Google. "He's worth at least 10 figures, if not more." Stella completed what Hailey hadn't said, "And he's no more than 30 years old." Sisters, how many years has it been since Hollywood has produced such a person? Single, billionaire, and not too old to lose appetite. George and Leon. Oh, come on. You know I'm talking about real billionaires who do business just for fun, not pretty faces who need to rely on their faces to make a living. Stella pointed out the error in Taylor's concept. The latter goes to St. Tropez to rent mansions for the winter, while the former owns those mansions and the land under them. That's the difference. You mean, this Han Capital and Han Music is the former? Hallie quickly found the photo of Han Yi surrounded by Jeremy Zimmer and Douglas Le Pen. It can't be anymore. Think about it. Even Munt Lipman, his boss, and his boss's boss can't find this person's background information. Stella Maxwell breathed a sigh of relief. How rich does he have to be to avoid Universal Music's radar, or to make Universal Music's radar dare not scan him? Stella Maxwell's conjecture was a bit exaggerated, but humans do hopelessly like these legendary stories of hidden families and off-the-list rich people, both in ancient and modern times, both in China and abroad. Moreover, the speed and intensity of Han Yi's spending can also add credibility to this originally unfounded anecdote. Hundreds of millions of dollars are invested casually, and money flows out continuously from capital groups such as Parkview and Carlyle. No one can find the source of the money. What other reasons can be used to explain this situation? It can't be that it fell from the sky, right? Is this person here today? What? Can you hold it back? Stella teased. No, just asking casually, out of curiosity. Although she said this, Haley's eyes had already patrolled the salon area of the apartment, looking for suspicious targets. What Madison has, doesn't she have too? Madison can do it, but she can't. Sometimes I'm so glad that I'm not on the same track as you. Although Tannehill didn't say anything, her eyes were also wandering around uncontrollably. Once a woman's curiosity is aroused, it can become the most powerful driving force in the world. Stella Maxwell smiled and shook her head, pointing the way for the two. Did you see the man chatting with Nick Jonas? Over there. It seems to be a little stronger than in the photo. Haley Baldwin muttered to herself. She didn't have any special interest in Asians. From childhood to adulthood, this option had never appeared in her mate selection radar. But fame and fortune have always been her top choice. Fame and fortune are the best filters. Yellow, white, black, a set of filters, all gold. Now that you've seen them, go say hello. It's really rude to attend a party without saying hello to the host. Stella Maxwell turned sideways to make way for the two girls. Go ahead, and remember to compete fairly, sisters. You go first. Haley Baldwin turned to look at Taylor Hill, her eyes full of eagerness. You go first. Taylor Hill smiled. No need to say anything more. The two people who pursue the same ultimate goal can sign a gentleman's agreement with just a glance. Help each other to raise their status. Spare no effort to show themselves. Do everything possible to win over the target, and accept reality with a calm mind. Except for the last point, Haley Baldwin and Taylor Hill, who walked towards Han Yi in unison, and the celebrities and beauties scattered around the scene with the same plan, were fully prepared mentally. Hi. Nice to meet you. You are the founder of Han Music, right? Chapter 242, Hunted Target. Oh, hi. Han Yi turned his eyes away from Nick Jonas, and saw the current Victoria's Secret angel and the future Mrs. Bieber. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Haley Baldwin to come up and talk to him. Hey, Nick. Haley Baldwin waved her hand and greeted Nick Jonas with a faint smile. When she was a child, she was a loyal fan of the Jonas Brothers. She was so enthusiastic that she begged her uncle Alec Baldwin to take her to Saturday Night Live and stand in front of the camera to welcome the Jonas Brothers as musical guests. But that Haley has disappeared with the era of teen pop. The Jonas Brothers have become a thing of the past, and Nick Jonas, who is alone, is just a second or third rate singer who can't even sell out a stadium with 10,000 people. Haley knows what her goal is, today and in this life. She won't waste time on the unimportant past. Therefore, Haley's eyes stayed on Nick for only a moment, and then fixed on Han Yi's nose again. Good evening, Haley. Knowing Alec Baldwin, Haley Baldwin, and the common characteristics of the Baldwin family, Nick Jonas smiled slightly, raised the tequila in his hand, and said, "You guys chat first, I'll go get a refill." So, glancing at Nick Jonas who was walking away, Taylor Hill took the lead, tossed her hair, and smiled at Han Yi. "Thank you very much for your invitation. Ugh, you don't know, you just saved our day. There's something, little bitch." Taylor Hill's words and deeds made Haley Baldwin look at him with a new look. It's not just because she started the topic with Han Yi before him, but the way she started the topic. using an open-ended, curious ending to prompt the other party to ask the first question can not only smoothly tell interesting things that bring each other closer, but also better control the initiative. This small town girl from Arvada, Colorado, looks innocent in her lake green eyes, but only after dealing with her, you will know that her social skills, especially her romantic charm in terms of both sexes, are ridiculously strong. Even among the Victoria's Secret angels, she is the most capable of holding her own in the scene, one of those top-notch and powerful characters. To use a future word that only Han Yi knows now, and will not be created until 2021. This woman is very Riz. Did you have a bad day? It's not that Han Yi couldn't recognize Taylor Hill's tricks. Under normal circumstances, he could judge the other party's true intentions in just a few words, but there were too many guests tonight and the scene was too noisy. He was overloaded with a brain that was struggling. So, he smiled politely and followed the track that Taylor Hill had laid in advance without thinking to continue the conversation. This is a very interesting story. We both flew back from Paris together for a Lancome event. What kind of person is Hailey Baldwin? Being checked first, she would never give up the game. She put her arm around Taylor Hill's shoulders and leaned on him intimately, not forgetting to show the two deliberately concave clavicle lines. Men of this level would not be attracted to those vulgar things who were half-dressed all day long, not to mention that was not Hailey Baldwin's strong point. As a second-generation star who started in the fashion industry, Hailey needed to show a kind of exquisite elegance that seemed to be born with a noble taste. Only in this way can she subtly raise her class in Han Yi's eyes and get as close as possible to this invisible rich man who spent hundreds of millions of dollars in half a year, as if it was as common as drinking water and eating. In order to arrive in time, we reserved a flight a day ago. Listen to the wording. Reserve, not order or purchase, implicitly expresses that they are on a private plane, not an ordinary commercial flight. Although Hailey deliberately omitted the fact that she and Taylor Hill only bought 2 seats. It is indeed more expensive than the average transoceanic business class, but it is only a few $1,000s. But because of the weather, we took off twice and returned twice. The first time we stayed in Le Bourget for half a night, and the second time, my god, I almost died in the Atlantic Ocean. Hailey Baldwin's exaggerated tone is exactly the same as the Kardashian family she is trying hard to cling to. Oh, really? Han Yi's tone is concerned, but those who are familiar with him know that when he uses empty rhetorical questions instead of explaining his views on the matter, it means that his mind is not on communication. That's terrible. That's not the worst. Taylor Hill took a half step forward silently, looking eager to share anecdotes with new friends. When we finally arrived in Manhattan, the McCupan styling time we had booked had long passed, and we paid double the price to find an alternative option that was only half as good as this. And the dress. Hailey reminded. Don't even mention the dresses. We didn't even have time to try them on. In the end, one of us got a half size too big, and the other got a half size too small. At this point, Taylor Hill gently twisted her waist to show Han Yi her graceful curves tightly wrapped in the rose pink translucent dress. Hailey has a good weight control and can wear anything. I really should have started dieting earlier. Taylor pinched her side abdomen. She looked very hard, but she couldn't take off any extra fat. Her slightly pouty lips, deliberately lower chin, and the cute and innocent look of looking up at people showed that she chose a completely different offensive route from Hailey Baldwin. The latter can play the role of a noble lady born in an old money family because she has the confidence. After all, the 4 Baldwin brothers of the previous generation were all actors. They had power, but connections in Hollywood. Hailey Baldwin grew up playing in the lounge of a film and television company. Taylor Hill didn't even know which way the door of IMG opened before she became famous. For a girl like her, the best way to get close to the top class is not to force it with clumsy means, but to show the farm atmosphere with the smell of grass. Many men who have stayed in St. Tropez and Nice for a long time will fall for this. Cute silliness also requires years of careful carving. How could Hailey Baldwin not understand this truth? She smiled as usual, but the look she gave Taylor Hill was less passionate. In the modeling industry, being thin is a good thing, which means that as a movable clothes rack, You can accommodate more designers' whimsical ideas that violate the minimum health standards of human beings. The closer you are to Kate Moss's figure, the more money you can make. This is a law that has been more or less the same in the fashion industry since the 2000s. But under the dual influence of black culture and awakening thoughts, fashion designers like Edie Slimane, who wish models were only bones, can no longer influence the public's aesthetic concepts. The plump python in Nicki Minaj's lyrics is the new trend that European and American society is scrambling for now. Coupled with the society's severe criticism of the strict and single casting standards in the fashion industry, and with the increasing maturity of the commercial exploration of social platforms, supermodel sources of income have become more diversified. Many girls no longer need to rely heavily on the favor of brands. This trend of plumpness as beauty has blown into this ivory tower that is somewhat self-important and isolated from the world. The average size of models has begun to increase year by year. In order to gain more platform fans and higher commercial value, girls have tried their best to study how to make their lines as exaggerated as possible while maintaining their weight, just like Kate Upton and Barbara Pavin, who they sneered at and even secretly laughed at before. So, when Tenor Hill said that Hailey Baldwin could wear anything, it seemed like a sincere compliment at first, but it was a different taste to chew it carefully. Their goal tonight was never to empathize with those gay designers who only had clothes in their eyes. The most primitive beauty of women that does not need to be covered is a weapon that can arouse a wild flame. Taylor Hill's words clearly told Han Yi, "I have what you want," but she doesn't. Others haven't said anything yet, but you've raised the competition to this level? How come? You look perfect, both of you. Unlike Hailey Baldwin, Han Yi, as the target of the hunt, lacked the desire to win, so naturally he wouldn't care about the hidden meaning in Taylor Hill's words. He smiled warmly and sincerely, correcting Taylor's overly deliberate humble words, while also taking care of Hailey's emotions. However, from his eyes, that never moved below the collarbone, and from the action of sipping coke after saying this, it is not difficult to see that Han Yi has no special interest in the two models, and it is purely a polite compliment. Don't easily accept other people's kindness, because at this stage, those kindnesses all come with a price tag. Han Yi has always kept in mind Barbara Pavin's advice before getting in the taxi. What's more, they are really not his type. I hope our story doesn't make you feel too boring. Hailey Baldwin tilted her head and showed Han Yi a mouthful of dazzling white teeth. The slightly regretful and apologetic tone made it easy for people to think that she was the one who first told this story. Your method didn't work, Taylor. Look at mine. It's not boring. I'm sorry to hear that you've been through so many bad things before. Han Yi-Xu pressed his chest and said, I hope our party can help you relieve your emotions a little. It undoubtedly did. Hailey turned her head and looked out the window at the two neon strips separated by a dark green carpet called Central Park, the Upper East Side and the Upper West Side. Two waiters in suits and ties, who looked like invited guests, happened to pass by her with two trays, one carrying various meals and the other filled with cocktail glasses. This is the most grand after party I've attended in the past 2 years. Hailey tried her best to search for the right words in her mind to describe the impression this apartment and this party gave her. Not every party can invite Thomas Keller to do the catering. If the unparalleled location, incredible city view, star-studded celebrity lineup, and Tomorrowland level music experience have made Han Music's after party a strong contender for the best VMA celebration party in the 2010s, then the ubiquitous detail service is the cherry on top that makes this delicious cake even more colorful. In the afternoon, when only Han Music artists were present, Han Yi invited the team of the Park Hyatt Hotel in the building to take charge of the meals. In the evening, he went a step further and directly pulled the configuration to the highest in the city. Thomas Keller's Michelin 3-star restaurant Paresi closed at 9:30 and all the staff moved to 157, a block away, to bring the delicacies of the first French restaurant in North America to the hungry stars. Paresi is located on the 4th floor of the Time Warner Center, facing the same floor as another Michelin restaurant, where Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen met for the second time. Han Yi originally wanted to book Massa's catering service. After all, sushi is more suitable for party occasions. However, the restaurant only airlifts fresh fish from Tokyo's Tsukuji market every day, and there is no way to spare the extra reserves to provide late night meals for 200 or 300 people. Therefore, the chef Masato Takayama could only call Han Yi in person to apologize and declined the latter's invitation. Han Yi is no longer the ordinary diner who booked the Bankian service through the internet and went to the banquet alone half a year ago. For him, the experience of the so-called Michelin 3-star restaurant can no longer provide him with even a little positive feedback. It's better to open a Michelin 3-star restaurant by himself. Since he couldn't book Masa, Han Yi was too lazy to change another one and directly chose Paresi opposite them. Thomas Keller, who is very good at business and doesn't pay much attention to the origin of the ingredients, readily agreed, not only because it was a large order of more than 6 figures, but also because of the special nature of this party. It can be said that there is a world of difference between ordinary rich people holding a private dinner for a dozen people at home, and the top tycoons of 157 providing midnight snacks for the stars attending the VMA Awards ceremony. Although the restaurant is often visited by celebrities, Thomas Keller would not miss this free PR opportunity that comes only once a year when so many stars gather together to eat at Paresi. In order to better fit the fun tone of the party, Thomas Keller's team did not choose to copy the menu of Paresi. After all, everyone would be constantly walking and dancing on the scene, and it was impossible for them to sit down, put on napkins, eat pre-meal bread, and then taste the dishes one by one. The so-called high-end French cuisine requires taste, appearance, environment, and atmosphere. Therefore, Thomas Keller gave up presenting the internationally renowned signature dish of oyster pearls and recarved and packaged the entire catering buffet menu in the form of casual French cuisine with Tuscan cuisine. Served in a small bowl, steak fries are only 3 bites long. Exquisite and small, it is convenient for cheese-loving Americans to fill their stomachs with Lorraine Quiche French sandwiches. In addition to the dazzling array of ingredients, the Tuscan thin crust pizzas baked on site in the catering kitchen were temporarily called upon to use equipment with margherita sauce, vanilla sauce, creamy Alfredo sauce, and all kinds of flavors available. For today's party, the chefs under Thomas Keller developed a full 23 exclusive delicacies that outsiders cannot taste in the style of Paresi. The casualness of party food and the simplicity of home-style flavors are cleverly combined with the ingenuity of the Michelin 3-star team. It is an ordinary dish that can be seen everywhere on weekdays, but it is indeed unique in taste. Even Hollywood music stars rarely see such a level of catering. The most excited person about the on-site food supply is Zao Yuzan, and deliciousness is not the most critical factor. The most critical factor is that Han Yi's subconscious first and second choices are closely related to the place where they first met in New York. When he thought of this, Yuzan happily wanted to show off 2 more plates of pizza. In addition to the food, the wine and drinks that go with it are also impeccable. Han Yi, who doesn't drink, doesn't know where the best alcoholic drinks are in Manhattan. He can only choose the best one from the few bars he has been to based on his own experience. Fortunately, the bar he chose is indeed one of the most recognized bars. Bimmelman's Bar at the Carlisle Hotel. Vespa Martini for $28, Manhattan for $30, Sidecar for $38, and nearly 30 other cocktails are available in unlimited quantities in the salon area of 157, number 79. It's no wonder that a group of rappers and DJs are drunk and in a trance at this time. The venue, music, crowd, atmosphere, and catering are all done to the extreme. The Han Music Celebration Party has become the undisputed king of the social circle in Manhattan tonight. What excites all celebrities who will be chased by paparazzi is that there is no need to hire too many security guards here. The access control system of 157 naturally separates those annoying gossip media. No matter what the stars do on the 79th floor, it will not be reported in the newspapers. By the end, there were few names left at the Republic and Jeremy Scott parties. Word spread, and most musicians considered this the last stop of the VMA ceremony night. 157's building manager greeted the long limousines that pulled up at the door with a perfect smile, and the glamorous and beautiful bodice swayed into the elevators until the 2 biggest couples of the night appeared. Seeing Drake walk into the lobby with Rihanna and Kanye pushing Kardashian's waist, even the most well-trained professionals couldn't help but be stunned. These are the four most watched people in the world in 2016, in every sense. Rihanna ate a mini burger with Drake holding a cocktail glass and feeding her water. This scene can easily sell for thousands of dollars on any website. Thank you for the compliment. I didn't expect to really invite Thomas. I just tried it. Han Yi, with a humble tone, shifted his attention from Rihanna and Drake to Thomas Keller, who was talking cordially with Zhao Yaozhen. Yaozhen, who loves food, has a complex about famous chefs, and Thomas doesn't need to make this kind of Western quick dish by himself. Holding a glass of wine and socializing in the salon area is what the Parisi executive chef should do tonight. Sensing Han Yi's attention, Yaozhen gently lifted her hair at the temples and smiled sweetly at him. But soon, her expression became solemn as Hailey Baldwin and Taylor Hill entered her sight. It's the first time to hold a party, and there are still many shortcomings. I hope to do better next year. Han Yi can be slow to other women, but he is definitely the most sensitive one in front of Yaozhen. While talking to Hailey and Taylor, he put his left hand on the side of his thigh and pressed it down, signaling the Korean girl to be at ease. These are not your competitors, don't think too much. Seeing Han Yi's gesture, Zhao Yaozhen's expression did not change. He turned his head calmly and continued to listen carefully to Thomas Keller's sharing of his experience of Asian cuisine and his Asian travels. Anyone could see that Yaozhen did not really believe his promise. After all, Los Angeles was still waiting for someone, and people with criminal records should be somewhat skeptical. Moreover, Hailey Baldwin's next move did not help Zhao Yaozhen to ease her mood. You are really too modest. If I remember correctly, this should not be the first time your company has held a party, right? Hailey covered Han Yi's upper arm with a smile, using a non-intent greeting as a cover to press forward as her best game style. This is hard for Han Yi, who has at least two pairs of eyes always peeking at him. I don't remember that we have held other parties. Han Yi coughed lightly in an unnatural way, subconsciously trying to avoid Hailey's contact, but the latter had a perfect grasp of the degree of intimacy. Before Han Yi could make a practical response, she withdrew her palm, put it behind her back, and winked at him cunningly. Unable to put on a resistance posture, Han Yi's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Not surprisingly, Zhao Yaozhen's chin shrank suddenly. Although the distance was too far to see clearly, Han Yi was sure that a thin layer of frost had formed under his eyes. Madison Beale, who was whispering with Billy and Dua, was not much better. In fact, her performance was even more obvious. Maddie pursed her lips, rolled up her tongue, and pressed against her teeth, accumulating anger in her heart and pretending to be ready to fight at any time. Of course. Las Vegas, Mad City. A party of 100,000 people is much bigger than today's party. Hailey Baldwin did not realize that her name had been marked with a bright red cross in the hearts of the two girls. She continued to keep her eyes half open and half closed, her lips tightly pursed in her signature smile, and she became more and more courageous. More importantly, I can still sneak into this party, but I can't do anything about that one. By the time I found out about this, all the tickets were sold out. The Mad City you have been clamoring to go to was actually organized by the man in front of you? No wonder the name Han Music always feels familiar. Hearing Hailey lead the topic to a direction that she had not expected, Taylor Hill also narrowed her eyes. She was not imitating Hailey Baldwin, but the body language that unconsciously overflowed when she was criticizing the other party. She pretended to be half knowledgeable about Han Yi in front of herself and Stella Maxwell, but secretly did so much homework in advance, just to exclude herself from the conversation circle at the critical moment. This bitch is very scheming and cunning. Really? When did you hear about Mad City? Han Yi was really interested when he mentioned the live event that he paid the most attention to and was most proud of during this period. The tickets on the first level ticketing platform have been sold out. Han Live, which is determined to expand its revenue in the secondary market, is gradually and orderly releasing its inventory, slowly digesting the balance, while ensuring that the price of second-hand tickets does not fluctuate significantly. So far, 82.73% of the ticket sales for the entire music festival have actually been sold, exceeding the break-even line, and entering a leisurely stage of earning 1 ticket for every ticket sold. The marketing team of Han Live has also begun to try more sales methods, such as tightening the supply of VVIP in the secondary market, including real second-hand sellers, to ensure that the number of VVIP tickets on major ticketing platforms does not exceed 20. If there are more than this number, they will be directly removed from the shelves, and the average transaction price will be gradually increased in this way. So far, the price of VVIP tickets in the secondary market has risen from the $1,558 marked on the ticket to a maximum of $2,360. Even this astonishing figure has not reduced the activity of transactions. Those rich kids who spend the whole summer in Lucerne or Lake Como, and whose room charges for one night exceed $2,000 are still willing to spend a lot of money for backstage passes, after-party admission, and photo opportunities with designated artists. To make an inappropriate analogy, the current popularity of Halloween Mad City on social platforms and high net worth youth groups is comparable to that of Fee Festival in the previous life. Therefore, Hailey Baldwin's attention to Mad City and her purchase path are a case worth referring to. If even a second-generation star like her is willing to buy Mad City tickets and can't buy them, then it means that his promotion plan and sales strategy have achieved the desired effect. What effect? Mad City has truly achieved success by letting ordinary people see the opportunity to make money by reselling tickets and letting the rich regard this music festival as a topic worth showing off. Therefore, Han Yi, who was eager to know Hailey's specific ticket purchase situation, completely ignored her well-hidden teasing. I saw it the first time. I remember that day every artist who participated in the show was handing out your posters. I hadn't returned to the United States yet, but I was in Europe. I was thinking of buying them when I came back, but they were sold out in an hour. Haha, yes, the sales speed is indeed amazing. If you need tickets, I can give you and Taylor too. No, for VVIP tickets. You are welcome to bring your +1 to play when the time comes. Where is the +1? Hailey blinked her big eyes, looking innocent. It's been a long time since I took a date to any event. But speaking of +1, will you be busy those days? If you don't mind, we can help. No, girl. Have you really not had a date for a long time? Just when Hailey Baldwin was about to play the last card, Madison Beal suddenly came out from behind Han Yi with a smile. Her smile was as warm as the sun, and the words that came out of her mouth, but they flashed a cold chill like a sharp knife. I saw you and Justin hanging out together just 2 days ago, and I said hello to you too. You were over at Melrose. Madison slowly approached Hailey and slowly thrust the blade into her chest. Wait, I remembered it wrong. It was Drake. Was it Drake that day, Hailey? Chapter 243 Joining forces to defeat the enemy. Madison Beal's merciless and unreasonable punch made Hailey Baldwin a little confused. Just after she explained her single status in front of her prey, she was exposed to be with other men, with other people's men, unclear. And not one, but two. One of them is in this apartment. Why did she expose me in this way? Is she crazy? Those are all unfounded speculations from the gossip media. Hailey Baldwin frowned slightly, waved her hand, and smiled casually. Justin and I happened a long time ago. We dated for a while, but now we are just friends. You should remember, Maddie, the time when you followed him and Ariana every day. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Hailey covered her mouth and apologized in an exaggerated manner. I didn't mean to bring it up, Maddie. I hope you don't mind. What do you mind? Madison tilted her head, looking confused. Because you were terminated by Scooter before, and there was also Island Records. Mentioning those things before must be a particularly painful memory for you. Hailey sighed softly and touched Madison's arm intimately with a regretful expression. I can hardly imagine the feeling of losing everything overnight. If only I could be with you more at that time. Oh, this. Madison dragged out her voice and nodded slowly, as if she had suddenly realized something. You don't need to apologize at all, dear. I should be the one who feels sorry. I saw your mouths stuck together in the restaurant that day, and I thought you were back together. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have made a rash judgment on your relationship status. What the fuck? It's not over yet, is it? Exclamation mark. You still want to continue with the reminders and threats? Hannah's pupils shrank, and even her breathing sluggishly. It's not that she must get on Yi, but Madison's way of sabotaging is too rough. If she doesn't fight back, it will seem like she has something to hide. In terms of relationships, the 17-year-old Madison Beer still has too little experience in struggle. Perspective problem, right? Justin and Sophia are in a stable relationship now, and I have always been very friendly to Sophia. For the two of them, I will only bless them, not destroy them. Hailey Baldwin, who grew up in front of the spotlight and microphone, was careful and clever in her words. She said that she was very friendly to Sophia Richie because they have never been friends. As for only blessing and not destroying, Hailey Baldwin is sure that neither Han Yi nor Madison has time to read the gossip news in the past half month. She and Selena Gomez have spoken out one after another to condemn Justin and his current girlfriend's various behaviors. Fans who stay out of the matter may relish talking about it, but colleagues working hard in the circle are unlikely to have any interest in understanding it in depth. Sophia Richie asked Justin Bieber to unfollow Hailey Baldwin. At the same time, Justin mocked Selena for taking advantage of his fame, and Selena responded by saying that Justin had cheated on her many times. This kind of boring and lengthy teenage emotional entanglement would not be of interest to any adult who could pay for their own $401k, let alone a wealthy man like Han Yi. As for Madison, after she terminated her contract with Scooter Braun, she deliberately blocked all messages related to her former manager, including his current signed artists. Even if she saw them, she would not click in to read them for half a second. Speaking of which, just a side note, Hailey took a step forward, regardless of whether Madison resisted or not, and took her arm and breathed softly in her ear. You look like you're interested in who your boss is dating. No. Madison, whose face had frozen, quickly returned to normal, sneered, and lowered her voice, responding, I'm only interested in who my boss isn't dating. It won't be you. Hailey, give up. How do you know it won't be me? At this point, Hailey Baldwin glanced at Han Yi, who was watching the two whispering beside him, and wanted to interrupt but was hesitant, and was quite worried. Did you fuck him yet? What? Madison went straight to the point, and Hailey followed suit, but it was obvious that the reckless novice and the experienced veteran were not on the same level. It only took one question for Madison to lose his composure. It seems that there is no one. Hailey moved her head back a few inches, glanced up and down at Madison, who suddenly became flustered, and nodded with satisfaction. Poor little guy, let me teach you what to do. I didn't. Hailey Baldwin ignored Madison Beale's weak defense. Some things don't need to be said clearly. A stunned expression, a subtle body signal can explain everything. Madison's posture looks fierce, but in fact it can't cause any harm to Hailey. You know, the role models she follows wholeheartedly not only have private videos flying all over Pornhub, but also can turn decay into magic and use it as a cornerstone and booster of celebrity careers. A little bit of emotional gossip will definitely not stop Hailey from achieving her goals. This loser who guards the granary, but dares not eat it himself. There is no need to continue fighting. Hailey Baldwin came to this conclusion in less than 2 or 3 rounds of confrontation. But there will never be only one competitor around the billionaire. While Madison and Hailey were whispering trash talk to each other, Taylor Hill had already started a one-on-one chat with Han Yi. She also took a step to the right with deep intention, forcing Han Yi to look away and turn his back to the two of them. You haven't seen them like this before, have you? Taylor Hill smiled peacefully, hiding the cocktail behind her, looking at Han Yi without blinking, and asked softly. Her appearance has a delicate texture that is completely different from most white women, which makes it easier for her to play the role of such a noble lady who is out of this world. Taylor Hill can have multiple masks and multiple personalities. And after her observation, the one she is wearing now should be the most suitable for Han Yi's taste. Moreover, this image of a little white flower who is not in dispute with the world can also instantly make a clear distinction between her and the penny-pinching Madison Beer and Hailey Baldwin. What effect can it have if you don't reveal useful information to me and make me speechless? Hailey, look at it now. Who is the one who is off the track? I have never seen them together. Han Yi smiled and consciously eased the situation. He knew why Madison had started the war in such an angry way. Hanyi not only had no interest in making friends with careful masked dancers like Hailey Baldwin, but even had some natural disgust and rejection. Just as he had said to Maddie on the Hollywood Ridgeway before, Hanyi firmly believed that the Kardashian family and the socialites who took them as role models were the garbage that should be swept out of Hollywood. But as the host of today's celebration party, Hanyi could not publicly stand on Madison's side to defend this rising star he held in his palm, nor could he say anything cold and ruthless to Hailey. If he did so, Hailey would take it to the media to be sarcastic, or even have a tantrum at the party, destroying the debut stage that Han Music had painstakingly built. Because of this tiny thing, some rumors spread between him and Madison, and the Long Island girl who had finally stood up again was defeated by negative news again, which was the situation he least wanted to see. Therefore, he had to carefully balance and guide the emotions of both parties, cool down the conversation as much as possible, and pull the rhythm back to the track of greeting. No wonder you look so familiar. Maddie, when did you and Hailey meet for the first time? Hanyi turned to Madison, gave her a warm look of support, and asked with a smile. Well, I knew each other when I was a child. Madison answered reluctantly in a muffled voice. She knew from the bottom of her heart that Hanyi was actually protecting her, but she was still a little unhappy because her lover did not reject those beautiful women in a more obvious and intense way. We both live on the south shore of Long Island, and her father built our house in Massapequa. So we knew each other before we entered Hollywood. The first time we met, I was 14 and she was 11, about 5 years ago. Compared with Madison Bel-Air, Hailey Baldwin was more willing to share their origin story. The reason was simple. She and Hanyi were just strangers who had just met at the party. The bond that brought them closer was this girl from Iroquois who had not been so annoying before. In order to kill two birds with one stone, Hailey deliberately emphasized the words related to age and time. Most of the time, the younger the woman, the more attractive and competitive she is in front of men. This is very in line with the human instinct for reproduction, and is a very natural thing. But if one of the women is still a minor, it is another matter. At least at this time point in 2016, being 3 years older than Madison is an advantage that Hailey deserves to write about. A billionaire who is with a 20-year-old international supermodel is called a winner in life. A billionaire who is with a 17-year-old pop star is called a serious criminal. 6 years. Madison raised her voice and corrected immediately. Even without Hailey, this is a data that Madison never tires of emphasizing in Hanyi's ears. He turned 17 on March 5th this year, and he will be an adult in another 6 months. Wow, I thought you were friends in the industry. Hanyi quickly replied, exclaiming in a slightly exaggerated way, covering up Madison's emphasis that could easily be misunderstood. This little girl, once her competitive spirit is aroused, she really doesn't care about the occasion. The implication is so obvious, she is afraid that others will misunderstand it, right? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Now I'm beginning to believe in the law of attraction. The secret of successful people is to support each other, especially two talented girls who are destined to succeed in Hollywood. Hanyi changed the topic from love to career, praising the two people in the least conflict-provoking way, and emphasized the importance of being friendly at least on the surface. His good intentions can be seen. Yes, they have been good friends for a long time. Hanyi tried his best to calm the situation, but Tannehill wanted the fire to burn even more. She grinned, seemingly agreeing with Hanyi's point of view, but in fact she was throwing a bomb that would smash Madison and Hailey to pieces. Don't worry, this isn't the first time we girls have had a fight over a boy. It's always like this. After a couple of days, we won't have feelings for that guy anymore, and the relationship will naturally return to normal. As soon as these words came out, Madison Beer and Hailey Baldwin were both furious. Which eye of yours has ever seen us fighting over a boy? Madison poked her chest with her index finger and sneered in disbelief. The types we like are never the same, and the types that like us are never the same. I don't know what rumors you've heard. Hailey was very uncomfortable with Madison's last half sentence. She knew very well what the other party meant by deliberately adding this sentence, but now, forming a temporary alliance to stop Tannehill's seemingly weak, but actually very harmful attack is the most important thing. In front of boys, especially boys who are the targets of pursuit. Girls are most afraid of this kind of slut shaming. That seems like a joke compared to the direct verbal battle between Madison and Haley just now. A teasing sentence that is difficult to distinguish between true and false can plant a wrong impression in the minds of outsiders. The most difficult thing is that you can't refute the soft knife that was stabbed lightly with a tough attitude and fierce words. The more excited you are, the more abnormal it seems. Compared with Hailey Baldwin, Taylor Hill's level is one level higher. Whether in Long Island, Manhattan or Hollywood, this has never happened. Are you sure you are talking about us? Oh, of course not. Taylor Hill folded her hands in front of her, and her smile was as pure as if the person who just threw the basin of dirty water was not her. I'm talking about us girls, not specifically you and Maddie. Everyone knows that you two will definitely not do this. You like different types, right? At the end of the sentence, Taylor Hill glanced at Hanya intentionally or unintentionally, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. The two signals she wanted to convey were quite clear. Didn't you say that you never like the same type and never get jealous? Then what are you doing now? This is the first signal to Madison Beer and Hailey Baldwin. The second signal is directly conveyed to Hanya. Look at these two little liars. They don't tell the truth even for such a small matter. Who knows what else they have hidden from the past. As a billionaire, shouldn't he stay away from such insecure girls? Observing Hanya's slightly solemn expression, Taylor Hill had a series of bubbles of complacency in her heart. In her opinion, whether actively or passively, the other party should have listened to her words and had a new and cautious understanding of these two social media celebrities who were so obviously competing for favor. But what she didn't expect was that Hanya actually had only one idea in his mind. Barbara was right. Hallie alone was difficult enough. Unexpectedly, this Taylor was even more skilled. Dealing with them. Perhaps those veterans who have indulged in the flowers for decades can do it with ease, but a rookie like him who has just stepped into the top level of the tower will probably be swallowed whole, and not even a bone residue will be left for him. I don't have the urge to catch them all at once. I'm looking after the two at home and sorting out the messy relationship status first. Before I figure out what I want, I have to decline Taylor Hill or Taylor Swift. HMM. It seems that the latter one is even more terrifying. Yee. Besides the VMA, are there any other activities scheduled? Taylor didn't know that Madison and Hailey were stunned by this sentence. Hanya quickly built a high wall in her mind. She thought she had won and took advantage of the victory. She bit her lower lip, making her voice more dense and hoarse. Milan Fashion Week, Paris Fashion Week, or the fashion show at the end of the year. The fashion show that Taylor Hill mentioned was naturally the Victoria's Secret fashion show, which will be held at the Grand Palais in Paris on November 30th this year. Taylor Hill, who signed an endorsement contract last year and officially joined the ranks of angels, will undoubtedly appear on the catwalk. She knew very well that it would not be a one-day job to grasp this super high-value target. It is an effective strategy to let Hanya visit the stage where she can shine the most. Ah, yes, fashion show. I signed a confidentiality agreement and cannot reveal too much, but this year I will have a Chinese style look. It is a set of pink lace underwear, which is very cute, and it is covered with, really, Chinese style? Then I must go and see it. It happened that our artist just received an invitation 2 days ago. Hanya opened his mouth, but before he spoke, a very familiar, but somewhat cold voice sounded in his ears. He and Taylor looked in the direction of the sound at the same time, and were surprised to find that Zhao Yaozin had come to the four people without knowing when, and was holding Madison Beer's shoulders, and staring straight at Taylor Hill's face. The smile was decent and elegant, but there was no warmth in his eyes. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn festival. The honeymoon is over soon, and everything will be back to normal after returning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 244, The Prototype of Shurefield. Oh my god, who is this? Taylor Hill couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She was sure that this Asian beauty, wearing an Oscar de la Renta dress, with diamonds between her neck and earlobes, shining brightly even in the dim indoor light, must be attending the VMA Awards ceremony for the first time this year, or any Hollywood Awards ceremony. Because, even if you ignore her appearance, that transcends the aesthetic barriers, and her figure, that is not inferior to or even better than that of Victoria's Secret angels. Just talking about the wealth and power displayed in this dress, as long as you catch a glimpse of her on the red carpet, no one will forget her. As a supermodel, Taylor Hill may not be able to know every brand's new works every season, but she still roughly knows the price range of these two rare Harry Winston treasures on Zhao Yaozhen. The two accessories together will not be less than $1.5 million US. VMA is not the Met Gala. How many people can wear more accessories than this on the white carpet of the former? They were not returned at the celebration party, which meant that they belonged to this girl, which Asian superstar, or the heir to a multinational corporation, who she had never known, was here to relax in Manhattan. Did they bully you? Zhao Yaozhen put her hands on the shoulders of Madison Beal, who was almost half a head shorter than her, and leaned over with a smile, whispering in the latter's ear, her gaze on Taylor Hill still burning. No. After quickly going through what to say, and what not to say in her mind, Madison Beal shook her head and answered quietly, "They just wanted to take advantage of our boss, and then I exposed them." "I see." Zhao Yaozhen nodded slightly, and her smile became a little more intense. "Now, keep smiling, look her up and down, and then say something to me." "Okay, I guess we are doing the mean girls then." Madison understood, and her eyes suddenly turned playful as she looked at Taylor Hill. Then she covered her lips, and whispered to Zhao Yaozhen, "No matter how good looking you are, or how many Victoria's Secret shows you have walked, this kind of face-to-face whispering can instantly destroy a girl's hard-earned sense of security." "Wow, so you are Taylor Hill. Nice to meet you. Sorry I didn't recognize you for a moment just now, but I have seen a lot of your ads and photos, and I really like your work." Zhao Yaozhen extended her hand generously and stabbed a knife in Taylor's heart. Under what circumstances would a person fail to recognize a celebrity who is often active in the media? First, when you really have never heard of him/her. Second, when there is a huge gap between the camera and the reality. Zhao Yaozhen was afraid that Taylor Hill didn't know that she wanted to express the second state, so she emphasized it twice. "I've seen your photos and like your work, but I couldn't recognize you face to face." Ouch. "I'm Madison Beal's manager, Yaozhen Zhao." After touching her fingertips with Taylor Hill, who hadn't come back to his senses, Zhao Yaozhen quickly withdrew her palm and stepped back half a step to the right, standing next to Han Yi, standing gracefully. "Did I miss anything?" "Nothing." Madison laughed twice, "except for some very interesting grand events we were just discussing Taylor's underwear." "Victoria's Secret? Victoria's Secret? That's really a coincidence, Miss Hill." Madison received an invitation from Ed Razek's team last Friday. "No, it seems to be last Thursday. Go to the Grand Palais in Paris to watch the show. I will go with you as your manager. Then, I will be able to see your Chinese style look." At this point, Zhao Yaozhen tilted her head and looked at Han Yi. Her tone was gentle and soothing, like a virtuous wife who reminded her husband at work that dinner was ready. "What are your plans, Yi? Together at that time?" "Maybe, it might be a little difficult. In Manhattan at the end of August, even in the early morning, it was 77 degrees Fahrenheit, but Han Yi, wearing a two-piece suit, still felt the chill on his back. Some 3 points. If you answer them wrong, you will not get any points. We still have something to do, you know, that thing." "Ah, that thing, right." Zhao Yaozhen nodded with a knowing look on her face, and then turned her gaze back to Taylor Hill with an even more blooming smile. "So, Miss Hill, I'm sorry, Mr. Han has to be busy with that thing at that time. If that thing is rescheduled or otherwise changed, I will make sure he comes to Paris." "Okay. Well, once again, it's nice to meet you, Miss Hill, and it's nice to meet you, Miss Baldwin. I really want to continue talking to you about fashion-related topics, but there are too many guests tonight. I'm afraid I have to borrow Mr. Han first. There is another distinguished guest we invited who is waiting to meet him over there. McGrady, I have to trouble you to take care of the two guests first. Thank you very much. Excuse me. Taylor Hill, with her lips slightly parted, didn't get a word in until Zhao Yaozhen covered her chest and led Han Yi, who clasped his hands together and bowed to apologize, to walk away. She stared blankly at Zhao Yaozhen's graceful figure halfway across the room, which was vaguely visible through several layers of people. She was stunned for a long time. Then, Taylor, who had just woken up from a dream, subconsciously looked away and looked at Hailey Baldwin in surprise. Originally, I thought this young billionaire was a soft and docile lamb to be slaughtered. Unexpectedly. Soft indeed, with golden wool all over his body. It was very tempting, but he was surrounded by hunters who were sharpening their knives. In addition to Madison Beale, who was so reckless that she chopped him with a hatchet without caring about anything, there was actually Zhao Yaozhen, whose aura was so strong that Taylor Hill couldn't speak in a hurry. More importantly, the bond between them was much closer than that between outsiders, like Taylor and Hailey. One was his full contract artist, and the other was a manager who helped him manage full contract artists. Forget it. As their eyes met, Hailey Baldwin and Taylor Hill reached a consensus again. It was just a casual and tentative attack. There was no need to get yourself into such a protracted war with uncertain odds. There are very few young and promising billionaires, but looking at the world, it is not an isolated case. This won't work. Just find another target. What's more, although Han Yi's financial resources are strong now, they are not yet to the extent that it is worth risking his public reputation and career and giving it a try. At such a young age, how rich can he be? After investing hundreds of millions of dollars, how much can he spend on his partner? Can you really make money out of thin air? The real world is not a fairy tale paradise where can you dream so beautifully. It's better to find a star who is not so rich, but is also popular with the public, and hype each other up to boost your voice and increase your commercial value. The silver mine you dig yourself is always more valuable than the gold coins given by others. Even Hailey Baldwin knows this truth. Especially in the 2010s, when the status of women and actresses became higher and higher with the popularization of American political correctness. The marriage of Kim Kardashian and Kanye West is the best example. It is true that the latter has many popular hip-hop classics, but in terms of who can make more money, the mysterious husband may not be as good as the smooth-talking wife. If you can catch a rich husband, you can have a husband like Miranda Kerr, the founder of Snapchat, with a net worth of $2.4 billion US. If you can't catch one, you can be like Miranda Kerr, but she is with Orlando Bloom. There are ways out anyway. There is no need to hang yourself on a tree. What's more, a sapling produced in Asia is not reliable in the United States. Hailey and Taylor, who figured out this truth, did not hesitate to make the choice of giving up, which they would soon regret. Was I a little too aggressive just now? Zhao Yaozhen kept saying excuse me as she walked through the dense party crowd. She lifted up the hair on the side close to Han Yi, lowered her head slightly, and asked quietly. Yaozhen is not a person who is used to facing conflicts directly. If it was not related to Han Yi, she would never act so strong and domineering. The Korean girl, who had almost never said so many words in front of outsiders, felt a little weak after calming down and returning to normal. This was the sequel of the rapid rise and fall of adrenaline. Yaozhen had only experienced this feeling 3 or 2 times, and it was all related to Han Yi. It's okay. Hearing this, Han Yi quickly looked back at the 3 girls, who had not yet dispersed. Zhao Yaozhen did not notice that in addition to Hailey Baldwin and Taylor Hill who were caught off guard by the sudden attack, Madison Beale, the artist she directly managed, was also staring at her. The surprise of the reinforcement had long been covered by a layer of thoughtful mist. At first, Madison could convince herself that Zhao Yaozhen's actions were the instinctive protection of the manager for the artist. But later, when Yaozhen stood beside Han Yi and asked softly, "What are your plans?" even the most insensitive people could detect something strange. "Really?" Zhao Yaozhen touched her slightly hot cheeks and murmured to herself, "I feel like I've gone a little too far. I think people will find out." "Find out what?" "Find out that I like you." Compared to the evasiveness when she mentioned this topic before, Zhao Yaozhen is now much braver. She stiffened her neck, raised her chin, looked at Han Yi with a stubborn expression, and even raised her voice by 3 points. Anyway, it was Chinese, and no one could understand it. It shouldn't be. Han Yi withdrew his probing eyes from Madison Beal. The latter stood there with her arms folded across her chest, thinking intently, which had already revealed her psychological activities without reservation. She noticed something strange between Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen. Besides, even if someone finds out, what's wrong with that? Whether Hailey Baldwin and Taylor Hill find out or not, it doesn't affect Han Yi at all, and they can't take this unfounded speculation to the media. More importantly, although he has a huge fortune, Han Yi himself is not a well-known public figure in American society. In other words, even if Hailey and Taylor want to make a fuss about these things, no media will be interested in the emotional entanglement between an unknown Asian tycoon and one of his employees. Therefore, the key is whether Madison Beal can find out. After she finds out, how will she react? Based on Han Yi's understanding of Madison, this Pisces girl is not someone who can keep things secret. Any doubts, once fermented by her dramatic thinking, that is more imaginative than Hollywood screenwriters, will evolve into conspiracy theories that make her sleepless. According to her personality, she should be unable to hold back and come to ask him if it is true, right? If she really came to ask, it would be better to admit to her that she has a crush on Zhao Yaozhen, so that McGrady would not face the difficulty. No, it seems that this will destroy their professional relationship. Madison Beal's career has just started to improve, and she cannot let this matter cause a rift between her and the second manager. Damn. Zhao Yaozhen's strong attitude of protecting her food just now seems to have caused a lot of trouble. What do you mean by what's bad? It must be all bad. No matter what, I'm an employee who gets a salary and commission from Renai management. If the boss and the employee are together or like each other, how bad will it be for you if it gets out? Zhao Yaozhen rubbed his temple in distress, and there was a hint of lament in his tone. It's all Zhu Yiru's fault. He has been fighting with her openly and secretly for a whole month, and now he overreacts to everything he sees. What does it matter if Hailey Baldwin and Taylor Hill circle around Han Yi a few times? Anyway, they didn't do it directly. Zhao Yaozhen, who calmed down, could think of 100 better ways to deal with it without arousing anyone's suspicion. Besides, even if you don't mind, I don't want others to think that we are a place where people are favored by relatives, and I don't want others to think that I can work here and in this industry just because you like me. You told me before. I understand. Han Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Since things have come to this point, don't trace the source and blame others. Find a way to resolve the dispute that has not yet started. This is the most important thing at the moment. We can discuss it privately first. If Madison becomes suspicious, what story can we tell to turn this page for her? After we have agreed on the testimony, I will communicate with her. If you want to prevent the situation from getting worse, you have to reduce the frequency of Zhao Yaozhen and Madison mentioning him as much as possible, so as to avoid the exposure of Madison Bill sucking him every time they meet. I think we should not say anything for now. Explaining deliberately will make it look suspicious. Zhao Yaozhen thought for a moment and responded, even if I have to say something, I should be the one to say it. She is the artist I communicate with every day. Some things should be more appropriate for me to say. Well, and now is not a good time to discuss this matter. I brought you here not to help, but because there is really someone you need to meet in person. Who? Han Yi raised his eyebrows with interest. Of course it's the person you have been nagging me since April and May. After saying this in a low voice, Zhao Yaozhen hurriedly took 2 steps, surpassed Han Yi who had been walking side by side, and stood behind a short girl with fiery red hair. She patted the other person's shoulder and raised her voice slightly. Hey, Hailey. I brought the person I wanted to see you the most tonight. The honeymoon is coming to an end. The plot after returning is particularly exciting. Stay tuned. Chapter 245. Insights and Gains. No way. Hailey Williams half collapsed on the carpet in front of the sofa, holding a mixture of who knows how many kinds of alcohol in her arms, and let out a series of naive muffled laughter. You really have been listening to my songs since elementary school? It was still the same apartment and the same group of people, but the atmosphere of the conversation was very different. It was already 5:20 in the evening, As the last song Don't Leave Me This Way played on the CDJ 2000 came to an end with the chorus led by Rihanna, the grand celebration that Han Music had carefully planned for half a month also came to a successful conclusion. The guests invited from outside left one after another. The behind the scenes team shook hands or hugged the boss to say goodbye and dragged their tired bodies to the Park Hyatt hotel downstairs to catch up on sleep, while the DJs and rappers, who seemed to have inexhaustible energy, staggered out of the apartment with their arms around each other, led by Diplo and Quavo, and went to find fun somewhere else. In this city, where nightclubs are not allowed to serve alcohol after 4 AM, where can they go to continue partying? This is not a question that the extremely exhausted Han Yi wants to think about. He got up early in the morning to prepare and worked around the clock. He really wanted to be like Snoop Dogg, drink a little wine, smoke a little grass, and when he was sleepy, he would wander to the guest bedroom of 157, number 79, specially prepared for the manager of the Superior Temple label, wash up and go to sleep. But he can't do this for the time being, because this party that has ended has just entered the most important part. Those artists who are as tired as Han Yi walked around the display in the reception area, poured some drinks into their glasses casually, and sat together. Some people were lying on the sofa with their legs spread out, half asleep and half awake, such as Billie Eilish, who drank a little too much. Some people sat on the carpet and cuddled each other, such as Madison Beer and Dua Lipa, who were slightly tipsy. Some people sit cross-legged on the coffee table like monks meditating, such as Hayley Williams, who is not a signed artist of Han Music or NU management, but came to the party alone and was so excited that she didn't want to leave. The backbone of Paramore, the signing target that Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen most wanted to meet at the VMA Awards ceremony. She is a chubby and very familiar person. She is the only outsider in this small circle who chats with everyone at night. Yeah, I started listening to the first album when it came out. Han Yi is the only one who sits on the sofa in a normal posture and is sober. He said he would not drink and he would never break the precepts, no matter what the occasion. He smiled and nodded slightly and responded, "Before misery business." Wow. Hayley Williams supported her chin and shook her shoulder-length medium hair, which has been switching between gold, green and blue in recent years, and recently returned to the factory setting of fiery red. It's incredible. Why? Han Yi shrugged and asked, "There are also many people who started to like Paramore before that song. Your first album is definitely as amazing as the second one, don't you think? It's not because of this." Hayley swung her right index finger left and right and took another sip of alcohol with her left hand. "I was thinking about how young you are, or how old I am. When I released my first album, you were still in elementary school? Then you are only 16 years old this year? Wait, that's not right. 2016 minus 4 minus 12 years old? Fuck, that's not right either. How come it gets younger and younger?" Just from this upside down mathematical calculation, Han Yi could roughly estimate how much Hayley, who was scratching her head, drank tonight. "When did you release your first album?" And Mary, who was also drunk, raised her hand and asked loudly, scaring Post Malone, who was about to fall asleep next to her. Although the latter looked like a gangster, he was actually very soft and cute. Knowing the limits, being polite, always praising others, and having a panda-like personality, Post Malone quickly became the new favorite friend of all the female artists of Han Music. "Sorry, Austin." And Mary quickly touched Post Malone's head. "Did I wake you up?" No. Post Malone smacked his lips and showed a lazy smile. "I'm listening to you guys. Please continue." 95. Hayley blinked her eyes hard, which became a little dry and stinging after wearing contact lenses all day, and said an outrageous year seriously. In 1995, 7-year-old Hayley Williams was still playing in the mud in Mississippi. The correct answer should be 2005. At the age of 17, Hayley Williams, along with Josh and Zach Farrow, whom she met in her second hometown of Franklin, Tennessee, was signed by the so-called independent music label Fueled by Ramen, which is affiliated with Atlantic Records of Warner Music Group, opening a brilliant chapter in the history of pop-punk music. Paramore, a legend that seems to have been abandoned in the 2000s, but still survives in the hearts of countless people. In 1995, The Boss Should Be She went to stage school at the age of 5, and now she still has 2 kilograms of tequila fermenting in her stomach. Even with the protection of the British education system, and Mary can't show any better mathematical ability than Americans. 43 or 46, depending on whether you want to round up. If you round up, it should be 50. Ellie Goulding, who is also from the UK and took 4 A-level courses in high school, English, politics, drama, and music, none of which has anything to do with mathematics, stared straight at the apparel in her hand, which had long melted and faded a lot, as if talking to the magic mirror in the cup that others could not see. As a typical British teenager who started working at the age of 12 and was avoided by the law-abiding residents of Hereford City, wearing heavy gothic makeup, listening to heavy metal rock, either tongue patches or nose powder, Ellie Goulding's life has become much more regular and healthier after becoming famous. After all, as a public figure, it is difficult for her to smoke and drink like when she was studying at the University of Kent. But this does not mean that she has lost the ability to seek pleasure in the absolutely safe and private environment of 157. Once the disguise is removed, Ellie Goulding will definitely play crazier than anyone else. It is mainly reflected in the various chemicals she ingested. In Ellie Goulding's eyes, every skyscraper outside the window, even the Han music artists sitting next to her, all turned into cute slime monsters with tentacles, twisting and turning in place. As for the apparel in her hand, it had already grown 3 eyes and 5 noses, making faces at her in the cup to make her laugh. A good trip, yeah. And Mary fell into deep thought. It seems that it should be 50. What the hell? How did you get it? Never mind, it doesn't matter, I won't say it. And Mary and Ellie Goulding's wild deduction results made Han Yi laugh and cry, but the latter knew very well that trying to reason with drunks and drug jars was a futile attempt that would never see hope. Saving some energy and taking advantage of Haley's most relaxed and unguarded time to subtly instill some effective information into her is the key at the moment. Anyway, from 2005 until now, Paramore has always been my favorite band, bar none. The first physical album I bought in my life was Yours, Brand New Days. I will always remember the moment I put the CD into my mum's car stereo and heard Ignorance for the first time. To this day, I haven't changed my opinion. This song is the greatest pop punk single in history. Ignorance is your new best friend. Ignorance is your new best friend. Zhao Yaozhen, who was sitting opposite Han Yi, hummed softly. As one of the main organizers of the party, she was very cautious about the intake of alcohol with important social tasks. She only clinked glasses with new guests, or took a sip, when she was really thirsty. But the night was long, and even if she digested it carefully bit by bit, she still took 4 cocktails in 4 or 5 hours. She had trained her drinking capacity in her hometown a long time ago. Although she didn't get drunk, she was still inevitably affected by alcohol and became a little tipsy. At this moment, Yaozhen threw the high heels that had tortured her all night on the carpet, hid her legs in Oscar de la Renta's evening gown, curled up on the sofa, and pressed her hot face against her knees. No matter who spoke, she could laugh like a silver bell. This was the most relaxing and satisfying moment she had in a long time. Sitting opposite the boy she liked in his penthouse apartment with a view of Central Park, a large group of artists gathered around her were the results of their joint efforts. For Zhao Yaozhen, there is no more ideal picture than this. I like Paramore too. Yaozhen did not forget her task today. It turns out that, after being bullied at school, going home, locking the door, putting on headphones, and listening to Misery Business alone under the quilt, is a very decompressing thing. No way, someone is bullying you. Hayley Williams, who was praised by Han Yi and Zhao Yaozhen, wanted to say a few humble words, but was distracted by the second half of the words of the manager. Hayley's eyes widened, she laughed in disbelief, and she dragged out the word you. When did it happen? High school. Where? Seoul, South Korea. Don't high school boys in Seoul have eyes? Hayley shook her head, amazed. Or do they just want to attract your attention in this way? I was very fat at that time, probably twice as fat as I'm now. Zhao Yaozhen bent her hands into a semicircle and placed them on both sides of her cheeks, playfully showing Hayley Williams her face shape when she was a chubby girl. People only fear and avoid things that they cannot change. Zhao Yaozhen, who has long crossed the hurdle of body shape, can now openly reveal the scars of the past to outsiders. There is no doubt that the impact of school bullying will never disappear so easily, but at least she is no longer afraid to face it. Although Yejin always maintains a strong aura in front of others, she still feels inferior and shrinks from time to time in private, especially in her career. A girl who has just turned 21 and is not much older than Madison or Billie Eilish needs to stand in front of the artists she manages and block the huge waves blowing from Hollywood for them. Even adults with strong minds will become confused and helpless in some extremely vulnerable moments in the dead of night. This is especially true for Leos who will think about everything at night. Leo girls look domineering and energetic during the day, as if there is no peak in the world that they cannot conquer. But once they finish washing and lie in bed, thinking back to the things they have experienced in the day, even a trivial problem is enough to make them cover their heads with pillows and cry secretly. Jo Yejin is no exception. Especially during the period from when Billie Eilish just released Ocean Eyes to when Madison's Cold Water was released, Yejin had the greatest pressure from life, study, and career, and the critical point was also the lowest. There are at least 2 or 3 days in a week when Zhao Yaozhen has to hug herself and cry for 10 to 20 minutes after closing her MacBook, after dealing with all the precautions, and then her depressed mood will be relieved. But in the past 1 or 2 months, her night state has improved visibly. Billie, Khalid, and Mary, Madison, the first batch of artists she directly handled, have developed rapidly, and each of them has made considerable breakthroughs in their respective niches, especially Madison Beal, who has won the Billboard champion for 3 consecutive weeks, which not only increased her value sharply, but also gave Zhao Yaozhen a reassurance. At the age of 21, she has accumulated a 17-year-old champion singer. Although such an achievement is not enough for Zhao Yaozhen to live on the credit book for a lifetime, it is enough for her to stay away from anxiety for at least the next 6 months to a year. Because after Madison Beal topped the list, the rising performance income and other commercial benefits brought to Zhao Yaozhen the manager's commission, which can already repay a considerable part of the tuition loan from Han Yi. No longer rowing, Han Yi meant that she could finally stand on the same starting line with Zhu Yiru and compete fairly. This alone was enough to make Zhao Yaozhen laugh secretly in bed after returning home late at night and forget about all the other troubles. I know it sounds reckless, but I don't believe it. Hayley Williams' eyes swept up and down Zhao Yaozhen's body. You look like someone who has been thin all your life, goes to the gym every day, and wants to be more perfect, even if your figure is already good enough. You can ask them. Zhao Yaozhen nodded in the direction of Billie and Madison and smiled. On weekdays, she had the closest contact with these 2 girls, and naturally had the most opportunities to talk to them. Yaozhen didn't lie. Her eyes met with the managers. Madison Beer, who had been silent and staring at Zhao Yaozhen intently, seemed to have wandered away. She shuddered, subconsciously straightened her body, licked her lips that still had a little taste of cocktail, and nodded in response. She showed us the evidence before. Where is the evidence? Hayley spread her right hand and asked carelessly. Like Anne-Marie, she is a tomboy with a straightforward and generous personality. In addition, with the catalytic effect of alcohol, the sense of boundaries when talking to people becomes even more unclear. However, this kind of straightforward question that others would feel is a bit of an invasion of privacy. When asked by Hayley who is drunk, it has a different kind of cute taste. Here, she didn't intend to keep it as a secret. In addition, a few people in Han Music, including Han Yi, have seen it, and Hayley Williams is also a person she needs to win over and develop. Faced with this question, Zhao Yaozhen behaved very calmly. She pulled up the photo album on her phone, scrolled up for a few seconds, and pinpointed one of the few images of her when she was obese. This was a photo taken in Bergen, Interlaken, when she went on vacation with her parents in Switzerland. In the picture, Zhao Yaozhen, who was half a head taller than her father, clasped her hands in front of her with an awkward look on her face and timidly glanced at the camera. At first glance, no one would think that the chubby girl in the photo had any connection with the extraordinary young manager in front of her. Only by observing carefully and trying hard to identify can you catch a trace of similarity between the eyebrows. Wow, I have to applaud you, Yaozhen. After squinting and staring at the screen for a long time, Hayley Williams put down her phone and clapped her hands vigorously. It's not because of how charming you have become, but because you have shown unwavering determination and resilience. Can I see it too? Hearing Hayley's high evaluation, and Mary raised her hand and asked. She looks fierce and impetuous, but in fact, she is very thoughtful. Under that straightforward appearance, she has a good sense of propriety and scale. Be my guest. Zhao Yuzhan raised her hand and gave Anne-Marie the green light. Damn. Anne-Marie and Khalid, who leaned over, exclaimed at the same time and cast an apologetic look at their shared manager. That came out wrong, but it's really too scary. Yuzhan, how did you do it? Avoid all foods that can make humans feel happy, and then do a lot of exercise. Yuzhan explained, while smiling and glancing at Han Yi. Among this small group of people, he was the only one who had seen the original pure image of the Korean girl. Yujin reminds me of Russell Brand. Lana Del Rey, who was leisurely admiring the last trace of night before sunrise, also joined the discussion. He also gained weight in his teenage years and finally succeeded in losing weight. He is completely different from our Yujin. Okay. Billie Eilish, who has always been particularly sticky to Zhao Yujin, used her hands and feet to climb onto the sofa along the patterns of the carpet, snuggled into her sister's arms, and spoke up for her. Russell Brand looked so fucking scary. The weirdest looking British man I have ever seen. No offense, Ellie. None taken. Ellie Goulding shrugged. I think he's scary too. Russell Brand. Dua Lipa, who was the most nervous about walking the red carpet, started drinking glass after glass of Laurent Perrier Chardonnay since she started putting on makeup in the afternoon to relieve her anxiety. So everyone saw the most authentic look of this always tense Albanian girl after she completely relaxed. Regardless of whether he heard a statement, a question, a rhetorical question, or a name of a person, a place, or a street name, Dua would mutter and repeat it, and then chuckle to himself, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. I haven't heard this name for a long time. Yeah. I remember the last time I saw this name, I was still on tour with a band. Going to the Greek theater. Arthur, Despicable Me, my god. I mean, he's basically with. Post Malone happily fell into memories, saying whatever came to his mind, but soon he realized how inappropriate the second half of the sentence he was about to blurt out was. He quickly withdrew his eyes from Hayley Williams, cleared his throat unnaturally, and buried his face in the whiskey glass. You can actually say it directly, it's okay. How could Hayley Williams not know what Post Malone wanted to express? In the past few years, too many people have expressed similar sighs in front of her, either directly or implicitly. He and Paramore are from the same era. I don't mean anything else, Hayley. Post Malone stretched out his arms and defended very seriously and earnestly, whether it's Russell or Paramore, they are still hot topics active on the stage. You have never become the past tense. What I want to express is that at a certain time, you publish some works that have a deep connection with popular culture, thus directly defining that era. I agree with Austin's opinion. Han Yi quickly jumped out to help smooth things over. Some artists we call hysteria, some artists we call legend or icon, and Paramore is undoubtedly the latter. I dare say that among the musicians present, no one can escape your influence. The glamorous 2000s became so memorable because of bands like Paramore. I have attended your concert. Khaled echoed, proving that what Han Yi said was true. On September 19, 2006, Tower Record Store, the one on Peachtree Street. It was one of the most amazing live performances I've ever seen. I still have the ride you signed for me at home. I saw it too. Madison Beer thought for a moment and said, but it was a little later, at the Jingle Ball in New York in 2010. At that time, I was just an avid believer, but even then I felt that your performance was much better than others. Originally wanted to point out Justin Bieber directly, Madison finally chose to hide the name of her former idol. I was in London. Dua Lipa joined the topic excitedly. Reading Music Festival, also in 2010. I was super into pop punk at that time. I saved money for 2 weeks and bought scalper tickets with a friend just to see you and Blink 182. Me too. Wait. Hayley Williams pressed her hands down and stopped Lana Del Rey, who was about to speak, with a bit of amusement. "I can understand these kids, but you, Lana, when I release my first album, you should have entered this industry, right? At that time I was still Liz Grant. Who the hell cares who I am?" Lana Del Rey pouted, looking calm. "And besides, who says that I can't be inspired by you guys after I enter the industry?" At that time, Paramore was the object that all singer-songwriters who wanted to succeed would learn from and emulate. Yes, this is the consensus of everyone. You are really one of the very important driving forces for me to choose to study at USC in the United States. I want to see what kind of industrial system can bring such a unique sound and a top band that can resonate with so many fans around the world to the mainstream market. Seeing that the atmosphere has finally been raised to this level under the careful guidance of him and Zhao Yaozhen, Han Yi took over the conversation without hesitation, seized the opportunity, and struck while the iron was hot. "I'm sure that I can say this on behalf of all the artists of Han Music present here. Our professional ideals and life goals have been gradually forged and formed under the influence of Paramore music. I don't want to turn this pleasant conversation before sunrise into a long TED speech. But, Hayley, if you can share some of your insights and gains as the soul of Paramore, I believe everyone will benefit a lot." Insights and gains. These two words, like stones thrown by naughty children at passing cars on both sides of the highway, instantly cracked Hayley Williams' seemingly solid car window with dozens of cracks. She crossed her legs, her eyes half open and half closed, not knowing whether she was thinking or meditating. After a long while, she sneered a few times in a scattered rhythm under Han Yi's expectant eyes, took a long breath, and said faintly, "My biggest gain? Money, maybe. The biggest insight? If you really like music, don't enter this circle." Chapter 246 Punk Queen. Hayley Williams' dejected words instantly plunged the scene into a silent and strange subtle atmosphere. Han Yi pursed his lips tightly, and the smile that remained on the corner of his mouth was less joyful. Everything tonight was originally on the track he had planned, and it was developing so beautifully. The artists of Han Music gave a good collective appearance at the VMA Awards ceremony. Then, the celebration party held at 157 was a great success. Many stars in the music industry gathered together, except Jay-Z and Beyonce. Some of the meetings that Han Yi wanted to complete through this MTV Video Music Awards were also all achieved. Even the artists, managers, performing arts agents and other industry insiders that Han Music had included in the list and wanted to further contact and cooperate with were all established with initial contacts, including Hayley Williams. Especially Hayley Williams. She was a star figure that Han Yi wanted to recruit since the establishment of Han Music, and she was indeed a pop culture symbol that he had loved since his teenage years. The background story he just told in front of everyone was not an anecdote he made up on the spur of the moment to please Hayley. The ignited enthusiasm and inspiration were indeed the driving force that motivated him to resolutely choose to join the music industry, even if he had to live his life again. Apart from Michael Jackson, Han Yi did not make confessions with the artists in advance because he believed that the band led by Hayley Williams, called Paramore, was by no means his exclusive memory, but the commonwealth of all young people who had been immersed in the European and American pop culture of the 2000s. As the New York Times said, pop punk, like disco, was criticized in its infancy, but now it has become the theme melody of a generation of Americans' deep nostalgia. And Paramore happened to be at the center of this round of nostalgia. Why is it so? In the 2000s, the most popular music styles and artists were the same few types: teen pop represented by Britney Spears, NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, Andre 3000, Nelly, Kanye West and Lil Wayne, who became popular all over the world with the rise of Southern rap and the popular rock after the second revival of garage rock and punk rock. Especially the thriving situation of pop punk and post-grunge rock. Time flies and never comes back. When people put on the faded and yellowed filter of the times and look back at the first decade of the new millennium that came out and disappeared with Windows XP, what they remember is generally not the first two. Although teen pop is the most iconic, it is also the most limited. The arrangement is simple, the lyrics are monotonous, and the melody is unchanging. These mass-produced assembly line products are just gifts from Disney or other large entertainment groups in order to present the exquisite teenage idols in their hands. Just like the teenage idol dramas that were popular in the United States at the same time, such as Beverly Hills 2, Gilmore Girls, Veronica Mars, One Tree Hill and Gossip Girl. When we think of them again, the specific plots and lines must have been blurred because they themselves are not worth remembering. Only the faces of Kristen Bell and Blake Lively, who became famous because of these dramas, are always fresh. Guilty pleasure is a phrase closely related to popular culture in the English world. It means that people still secretly like certain entertainment activities, such as movies, TV shows, music and games, even though they know that they are despised, even despised and ridiculed by mainstream society. This term was invented in the 18th century, but it was not widely used in the media until the end of the 20th century. Yes, in modern European and American society, guilty pleasure can basically be equated with the youth pop trend that emerged in the 1990s. Therefore, it is conceivable that when a genre of music has reached the point where people have to close their doors, put on noise-cancelling headphones, and listen quietly alone to avoid being laughed at, it has undoubtedly lost the qualification to become the memory of the times. To put it more accurately, everyone will remember it, but they will not take the initiative to mention it. And things that are not mentioned will have difficulty maintaining their subsequent delayed commercial value. Just look at the current situation of NSYNC. Except for Justin Timberlake, who has fought his way out on his own, the other members have been buried in the dust of the noisy history. As for rap music, the 2000s was not its beginning, nor was it its peak. It was just a memorable development stage on its way to dominating the pop music scene. The works of Eminem, Snoop Dogg, Outkast, Maya, Missy Elliott, Jay-Z and Nas are excellent, but the works of Kendrick Lamar, Drake, Future and J. Cole in the 2010s are no less impressive. Moreover, the flagship figures like Eminem, Jay-Z and Kanye West have been releasing works steadily to this day. They cannot be simply and narrowly defined by a time scale. In terms of the speed of innovation, rap music and electronic music are on par with each other, and are the two genres with the strongest ability to replace themselves. Fans of these two subsegments can welcome a new trend that is exciting, and in no way inferior to their predecessors every once in a while. They are addicted to the novelty, and will not let their steps deviate from the rhythm of development, nor will they linger inexplicably in a certain era and stagnate. However, pop rock and its characteristic fusion product of this era, pop punk, are completely different. On the one hand, although the commercialization level is not much less than that of youth pop music, it is not difficult to find that pop punk at least retains some independent blood that has been passed down from the garage rock wave of the 1960s. People in the industry certainly don't think that punk rock is any better than pop music or other mainstream rock genres. On the contrary, punk music is the simplest music style in modern pop music. It can be said that there is no other music style with the simplest arrangement structure. I/4/V, 3 chords, everything is done. But fortunately, consumers don't care whether musicians need to spend 15 days or 15 minutes to create these songs. What they need is just the simple and powerful "Hey Ho, Let's Go in Blitzkrieg Bop" by the Ramones. This is a post-hippie society. Young people who have lost their immaturity, but are still immature, are facing the information age. The loudest roar of resistance. At the turn of the millennium, the US economy, which was punctured by the internet bubble, fell into recession, and was in a mess. The anger and glory of pop punk also reached its peak. From the late 1990s to the early 2000s, with Blink 182 at the core, Sum 41, Good Charlotte and Avril Lavigne and other musicians made pop punk the 3 most popular signing genres at the time. Then, Fall Out Boy, My Chemical Romance and Paramore officially pushed the genre to a height that no later generation could reach in the late 2000s. Among them, Paramore is the most eye-catching group. Because this band, together with Avril, who led the commercial achievements in the first half of the year, has an advantage that other pop punk artists cannot have. Both golden signs are built around a rock girl with a distinctive image, a flamboyant personality, and an unforgettable rock girl. Grammy Award winner, Billboard chart champion, Twitter trending topic survivor, Hayley Williams is unprecedented. She is the most dazzling star in the history of pop punk, the Beyoncé of the Warped Tour stage. In the 2000s, when fringe bangs and studded belts were the newest fashion, roller coaster riffs and choruses were the latest trends in the music industry, people used MySpace as a compass and alternative press as the gospel bible. Williams achieved two achievements that most stars could not conceptualize in their lifetime. She invented a color and a mood. The color was her bright, fiery, uniform, almost neon orange hair with a warm fiery red base. The mood was 3 letters, emo. Emo is not just a musicological concept related to rock. It not only represents complex guitar arrangements, weird song structures, artistic background noise and dynamic rhythm changes, but also is not limited to free and unrestrained poetic writing and energetic emotional catharsis. Emo is a subculture, a heretic group that coexists with pop punk. It is a collection of overly sensitive, emotional, and anxious lost souls. It was the coolest fashion and social trend that European and American teenagers thought at the time. It is a way for children to find people who are abandoned like them and reduce their loneliness. And Hayley Williams is the magnet, spark, and wings of these children. If time can go back, people can take a walk in any high school in the United States in 2008. They will not find it difficult to find the huge influence of Hayley Williams on teenage pop culture. On both sides of the corridor, at least half of the girls are imitating Hayley's matching, and the other half get a sense of superiority and security by mocking this matching. Unlike many pop punk singers, such as Billie Joe Armstrong of Green Day, Hayley Williams is really good at singing. She stomps, swings, and soars in syncopated notes, and uses endless whispers to express her despair, dissatisfaction and slightly playful compromise with the world. This feeling of us fighting against the world together has permanently branded the 2000s as rebellious. The background color of the 2000s is rebellion. Hayley Williams is the most angry and happiest, the most petite, but the most conspicuous, the most fragile and the most powerful among all the rebels. If you really like music, don't get into this circle. Billie Eilish chewed on Hayley Williams' drunken words over and over again. Why do you say that? She curled up in Zao Yowzen's arms, sat up a little straight, and did not hide the doubt in her eyes. I have to admit, Hayley, I was very young. When you were at your peak, I was only 7 years old, less than 8 years old. There was no way I could fully understand your music and the magic of Paramore. But I can see something different from other people, you know, my brother. Billie Eilish pointed at Phineas, who was caught off guard. For a year or two, his bedroom was covered with your posters, only your posters, even on the ceiling. It can be said that he had to look at you every day before he could close his eyes contentedly. Not true, Billie. With a somewhat embarrassed and shy expression, Phineas rubbed his cheeks. At least not on the ceiling. Maybe not on the ceiling, but it's definitely on your computer screen. Amid everyone's good-natured laughter, Billie continued to expose her brother's harmless secrets. What's your favorite girl's name, Stephanie? She's basically given herself a special Hayley Williams plastic surgery in Ed Hardy. Even her hair is dyed the same color. Occasionally when I go out with my brother, we meet her. My brother is obsessed with her, and I think she is the coolest and most beautiful girl I have ever met. She is my goddess, and after all, she's just a poor imitator of you. So, my question is, Billie Eilish spread out her hands, hesitated 2 or 3 times, and then threw out the question. How can this be a bad thing? I never said this. It's a bad thing. Hayley Williams dragged out the keywords to emphasize. Every time I attend an album signing event, I meet those little hailers who besiege me in the alley outside the record store. Ha 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 ha. I feel like I'm living in a magical world when I see their fiery red hair and light green eyeshadow. At that moment, I can feel that I am. I don't want to sound arrogant, but I really feel that I'm a part of their lives. It is a way for them to express themselves at that stage. They can not only find comfort and inspiration in my music and lyrics, but also find their own identity. Under the influence of alcohol, Hayley Williams' narration is a bit upside down, but compared with professional interviews in front of the camera, it is more explicit in flesh and blood. From the glittering light in the corners of her eyes, you can easily see that Hayley really pulled herself back to the doorsteps of those record stores that are now hard to find. Maybe it was Tower Records in Atlanta, and maybe there was also a little boy named Khaled in the crowd surrounding her. How can I not be grateful for all this? I think very few people can experience the feeling you have experienced. Ellie Goulding took a deep breath, her tone full of sincere and undisguised envy. Few, indeed. But not you. Hayley Williams pointed at Ellie, raised her eyebrows and smiled. Don't be modest, girl. Not only in the UK, but also here, your popularity is no less than mine. I have released some hit singles, yes. Have they been on the charts? Yes. Ellie Goulding's speech in a small circle no longer had those pretentious modesty, but what I mean is that I have never walked on the street and found that everyone is learning and imitating my dress. Not in the lights period, not in the halcyon period, and now look at me now, it is even more impossible. Ellie's fingertips slid from her chest to her waist, showing her body curves to the friends present. In recent years, Ellie Goulding has indeed been gaining weight. In addition, she has a large frame and a large face. If she doesn't pay attention to controlling her body shape, she will not look plump, but bloated. I'm just an ordinary blonde white girl, singing weird electronic music that many people say is out of tune from beginning to end. I know very well that I will never be like you, effortless, just being myself, and leading the aesthetics of an era with my musical performances and stage images. Throughout history, the number of people who can do this can be counted on two hands, right? For example, Bridget Bardot and her off-the-shoulder dress. Lana Del Rey's mind instantly popped up, such a legendary actress. Lana herself is obsessed with the retro style of the golden age of Hollywood, and naturally has a lot of research on the dressing and matching of that period. Riri wearing high socks on high heels. Needless to say, this must be from Madison Beer, Rihanna's most loyal fan. I think it's Jennifer Aniston. Rachel. And Mary gestured in front of her forehead. To be honest, even though she doesn't like it, I think that hairstyle is still timeless. And Bridget Bardot's smoky macup. Lana Del Rey thought of another example. Jennifer Beals, a big sweatshirt that only shows one shoulder. Che Yujin talked about a Hollywood movie star in the 1980s who was also popular in Korea. After her, people started to dress like this. Who is Jennifer Beals? Billie Eilish looked confused. Not surprisingly, her question attracted a burst of awe exclamations in the salon area. Che Yujin touched Billie's head affectionately and lovingly, making this little girl who had never experienced the 1990s, let alone the 1980s, deeply feel the generation gap. Bridget Bardot and ballet shoes. Lana Del Rey was still immersed in the beautiful world of Bridget Bardot and her shorts. Okay, Lana, it's a bit vulgar for you to mention Bridget again. Ellie Goulding teased, then turned her attention back to Hayley Williams, shrugged, and continued with a smile. Look, Hayley, there are only a few people who can have a profound impact on the fashion industry like you, even if we turn the clock back 50 years. So, to this extent, Hanyi couldn't wait to interrupt the topic. Whether as a fan who appreciates Paramore's music or a behind-the-scenes promoter who wants to sign a contract with Hayley Williams, he was eager to know the truth of the mystery. Why do you still think that entering this circle is a mistake? Because of people, man. Hayley Williams paused for a few seconds, drank the remaining wine in the glass, slammed it on the table, lowered her head, and let her iconic fiery red hair cover her face with an obscure expression. Because in this world, the most beautiful things are people, and the most cruel things are also people. Chapter 247, The Traveler in Time. People. Not only Hanyi, but most people present showed more or less enlightenment when Hayley Williams said this. The turmoil experienced by Paramore is inseparable from Hayley Williams' own emotional life, and it is also a part of American popular culture in the 2000s that is hard to ignore. Lead singer Hayley Williams and Josh Farro began dating in 2004 and lasted until 2007. That year, 20-year-old Josh Farro proposed to 18-year-old Hayley Williams, but the latter was obviously not ready to commit to a lifelong relationship at this age. After breaking up with Josh Farro, Hayley fell in love with Chad Gilbert, the guitarist of another pop-punk band New Found Glory. Unlike Josh Farro, Chad Gilbert at that time had no intention of ringing the church bell with Hayley Williams because he had just married ELI's lead singer Shirley Dupree. Yes, He cheated on his new wife less than a year after getting married, which is very fast even in the rock music industry. Although Hayley Williams and Chad Gilbert's relationship has been stable in the next 10 years, the two got engaged in 2014 and held their wedding in Nashville, the city where they lived together, in February this year. It seems that the youth years composed of reckless impulses and immoral mistakes have left them far away, but the scars caused by this incident have permanently changed Paramore. In 2010, Josh Farro, whose relationship with Hayley Williams became increasingly tense, left the band with his brother Zach Farro. At that time, Paramore was at the peak of his career. He held 169 shows on the brand new Eyes tour, including 81 shows in North America, 48 shows in Europe, 17 shows in Oceania, 12 shows in Asia, 12 shows in South America, and 1 show in the Caribbean region of Central America. Paramore can be said to have visited all cities in the world suitable for holding concerts. Every place he went was full, and he even sold out the Wembley Stadium. Not only that, Paramore was also selected as the sponsor artist of the 2010 Honda Civic Tour. Yes, the Honda Civic Tour led by Nick Jonas and Demi Lovato, which Madison Beer and Billie Eilish were participating in at the time. In 2010, it was Paramore. In 2011, it was Blink-182 and My Chemical Romance. In 2012, it was Linkin Park and Incubus. In 2013, it was Maroon 5 and Kelly Clarkson. From 2010 to 2016, except for the idol group One Direction in 2015, only Paramore could enjoy the position of headlining guest, which shows their appeal and influence. But just when the second round of North American tour ended successfully in Orlando, the members were preparing to spend Christmas and take a short rest and prepare to set foot on South American land for the first time in February next year, something unexpected happened. On December 18, 2010, Josh Farro and Zach Farro officially announced their withdrawal from Paramore. In a statement published on his personal blog, Josh Farro claimed that the band had become a commodity mass-produced by a mainstream label, accused Hayley Williams of being manipulated by her management company, treating other members of the band as her vassals, and regarding Paramore as her personal project, and revealed that she was the only member of the band signed to Atlantic Records, while the other members were just riding on her dream. It is not difficult to imagine that this fierce statement caused an uproar in the rock music world, the mainstream music world, and even the entire Hollywood entertainment industry at the time. It is common for famous bands to break up, such as Van Halen, Fleetwood Mac, the Sex Pistols, Smashing Pumpkins. Just like marriage, since the Beatles invented the concept of band disbanding in 1974, only a few bands have been able to stick together for a long time. The vast majority of bands began to have internal conflicts after gaining fame and fortune, and then fell apart. But even Liam and Noel Gallagher, brothers who would eat each other alive, put up with each other for 18 years before finally announcing the breakup of Oasis in a backstage brawl. It's rare for a band like Paramore to announce the departure of two core members while they are still at the peak of their careers, even while on tour. More importantly, fans usually see the band as a whole following simple values. Most of them want the band they support to be united, without any discord and noise, and to get equal pay for equal work. Even if the lead singer is famous, he should not be above other band members. Take Maroon 5, for example. This pop rock band can basically be called Adam Levy and Friends. 95% of the image construction and commercial value of the entire band comes from Adam Levy, and maybe 5% from James Valentine. Even so, when it was revealed that most of Maroon 5's income went to Adam Levy, the band's reputation and word of mouth still suffered a significant blow at the public level. Hayley Williams and the remaining members did not actually have to respond to Josh Farro's accusations. Furthermore, Hayley Williams' signing with Atlantic Records alone was a bad move in terms of team structure and public relations. Letting other members join the band agreement would not have made much difference at all, as long as the rights and interests of each member were clearly divided in the agreement. But Hayley Williams' manager chose the worst way to deal with it. Mark Mercado's series of operations were undoubtedly short-sighted and even suicidal. On December 30, 2010, 2 weeks after the Farro brothers left Paramore, Hayley Williams and the remaining two members, Taylor York and Jeremy Davis, were interviewed by MTV. The interview did not bless the Farrow brothers' future development, did not clearly interpret the internal conflicts of the band, and did not even provide the most basic hype. The three only said in the interview that they believed that the conflicts mentioned in Josh Farrow's statement were not related to his departure, because they had repeatedly discussed these issues raised by Josh when the five of them were still together. Finally, Hayley Williams personally took the most powerful grenade thrown by Josh Farrow. She admitted that Atlantic Records had indeed signed a contract with only her. 6 years later. No, for Hayley, it should be 13 years later. Looking back after 13 years, Hayley still couldn't believe that Hayley Williams' management team had prepared such a stupid public relations response plan for her. Acknowledging that she had abandoned the other four members who had grown and struggled together, and enjoying the huge advance payment provided by Warner Music Group alone. This practice almost destroyed all the reputation that Hayley Williams had worked hard to accumulate, and almost put Paramore into an irreparable situation. Ordinary music fans cannot see the truth behind the accusation, although it is true that only Hayley Williams has signed a contract with Atlantic Records. The entire Paramore band actually has a record contract with Fueled by Ramen under Atlantic Records, which means that whether it is Josh Farrow, Zach Farrow, or the other two members who choose to stick to it, they can get the recording royalties belonging to the Paramore band without any deduction. Not only that, as one of the creative masterminds, Josh Farrow has also signed a contract with his own copyright distribution company, and he can also get the money from music royalties without any deduction. In 2003, the reason why Hayley Williams agreed to sign with Atlantic Records was because this record company was the only one among the several companies that contacted her at the time that was willing to let her develop with her band friends. In other words, if it weren't for Hayley's persistence and Atlantic Records' concession, there would be no band like Paramore in the world. Whether it is Josh Farrow, Zach Farrow or Jeremy Davis, they will never have anything to do with professional music, because no label is willing to hand out a contract just for them. Therefore, Hayley did not betray. In fact, she was the one who created Paramore with her own commercial value. However, the unprofessional manager Mark Mercado did not mention this in the media release, which caused Hayley to be criticized by the media and some fans for a while. They believed that it was Hayley Williams' greed that drove Josh Farrow away. It was her morbid concern for her personal reputation that caused Paramore to fall apart. It's not what you think. It's not that. Noticing the complex information hidden in Hayley's eyes, Hayley Williams rubbed her eyebrows with her fingertips helplessly, wanting to say something but stopping. Since Hayley claimed to be a loyal fan of Paramore, he must know what the band has been through. The understanding in his eyes, and a little bit of pity that made Hayley feel warm and uncomfortable was definitely related to her entanglement with Josh Farrow. Well, it does have something to do with that, but that's not the point. I used to love Paramore, I really did. Hayley Williams pushed the glass on the glass table towards Post Malone and made a look. The latter, who was so absorbed in listening, took a few seconds to react and quickly filled Hayley's glass with tequila. Hayley picked up the refilled glass of wine and drank almost a quarter of it before pressing her hand to her chest, trying to suppress the burning sensation rising from her stomach as she spoke slowly. Before Paramore, I had almost no friends. I have 2 sisters, but they are half sisters. I have a few people I can talk to in Mississippi, but when I was 14, I moved to Tennessee with my mother. My mother moved away because of a divorce. When she first arrived in Nashville, she was very unstable. I can understand her very well. A woman, traveling thousands of miles with her underage daughter, to a strange city, accepting an uncomfortable teaching job, embarking on a new adventure full of unknowns. She can't focus on me, and I don't blame her, because, if it were me, I couldn't do better than her. The older I get, the more I understand how difficult it is for her. But I was really lonely at the time, so meeting Josh and Zach at school was like a gift from God. It's hard to use, I can't express how much they mean to me, not just as friends who can play music with me, but also as family who can share all the secrets. It was only a year between meeting them and signing with Atlantic Records, but in that year, we established a bond that has not been completely erased even now. I think it is this bond that made Zach choose to return after 6 years away. The protection and support they provide me is the best part of our relationship. Knowing that no matter what happens, they will support me behind my back gives me an incredible sense of security. I know I can rely on them, so I didn't hesitate to ask to go through thick and thin with them when I signed with the label. Looking back after so long, they are still like my brothers. Well, to be precise, Zach is like my brother, and Josh, like your Alabama brother. Who said that? Hayley Williams first widened her eyes in surprise, and then she couldn't help laughing. Sorry. The joke was made by Ellie Goulding, who had long been friends with Taylor Swift and Hayley Williams. I don't know why, but when you mentioned Mississippi, the word Alabama came to my mind. I have to tell this joke, or I'll be suffocated. Fuck off. Ellie raised her hands in surrender, which earned her a coquettish eye roll and a firm middle finger. Ellie Goulding didn't say this out of boredom, but to make the depressed Hayley Williams laugh just right, so that the latter wouldn't get drunk and say something that would make her regret it later. Ellie's approach really worked, and Hayley's criticism of Josh was forcibly suppressed. The atmosphere at the scene relaxed instantly. Hayley Williams looked around with a smile and continued, Josh, there are many stories and a complicated history between us. But at this stage in life, I will still choose to bless him wholeheartedly. This is the meaning of Paramore. It is my family when I had no family. It is my dream after I lost my dream. In the first few years, it was warmer than a real family and more magnificent than the boldest dreams. Tonight I sound like a self-pitying alcoholic, I know, but I'm really not a guy who complains about everything. I know very well how lucky I'm to be able to create a band with my good friends since high school, and in 7 years, spread our anger, sadness, happiness and other thoughts to every corner of the world. What could be more dreamy than this? Every musician's dream. Khaled shook his head and sighed softly. Yes, it's every musician's dream. Everyone who meets me says so. Billy from Green Day, Pat from Fall Out Boy, my husband, and even Taylor. Everyone's ultimate evaluation of me is, I really envy you. You can find yourself at such a young age and turn your dreams into reality. So young. Taylor Swift? Harney asked with interest. Yes, speaking of her, the way we met was quite interesting. Hayley Williams nodded. Paramore and Taylor were both nominated for the Grammy Award for Best New Artist in the same year. 2008. Harney immediately gave the correct answer, the 50th Grammy Awards. I know. It seems that you are really my die-hard fan. Hayley clapped her hands and laughed. I can't even remember it myself. Then I definitely remember. Harney glanced at Zhao Yaozhen, who was looking at him with a smile, and responded, Amy Winehouse, Taylor Swift, and you got the Grammy Awards. That year were really intense. I hope you didn't place any big bets on me. Hayley shrugged self-deprecatingly and teased. Her career has entered such a stable and delicate stage, and the so-called winning or losing of awards is no longer something she cares about. As you know, I didn't win the Grammy Award, but it didn't affect my mood at that time, because like today, I was invited to attend an after party. Timbaland's after party. Woohoo, the Han music artists led by Post Malone made a long-drawn encouragement. Timbaland in 2008. Lana Del Rey pointed at Hayley Williams and looked at Madison Beer, emphasizing to her much younger colleague, pay attention to this time modifier. Yeah, huge. Obviously, standing at the scene, watching the stars coming and going, I was so nervous that I almost couldn't move. It's almost the same as you today, Maddie. How could I? Madison immediately protested loudly. Have you said hello to Rihanna? Hayley narrowed her eyes and immediately spoiled the show. She came with her boyfriend. I can't disturb her. Madison shrank her neck and gave up in disgrace. So, I understand your feelings. Although we have already entered this circle, we still have the mentality of fangirls. We want to take pictures with everyone we see and keep our status very low. If you look down on yourself, others will definitely not come to talk to you. Just when I was about to escape from the party, a woman suddenly came over and said, I'm Taylor Swift's mother. You know, Taylor doesn't have many friends of the same age who are also in music, so I hope to introduce you to her, or leave your phone number or something. She is such a good mother. Harney praised her. It is undoubtedly a blessing for Taylor Swift to have a mother who cares about her all the time. but it is another situation for her management team. Taylor's family environment is only suitable for relatives to be her managers. Any outsider who enters will be unable to move forward because they cannot enter the core circle. Yes, Andrea, this legendary woman, brought me and Taylor together. As soon as we met, Taylor hugged me and said she liked my music and that she envied me for being able to do what I really wanted to do. Isn't she herself? Madison asked curiously. At that time, Taylor was still doing country music and she had wanted to switch to pop music for a long time. Haley explained. She talked to me a lot that night, and most of it was about how much she envied me and how I had so many good friends around me. I was so excited to hear Taylor Swift praise Paramore like that. I agreed with everything she said, and I felt that I was the luckiest girl in the world. Although I broke up with Josh, I found a more mature man who could take care of me and treat me. At least at that time, it seemed that he had no other demands, but just wanted to be with me in the most comfortable and natural way. And Josh didn't leave, right? We are no longer together, and our relationship has become more subtle, but at least he is still a member of my band. As long as we perform together and make music together, everything will return to normal. Paramore will always exist, and we will always be great, happy, and young. I thought that my band and I would drift along the long river of time until we reach the end of the river and merge into the sea at the end of life. What a romantic image, isn't it? As the lead singer of a band, who can ask for more? But, unexpectedly, just 2 years later, Paramore was permanently frozen in a moment that I don't want to recall anymore. And I too, became a traveler in time. Chapter 248, The Holy Grail Filled with Poison. Left in time. Hanley frowned slightly and repeated Haley's words. If that's what I understand. Dua Lipa bit her lower lip, thought seriously for a moment, and expressed a different opinion. Then I disagree. Neither Paramore nor you yourself have been left in time. When Still Into You was released, I hadn't been to the United States yet, so I don't know the situation here, but in London, this song was played in every street and alley, from Tesco to Indian restaurants on the street. And that wasn't the peak of the new Paramore. Post Malone stroked his full beard, always with a tone that made people more relaxed and lazy than the Côte d'Azur. To be honest, he should have changed his stage name to Marshmello instead of Marshmello. I was blown away when I first heard Ain't It Fun. My friend was playing music on his car's Bluetooth, and I asked him who it was by, and he said Paramore. I thought, what? It's Paramore? Power pop rock, funk, new wave, with a little bit of gospel music. To this day, it's one of the most complete and rich rock music I've ever heard. I like this new Paramore, Khaled echoed. Honestly, compared to the previous pop punk band, I think this version is the real you. Talented, in a diverse way. But this is not the Paramore that people remember. Hayley Williams opened her arms and shouted loudly in a way that was like crazy, expressing her oppressed emotions after finally getting recognition. Fans won't consider how difficult it is to make these elements blend seamlessly when you combine 6 or 8 styles into one song. They won't consider whether, as an independent individual, you have developed new ideas about the world, about human nature, and about art as you grow up. Are you tired of your previous musical style and want to express yourself with a more mature voice? They will only ask you why you didn't make Misery Business Part 2 or The Only Exception Part 3. Why don't you roar anymore, headbang anymore, or play a song with only 3 chords? Paramore is no longer Paramore, and you are no longer yourself, Hayley. Can you imagine? A fan I've never met knows what I should be like better than I do, and actually thinks he should guide me and tell me how I should live to be in line with expectations. Josh and Zach's departure at that time made the situation even worse. Many people think that it was my greed that drove Josh away, and I made Paramore lose its soul. Josh was the creative mastermind of this band. The series of works released next, whether it is Still Into You, or Ain't It Fun or Paramore, the accuracy of their conspiracy theory. Hayley turned Paramore into a pop band. Sure enough, this is her personal solo project. Paramore will never be the same again. But this is just the opinion of some haters. Lana Del Rey supported the back of her head with her right hand, raised her left hand upward, and lay on the sofa lazily like Cleopatra, saying, "You know, when I just released my first album, some media even compared me with you, and those who said Taylor Momsen was imitating you. I mean, they are just a bunch of bored kids, from reporters to fans. They want to see conflicts and hope that you will get worse day by day, so they say so many hurtful things. But in fact, it's not just haters, Lana." When saying this, Hayley Williams' eyes slid across the young and energetic faces of the Han music artists one by one. "You may have just entered this industry and can't feel it yet. Maddie, can I call you Maddie?" "Of course." Madison Beer smiled. "Maddie, you just topped the Billboard charts not long ago." "Oh, no, it seems you're still the top, right? You won't be the top in 2 days." Madison pointed at Halsey, who was not far away. "I'm 100% sure that Ashley will kick Thomas and me out." "Well, what?" Halsey, who was half asleep and half awake, struggled repeatedly between the hallucinogenic drugs and the sleepy spirit, suddenly raised her head and stared at Madison with a blurry and confused look. The New Jersey girl didn't participate in the previous topic at all because she didn't know where her soul had gone. "Who are you kicking out?" "No one. Love you, Ash." Madison made a heart to Halsey. "Go back to sleep, my princess." "Okay." Halsey changed to a more comfortable position, curled up like a cat on the backless black leather sofa, and smacked her lips. "Call me for dinner. It doesn't matter what you eat. Billy can help me order it. She and I are." Halsey snored softly before she even uttered the word vegan. As the only artist of Han music who will be performing tonight, she is indeed very tired. "Whether it's cold water or closer next week, you have achieved an honor that I haven't gotten yet, the singles chart champion. I hope you know how amazing it is to get the first place on the Billboard at the age of 17. I know, and I will always be grateful for it." Madison covered her chest and glanced at Hanley. The lines at the corners of her eyes became softer. This enthusiasm should have been transmitted to the scene as well, right? Like an older sister who was proud of her younger sister's achievements. Hayley Williams' voice, which had been chattering all day, was hoarse but warm. "I accidentally overheard a conversation among your colleagues from Han Music at the party. They said that your popularity in this year's Honda Civic Tour is almost surpassing Nick and Demi." "No, they are. I testify that it is true." Billie Eilish, who was still comfortably lying in Yasun's arms, responded first. "Before, you could tell which people bought tickets to see her, but not now, because when Madison's music sounds, basically everyone can sing along, no matter who they are." 2 days ago in Calgary, Demi and Nick specially put the song Cold Water in the encore part of the performance, and the three of them sang together. Let me guess, have you ever secretly tried it? Close your mouth, point the microphone at the audience, and listen to how loud the live singing is. Hayley Williams asked, winking at Madison. "We try it in every show." Madison covered her mouth with her hands and giggled shyly, "And we'll try it with different singing segments." "What's the effect?" "The sound is getting louder and louder." Madison thought for a while. It was also in Calgary that the sound engineer simply turned down the accompaniment track to the lowest volume and let the audience sing the 8-bar verse, and it was actually even more neat than when there was accompaniment. "It feels good, right? The most wonderful feeling in the world." Madison smiled like a flower. "Now, pack up that moment and that feeling." Hayley Williams squeezed her hands in the air, as if she was needing an invisible ball. "Put it in your mind, and repeat it 10,000 times. Repeat it 10,000 times, and then ask yourself if you will still feel inexplicably moved every time you hear the screams and cheers from the audience, and if you will still feel your blood boiling when you see the searchlights lit up during the chorus. In fact, you don't need to do it 10,000 times. You are on tour, and now, the 20th or 30th show, right? If I'm not mistaken, the temperature that you felt when you were on stage, which was more scorching than a high fever, should have subsided a lot, right?" Madison lowered her eyes and didn't answer, but she knew that what Hayley Williams said was true. Any happiness has a threshold, and so does a sense of accomplishment. The more you experience, the less residual emotional value you can squeeze out of the same behavior. Just like buying a bag, Madison Beer will never forget the joy and pride she felt when she received the advance payment from Island Records and walked into Rodeo Drive, a neighborhood she was not familiar with at the time, and bought her first Chanel handbag with the money she earned herself. But this is by no means a kind of pleasure that can be experienced repeatedly without fading. She knows very well that, even if she has a 7-digit advance payment from Han Music in her bank account, she will not be interested in going shopping on Rodeo Drive again. She has everything she needs, and the only thing she doesn't have is that she is not interested. If she really wants to have fun shopping, she may have to hold Hanye's arm and let him help her choose the consultant, but that kind of joy is another completely different experience. The luck of musicians is that they can stand on the stage and accept this kind of worship that is more real and stronger than the coronation of a king. The misfortune of musicians is that they cannot replicate it exactly. The peak pleasure of adrenaline, dopamine, endorphins, and all hormones that can stimulate positive emotions burst out at once is a once-in-a-lifetime bliss, or at most once per song. Since the birth of modern pop music, so many musicians have been addicted to alcohol and drugs, and a considerable number of them are looking for the same strong feedback. One song, one battle, one fame. Even if you wear sunglasses, a baggy sweater, and a hat on your head, and walk down the street in a very low-key manner, you will be stopped by surprised fans and asked if you are the original singer of a hit song they have listened to repeatedly. This feeling is great, and you want to taste the sweetness of it at its peak again, so you work harder to create, get up at 5 o'clock, to tinker with the computer, go into the recording studio at home at 10 o'clock, stay there all day, and even forget to eat dinner. You are looking forward to presenting this feast you carefully prepared to the fans who have been waiting for you online and offline for several years. You are not afraid of those haters, because haters gotta hate. No matter how well you do, they can find something to find fault with you. You have been mentally prepared for this kind of thing. What you fear most is the kind of fans who enthusiastically praise the new album. They tell you, wow, your new album is really great, the best rock album of this era. But, turn off the comments section on Twitter. They will put the new album aside and then click on Misery Business or even other people's songs. Do you understand what I mean? You are still great, and there are still many people who like you, but you are no longer the best you. In people's hearts, in the context of popular culture, the best Hayley Williams remained at the moment when Misery Business was released, and at the latest, it only lasted until the moment when the only exception was withdrawn from the charts. After that, everything you do has nothing to do with the you they will choose to play in the documentary. Hayley Williams, the lead singer of the band Paramore, will always be a little girl wearing a tight vest, jeans, and bright red hair. You can dye your hair in a variety of colors, no problem. Blonde, blue, green, yellow, or shoulder length hair, short hair over the ears, or even a flat head. It doesn't matter. No matter how you change, you can no longer be the Hayley Williams in their hearts. It's like being trapped in a transparent cage. This cage is infinitely wide and infinitely height limit, unlimited length, no soundproofing, no light shielding. Everyone can see what you are doing and hear what you are saying, but no matter how you scream and yell at them, they have no reaction because they no longer care. You want to tell them, hey please, guys, look at me now. I'm 10,000 times better than before. Please believe me. How do you think they will react? They will look at you with a compassionate smile, reach out their hand through the cage, pat your shoulder, tell you, well done, and then shrink back and turn their attention to people who deserve their attention more. At this point, Hayley Williams put her right hand flat and raised it above her head. I guess that's what they say. I've peaked. I reached the peak I could reach without knowing it. No one gave me a certificate for reaching the top, and no one told me, hey, this is it, but I just know it. Because when I step onto the stage of a music festival or a Paramore concert, I can feel the difference. When Still Into You or Ain't It Fun plays, the whole audience will sing along with me. They will raise their phones to take pictures. They will repeat every lyrics word for word. They will have a lot of fun. But only when Misery Business and The Only Exception play, I can see their lips trembling with excitement and emotion. You may think there is not much difference between the two, but let me tell you, the difference is huge. Every time misery business ends, and I put the mic down with this feeling in my heart that I will never ever be loved this much for my work again. I can't beat Hayley Williams in 2007. Like Aaron Carter, Dua Lipa murmured. Excuse me, what did you say? Hayley didn't quite hear. Oh, sorry, I'm not comparing you to him. Dua Lipa obviously misunderstood, thinking that Hayley Williams was dissatisfied with her putting Paramore together with teenage idols. I just want to say that what you said just now reminded me of Aaron Carter, or Jess McCartney, or basically all Disney idols. After their peak, no one will look at them again, even if they are more mature and better than before, because they no longer need it. And Mary concluded, I don't know if I understand it correctly, but as a cultural product, they have been completely frozen under the publicity and exposure of the media. After being frozen, it is extremely difficult to change them. Even suicide will not help. The person in people's hearts is still alive, still living in that era, but it has nothing to do with him. Yes, very well said. This is what I want to express. Hayley Williams poked her fingertips in the void. Miley Cyrus, Millie. In order to continue, I've said a lot of bad things about this new her on the radio before. To this day, I still think there's nothing wrong with what I said. No one can deny that she used a subculture that didn't belong to her and used it as a decoration for fame and fortune. But at the same time, I admire her spirit of adventure. I look crazy, but I don't dare to strip off my identity like her. But even if she did that, what did she really get? The her in Wrecking Ball has nothing to do with the sweet Disney princess, but people still call her mentally ill Hannah Montana. Our label culture has developed to a crazy level. Khaled sighed helplessly and lamented. I agree with you that labeling culture is the most abominable cancer in modern society, but the situation I'm talking about cannot be simply defined by labeling culture. Yes, the labeling culture can't put a label on this. Hayley Williams clenched her fists, trying her best physically and mentally to accurately and powerfully express the thoughts that were flashing like lightning and fireworks in her mind. I feel this phenomenon is the holy grail of all artists, a holy grail filled with poison. We yearn for eternal life like in heaven, but we are also afraid that our lives will be frozen prematurely. So, some people drink it all in one gulp, hoping to solve the problem once and for all. If they can survive, they will survive, but if they can't, they will be poisoned to death early. Some people sip it in small sips, thinking that as long as time is long enough, they can enjoy glory and vitality forever. But even Jesus will die. No one can be immune. Every superstar who defines an era has permanently lost its vitality with the passing of that era. Even Beyoncé. Even Beyoncé. Even Beyoncé. Hayley emphasized again, I know that her album released with zero publicity is incredibly popular, but after the noise, what is left when you think of her again? What song popped into your mind first? Single Ladies. Halo. If I Were a Boy. Various answers were gradually revealed from the crowd. Although the song titles were different, everyone understood that they all referred to the same period. Beyoncé's peak period as a musician. Then, Kanye raised his hand and asked sincerely, in your opinion, are there any musicians who can maintain unlimited artistic vitality in their limited lives? In my opinion, no. Hayley shook her head, but there are legends that can obviously extend it. For example, the Beatles, Michael Jackson, Bob Dylan. If we don't count those young musicians who died suddenly, there are very few. Michael Jackson's greatness, I believe I don't need to elaborate too much. He transcends those false titles and fabricated negative news. I will definitely regret saying this tomorrow, but he is both black and white. He is everything and anything. I think it will be difficult for us to see a performer as comprehensive and unique as him. Even such an outstanding artist has times when he feels powerless. Even if he can defeat himself in the Jackson 5 period and redefine himself with Off the Wall and Thriller, later, especially in the Invincible period, he is still ignored, forgotten, abandoned, and left in the past. Makes sense. Kanye nodded slightly thoughtfully. So what do you think, in our era, who can survive the longest? What do you think? Hayley threw the question back. I don't know what kind of surprises will appear in the future. Kanye deliberately avoided his eyes and did not look at the rising stars he carefully selected. Judging from the current situation, I'm optimistic about your friend, Taylor. You may not like her lyrics and arrangements, or her private life, but no one can deny that she is the Barbra Streisand of this era. In other words, Barbra Streisand is the prelude to Taylor Swift. The pinnacle is the holy grail of all musicians, and as a music capitalist living in this era, and striving to make earth-shaking changes, Taylor Swift is exactly the holy grail of Kanye. He has been planning for this holy grail for a long time. Hayley Williams is the signing object he has admired for a long time, and it is also the first piece of the puzzle in his plan to win the cup. Kanye still has a lot of work to do to get the super diva who feeds half of Universal Music Group alone. Taylor, is that so? Yes, I think so too. If there is such a person in our era, it should be her. Compared with Kanye, Hayley Williams has a closer relationship with Taylor Swift, but the uncertainty she implies at the bottom of her words is even more important. She does not have Kanye's eyes that can see through the fog of time. After 1989 and before Reputation, Taylor Swift has been at the peak of her career, but can she go one step further and take the undisputed top spot in the world music scene after the millennium? Even the most optimistic analysts and the closest friends would find it difficult to make such a judgment. But, even if this era is really lucky enough to breed such a person, even if such a person is really Taylor Swift, it is difficult for us to see another one. Hayley Williams took a deep breath and put forward the conclusion she had been laying out for a long time. That's why I say, if you really like music, don't enter this industry. I'm not trying to discourage you. I know you're still very young and don't have the same amount of time and experience as me. No matter how much I say, you won't be able to relate to me. But even so, I still want you to know that what you've chosen is a broken time machine that looks glamorous, but in fact, will devour you step by step. There is no way back, and it will keep you trapped in the same day over and over again. If you're lucky, you may be like me and have the honor of having a song that can define an era or be influenced by the times. I've never meant to brag, but I got him where I want him now. These are the two most famous lines in Misery Business, and Hayley couldn't be more familiar with them. But this time, she didn't sing loudly, but instead put her index finger into the tequila, gently drawing circles, stirring back and forth, and confessing to herself. It's too late for me. Maybe it's too late for everyone here. I'm drunk and don't know what I'm saying, but if you have a chance, tell your next generation, don't join this game. This is the unknown dark side of the energetic Hayley Williams. As the grey air spread like smoke on the stage, the entire salon area fell into a dead silence. The artists of Han music cannot fully understand what Hayley Williams has experienced. The peak of her career has passed, her band is powerless, her time is no longer flowing, and even her personal feelings are in jeopardy. But as artists, they are sensitive by nature, and can smell the sincerity in Hayley's words. She vented her anger under the influence of alcohol, and she said the truth. This is the future that musicians must face. They will also inadvertently reach a peak that they are not satisfied with at a certain stage of their career, and then be trapped there forever by time and the collective memory of popular culture. From that second on, there will be no more meaning in life. Everyone was chewing and savoring Hayley Williams' unreserved experience and lessons. Except for one person. She widened her stubborn eyes, raised her firm chin, opened her plump lips, and uttered soft words. Why do you say this to our next generation? Isn't it the fate of musicians to become martyrs? Chapter 249 Glory and Dreams, Part 1. It was Madison. Kanye was surprised by the identity of the dissenter. Madison Beer, who seemed to be well behaved and docile compared to the lively and outgoing Billy, and even had a bit of a pleasing personality in front of outsiders, almost never publicly refuted other people's opinions. Not to mention refutation. Sometimes, Madison Beer, who was worried about gains and losses, would even secretly send text messages to her friends after leaving a party to confirm whether she had said something wrong or said too much, which would annoy the stranger she met for the first time. Since she terminated her contract with Scooter Braun and Island Records, Madison has been so cautious. I don't know if she noticed it herself, but bystanders who were close to Madison knew very well that she did this in order not to experience the feeling of being abandoned by the whole world again. So, first she had a fierce battle with Hailey Baldwin and Taylor Hill, who had no grudges against her, and then questioned Haley's theory in public. Today's Madison Beer made people feel quite abnormal. Was it because of drinking? Maybe. Marta? Hallie frowned and grinned. Yes, Marta. What I mean is that everyone sitting here tonight is ready to make sacrifices for our careers, or rather, the reason we can sit here is because we have made sacrifices, no matter in what form. Madison Beale lowered her head and stared at her naughty toes that were slightly raised. In order to become a professional musician with a record contract, I left all the familiar people and things in Long Island and came to Los Angeles. My mother basically gave up her own company and accompanied me wholeheartedly. And my younger brother, Reed, he has transferred schools 3 times in the past 2 years. The first time he came to Los Angeles, and the second time was when I returned to Long Island after my contract was terminated. Reed is back again? Harney asked. Yes. Madison's cheeks had 2 shallow dimples. He came back to Los Angeles because you and I signed a new contract with Hahn Music, so we don't have to hide back to the East Coast anymore. I told Reed that you should finish high school in Long Island. Running around like this will not only delay your studies, but you won't even be able to make a stable friend. But he still chose to come with you. He doesn't trust me or my mom. Thinking of Reed's answer, Madison chuckled. He said that if I get terminated again, he can take us home as soon as possible. It seems that he doesn't trust me. Harney teased. No, he trusts you very much. He knows how much you have done for me and our group. Reed is a smart kid. He knows who is a real good person. Madison Bill explained very seriously. She knew very well that her brother Reed Bill was not so vigilant because of Harney. He just has experienced too much in the past 2 years, so he is naturally defensive. When I first entered this circle, I knew nothing and didn't care about anything. I was just eager to experience every surprise and beauty that Hollywood has to offer. But as I grew older, I began to have a new perspective on the relationship between me and my family, and I began to learn how to look at things from their perspective. Although I was still a child 3 or 4 years ago, there is no doubt that I have hurt my family without realizing it. They gave up their lives and changed their life trajectories to cater to my pursuits, and I've spent a lot of time studying what happened to me and paying attention to my own mental health. Most of you should know what I've been through before. Even if I didn't tell you in person, you should have seen it in the tabloids. But it wasn't until recently that I began to think about a question. When I was going through those things, my mother and my brother were also going through them with me. More importantly, they not only had to help me share the pain, but they also had a lot of troubles in their own world that I was not aware of because of me. At this point, Madison covered her chest with her hands, feeling the firmness and heat from her palms. So, putting aside my so-called passion or dreams, just based on the sacrifices they have made for me, I don't have the luxury of hesitation or retreat. I must succeed. I must achieve something. Only then will their unreserved trust be lived up to. I know that what I say may make you laugh, because I know in my heart that I'm a child who has enjoyed privileges since birth. I live on Long Island and come from an upper middle class family with good financial conditions. I have never known what real sorrow is. The biggest setback in my life so far, well, that is, the termination of my contract with the label. Madison Beale showed off her jazz hands and shook them in the air in a pretentious manner. Look, that white girl who was born with a silver spoon in her mouth is being meaninglessly sentimental again. Maybe this is true, but what I want to express is that every musician who enters this world carries a lot of things. There is one or more people who feel indebted and reasons why they have to succeed. I'm the same as you. Billie Eilish, who slipped away from Zao Yalzan's arms, had quietly sat down next to Madison without knowing when. She touched her bestie with her shoulder and smiled with understanding and self-understanding, encouragement and self-encouragement. I feel the person I owe the most is my brother, but yours is a younger brother, and mine is an older brother. My brother, Phineas, is right there. Billie raised her hand and pointed at Phineas at the other end of the tea table. Those of you who know him, and those who don't, it's probably because of his gloomy personality that scared you away. I swear, Billie. Hearing Billie's words, Phineas was both angry and amused, pretending to grit his teeth. Stop slandering me immediately. See, it's meaningless even when I'm joking. My older and dull brother, ladies and gentlemen. Billy grinned a few times, then retracted the arc of her mouth, and her tone and eyes became serious at the same time. Phineas looks a lot like our dad. By the way, did I tell you what my parents do? If you don't mind sharing, dear. Lana Del Rey made a gesture of invitation. At least I don't know, but I'm very interested in knowing. Actress. Billie Eilish raised her index finger and pointed out the window in what she thought was the west direction. My mom, Maggie Baird, majored in theater and dance. After graduation, she tried her luck on Broadway for a few years, but failed, so she came to Hollywood to try her luck. This time it was a little better, but she still only had supporting roles to play. The X-Files, Bones, and, what was the name of that video game? Phineas? Mass Effect. Your mom also participated in the production of Mass Effect? Han Yi was surprised. She is a voice actor. She did the voice of Samara, the blue-skinned Aseri. Phineas drew a half circle on his face with his index finger, and his tone was quite helpless. He and his sister both study at home, and don't have to go to school, which means they have a lot of free time to develop various hobbies, including video games. In addition to music production, trying the latest games is one of their favorite pastimes. Billy is keen on casual games like Isla Milo. As for big games, she plays the most puzzle games like Portal 2 that focus on decryption, and not much shooting. As a man, Phineas prefers more hardcore games. In addition to the Call of Duty series that every American teenager will tinker with, Phineas' favorites are RPG masterpieces such as Fallout and The Elder Scrolls. But unfortunately, because of Maggie Baird's voice acting in Mass Effect, Phineas has never touched this series so far. The reason is simple. Who wants to hear their mother's voice floating out of the TV screen while playing games? That's unbelievable. Han Yi raised his eyebrows. It's really cool. You should have shared this information with me the last time you met Maggie. We will definitely have a lot of common topics. Cool. Of course it's cool. Any actor who has been in Hollywood for more than 20 years should have a lot of big projects to boast about. Billy shrugged, but she has never been the protagonist. From Broadway to Hollywood, in 31 years, standing in the center of the stage is her biggest dream, but it has never been realized, not once. My dad is the same. He is the reporter in Iron Man and the bartender in The West Wing. He is lucky enough to stand in the studio and participate in the production of these epoch-making works. He is also unfortunate enough, because all he can do is participate. Since I was born, my family has lived in Highland Park. If anyone here is not familiar with the geography of Los Angeles, Highland Park is above Dodger Stadium, east of Glendale. It is not a slum with bullets flying, and of course, it is not an elite community like Bel-Air. It is stuck between made it, and fuck it's in between, neither up nor down, and in my opinion, I don't know what Phineas thinks, but in my opinion, this is the cruelest thing, neither up nor down. The relationship between the brother and sister is very close. They go to class together, make music together, and after Han Yi gave them the Dodge Challenger, they often go for a ride together. They talk about almost everything, but never about family and origin. Billy's unexpected heart opening tonight made Phineas become extremely focused. He hugged his knees, stared at his sister without blinking, and fell into deep thought. In the neighborhood where I live, as long as you look west, you can see the endless Hollywood Hills. Whether you want to see it or not, it's there. It's also the only thing you can see in that direction. When the weather is fine, it's impossible to ignore the Hollywood sign, because its white panel will shine like diamonds and hurt your eyes. Surrounding the sign are small houses of various colors. 3 years old, 5 years old, 10 years old, 15 years old. You are getting older, and the number of houses on the hill is also increasing. There are not many new houses, but you know, there are always a dozen families who move from the bottom of the hill to the top of the hill every year. They succeeded. You look up at their mansions, and then turn around to look at your own small yard. It's warm and comfortable, but it can't be described as luxurious in any way. Are our Rokana family stopping here? Are we so ordinary? At this point, Billy glanced at Phineas, and her tone became softer. When this thought first came to my mind, I was shocked. Am I disliking my family? I shouldn't do this. My parents have done their best to provide us with such a good life. teaching us to compose, dance, and sing, so that we can do what we want without worries. Why am I still dissatisfied with the status quo? Damn it. I'm ashamed of my own thoughts. I have never revealed my true feelings in this regard to anyone. Like a sinner, I put this dissatisfaction in an iron box, hiding it in my heart, not letting anyone see it. Until Billy turned her head and looked at Anya with burning eyes. Until I stepped into your house. This has nothing to do with the infinity pool there, your private cinema, or the Michelin level food. When I was hiking in the Hollywood Hills before, I carefully observed every villa from the east to the west, but I couldn't see anything except the stone walls and plants that blocked out the sun. Sitting in the living room of 864 Stradella Road, it was my first close observation of the life I've made it. Me too. Zhao Yaozhen silently echoed in her heart. The first time she stepped into 864 Stradella Road, for various reasons, her inner surprise and shock should be several times stronger than Billie Eilish's. That day was really like a dream. I sat there, pressed the play button, and watched the boss listen to the entire song Ocean Eyes, and heard him praise Finis and me, and the contract terms he offered. It's too easy. Everything is too easy. I feel that all the troubles in the world do not exist on that mountaintop. All problems can be written off with a pen filled with ink. At night, I returned home in a daze, and the first thing I saw was the excited and nervous smiling faces of my parents. I thought to myself, they look so cute, but so old. So many wrinkles. Obviously they were not like this when they were children. Their faces should be smooth, and their smiles should be energetic. Why do they look so tired? In my heart, they are the most humble but talented people in the world. They are master actors, self-taught composers, spontaneous dancers, and perfect parents that anyone dreams of. Why can't they have those things that Yi has? If Hollywood is a stage for talented people, then why is there no Patrick? Where can Michael O'Connor and Maggie Baird stand? This question stayed with me until the next time I visited 864 Stradella Road, which was the celebration party for the boss's acquisition of Utah. The moment I stepped onto the lawn, I felt relieved. Hollywood does reward those who are talented, but there are too many talented people. From Angelina Jolie to G-Eazy, who at the party that day was not talented. In addition to talent, you also need a little bit of scheming, a little bit of skill, a lot of luck, and the courage to give up everything. But even if you have all the factors for success, whether you can reach this mountaintop is still an unknown. In other words, in fact, there is already a destiny and fate. Some people are destined to be born here, and some people can only wander on the edge of the circle all their lives. I think that the O'Connor couple's book of destiny contains such content. Billy slowly stood up, clenched her left hand into a fist, and hit her chest with a muffled sound. What about me? What is my destiny? What do I hope my destiny will be? At that moment, for the first time, I had a practical and urgent concept of the word pursuit. I hope to firmly grasp this olive branch thrown to me, so that I will no longer stand on the hillside, looking up at the Hollywood sign on the top of the mountain. I hope to complete the glory and dream that my parents have not completed, and show them what a magnificent sight is on the other side of all the difficulties, hardships, and disappointments. I hope to live for myself, and I also hope to live for them. I hope that my life will be painful, twisted, tortured, and unaccompanied. I can exchange all the worldly happiness for an opportunity to stand in the center of the stage and feel the spotlight burning my cheeks. So, I especially like my current life. Finis and I still live in my parents' house, and our production studio is still the garage they vacated for us. I like to hear him playing the piano in his bedroom in the morning, and then I rush into his room and ask him loudly, "What's that?" Then we'll make music for 16 or 18 hours straight until the neighbors can't stand it anymore and come knocking on our door. Everything is exactly the same as before the signing, but I know in my heart that the songs we make now will one day be on the charts around the world through the label we signed with. They have done this for me and Finis twice, and I have no doubt that the third time will be just as wonderful, even more wonderful. The path to success is right in front of me, so I'm very content, but sometimes I envy others. Sitting back next to Madison, Billy touched her bestie with her shoulder again and laughed. For example, I've been envious of you lately, Maddie. Me. Madison opened her mouth, feeling rather flattered. Why? I also want to be like you, to win the Billboard #1 at the age of 17. I'm not a very religious person, but I really pray before I go to sleep at night, praying that God will grant me similar achievements as you. It will definitely happen. Madison hugged Billy and kissed her hair, all in due time. It doesn't matter, even if it doesn't happen. Billy buried her head in her bestie's neck and took a long breath. It doesn't have to be as exaggerated as being a champion, as long as I can keep releasing good songs that everyone can remember. Just like Haley said, be a time guard who cultivates and protects big trees. For me, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't know what my mentality will be like in the future when I'm a few years older, but now I just want to accomplish this one achievement, occupying the center of the stage, even if it's just for a second. For myself, for my brother, and for my parents. Even if you're a few years older, you should still maintain this mentality. Ellie Goulding, who had been listening quietly to Billy's speech, joined the topic with a peaceful smile. My situation is different from yours, but I can empathize with your thoughts. I know what you mean by doing it for your parents. You are not doing it for them to have a better life. Well, that's not right. You do want them to live a better life, but that's not the most important part. The most important part is that you want to use your own success to let them see what they once could have been. Let them see what kind of feats they could have accomplished if they were born in this era with the same blood flowing in their bodies. In this way, they can gain comfort and relief for their already fixed lives, right? You summarized it much more accurately than I did. Billy nodded heavily, biting her fingernails and smiled. I said I don't want to use these big words. My original intention for entering this circle is similar to yours, Billy. It's just that maybe I want to prove something more. Ellie Goulding tilted her head to the right, using her fingers as a comb to tidy up the messy hair flowing from her shoulders, and said slowly, I was born in Hereford, very close to Wales, and it takes about 1.5 to 2 hours to drive to Cardiff, Birmingham and Bristol. Hereford itself is small and remote enough, and the place where I grew up is even more desolate than this. It is a small village called Lyons Hall, half an hour north of the city. It is really a village with only 750 residents. I think, among all the people present today, my hometown should have the smallest population, right? You should be the champion. Han-Yi thought about it and nodded in response. Zhao Yaozen is from Seoul, and Madison lives in Long Island. Halsh, who is sleeping soundly, is in the densely populated area of New Jersey, and Ali Love, who is sitting in the corner as an invisible man, was born in San Francisco. As for Lana Del Rey and Billie Eilish, they simply live in the core metropolitan areas of Los Angeles and New York. In terms of population, the person who is closest to Ellie Goulding should be Anne Mary from East Tilbury, Essex, but even there are more than 6,300 people, and it belongs to the Greater London area. 750 people, my god. Dua Lipa, who is also from the UK, but has always lived in the center of London, couldn't help but sigh. Living there shouldn't be many people of the same age, right? Just talking about the village, our family has the most young people. I have 4 siblings, my brother Alex, 2 sisters Isabel and Jordan, and I'm the youngest. Ellie Goulding recalled, my father left us when I was 5 years old, so I don't have much impression of him. I just remember that he is very keen on murders. Passionate about what? Haley Williams thought she had heard it wrong. Murder, yes. Ellie Goulding repeated in affirmation. He was a funeral planner, so I guess it was a work-related hobby. The year he passed away, as a birthday gift, he gave me a whole book of murder details he had collected, with illustrations. Jesus Christ. Even Ali Love, who had always played the invisible man, couldn't help but gasp. A lot of people say that they hear the dark side in my songs. I think this kind of thing should be part of the reason why the dark side arises. I'm not sure myself. Ellie Goulding smiled indifferently. The other part comes from another pillar of the family, my mother. How to describe her? A self-proclaimed artist who followed SYNOPSIS and she was a fanatical fan of the band she's on tour, and an unreliable part-time worker for many record companies and supermarkets. She lived a very chic life, but forgot that she had 4 children around her. We lived in public housing, and our life was extremely difficult. If it weren't for the free lunch provided by the school, I estimate that at least one or two of the four of us would have starved to death. I think, Billy, this should be the biggest difference between us. You have a good mother who dares to pursue her dreams, but at the same time, will take good care of the next generation, and I'm just the opposite. She has never had a clear life plan and lofty ideals, and she wants to take away the right to have them from her children. No matter what this hobby is, how twisted, my father did cultivate my interest in murders. I would find ways to collect all kinds of bizarre murder cases, and then organize them into the booklet my father gave me. This is also a way for me to keep in touch with him. Since the phone call is not connected, and the address is not found, then this is the only way to remind me that I still have a father in this world, living in a corner I don't know about. But after my mother found this booklet, she didn't ask for my opinion at all. No, she may not need to ask for my opinion, but at least she should slap me in the face, right? Even if she scolded me, tear down the photos of the corpses, publicly humiliating me in front of my brothers and sisters. I'm happy to accept any feedback, so that at least I can feel her care for me. But she didn't. She found the booklet in my drawer, flipped through 2 pages, burned it directly, and then buried it in the back garden of the public housing without telling anyone. If Isabel hadn't happened to see it in the room, I might not know who took my booklet until today. After burning it, she went to work in the supermarket. This is how our Goulding family handles things. Difficult things are just thrown aside. This is the case with Arthur Goulding and Tracy Goulding. And as the inheritor of the family heirloom, I have learned from the outstanding members of the British tradition that they have a good attitude towards life. At the age of 11, I started to go to secondary school, Mrs. Hawkins School, in Kington, a town next to Lyons Hall. Kington is the largest town nearby, and parents from more than a dozen villages send their children here to study. But even so, the school has 6 grades and less than 400 students in total. I finally came to a big place with a population of more than 1,000 people. In this place where almost no shops are open after 7 o'clock in the evening, I quickly became the most hated teenager by the British, wandering around the streets at night with cigarettes in my mouth, liquor in my hands, or worse, all day long, doing nothing. I try to be the worst version of myself, hoping to use this method to show all the harm my parents have done to me. I want to talk to you about the recent chapters. The reason why I spend so much space describing after party and after the candlelight talk after the party was partly because of many foreshadowings for the future. For example, how to finally win over a superstar like Taylor Swift, how to obtain the music copyrights of some legendary superstars that Han Yi wanted, how Hayley Williams was moved to join Han Music, and many other career-related storylines, all of which needed to be brought out through this drunken conversation that was meaningful to everyone. More importantly, every star in the storyline is flesh and blood and has a development context. Their careers are closely related to Han Yi. While Han Yi is influencing and changing them, their confusion, difficulties, pursuits, and concepts will in turn affect Han Yi, and ultimately prompt the main character to. The role becomes more mature and more comfortable in career and love. In the first 6 months of the novel's opening stage, in order to catch up with the progress and build the framework, Han Yi actually did not have much stickiness and communication with his artists. Except for 1 or 2 such as Madison, very important figures like Dua Lipa and Hoshi are actually just names to Han Yi. From this moment on, Han Yi will realize the importance of communicating with his artists, and his career line will also change from a simple pursuit of performance, scale, and valuation to a more humane, more comprehensive and more realistic advancement. In short, the career line, like the emotional line, will revolve around people's emotional conflicts in the future. Chapter 250 Glory and Dreams, Part 2. Really? This time, 2 of Ellie Goulding's fellow Brits, Dua Lipa and Anne Mary, spoke at the same time, with clear suspicion in their tones. You don't look like a chav at all. Dua Lipa has lived in central London for almost her entire life, and she has probably seen the most British teenagers wandering the streets all day. After returning to London from Pristina alone at the age of 15, Dua Lipa has been attending Parliament Hill School in the northern Camden district. Generally speaking, Camden is not a violent and dangerous neighborhood, but it has a large number of bars, and is one of the most lively nightlife gathering places in London. Where there is alcohol, there will naturally be fights, and where there are fights, there will definitely be chaps. In the English-speaking world, this is a term unique to the British Isles, referring to young people from low-income backgrounds who wear flashy clothes, usually knockoffs of luxury brands, and sport hairstyles and makeup. Teenagers in every country are a headache, but compared to the United States, where AR-15s are everywhere, the United Kingdom, where guns are completely banned, and the sentencing standards for juvenile crimes are lenient, is obviously a more headache. In this country, where you don't have to worry about being shot in the head when you go out on the street, there are countless street dawdlers, or chaps, in every town. They cross the road everywhere, litter, drink alcohol in the daytime, smoke in groups, and do everything that will make pedestrians frown, but will not really get caught by the police. The next level is the roadman, that all British citizens are afraid of. They are all black Nike and Adidas, and the trend of wearing black masks has become popular in recent years. They wander in groups in the neighborhoods where they live, and some even form knife gangs. The hands in their shirt pockets are tightly holding the knives that are carefully selected after countless fights. Ordinary people use daggers and machetes, fierce characters use butterfly knives, and a few who don't have the right brain circuits even carry crossbows with them. Everyone was on high alert, ready to fight with rival gang members or passers-by they didn't like. Even well-trained professional boxers and professional soldiers would try their best to avoid conflicts with them when walking on the street. Adults always have various concerns and worries, but these teenagers who were born in Romania, not Rome, are already in trouble. Even if they stab you twice, the most they will do is to be sent to a young offender institution, and they only need to serve part of the sentence. They can even serve the rest of the time in the community on license. The pop star in front of her with a fairy-like fluffy blonde hair, a noble Bristol accent, and an emerald Chloe haute couture dress doesn't look like a low-level person who has struggled to get out of the quagmire step by step. Dua Lipa doesn't even believe that she is from Hereford. How can Hereford people pronounce so well? They have a Arctic accent and some Welsh pronunciation habits, which sounds very rural. In a country like the UK, where there are strict hierarchies and clear class divisions, once a similar accent comes out, it will basically be assumed that the person is a poor person with a lower middle income. I was not like this back then. Ellie Goulding knew where Dua Lipa and Mara's doubts came from. She gently touched her lips with her fingertips and smiled. I was born with red hair. It was brown when I was born, and then as time went by, it gradually turned into some strange dark red. Maybe it's because my mother has red hair and my father has black hair. I inherited some from both sides, so it became a mixed color. I thought you were born blonde. Hayley Williams was very surprised. After all, since her debut, Ellie Goulding has always been synonymous with blondes in the music industry. Yes, many people think so, but you can see it when you look at my hair roots. Ellie lowered her head and showed Hayley the roots of her hair on top of her head. They were turmeric after countless bleaching and dyeing to neutralize the red. When I was a teenager, I hated my mother. To be more precise, I was very disappointed with her irresponsible attitude. I was too young at that time and couldn't think of anything deeper. I couldn't imagine why she became what I saw, why her husband could disappear from family life openly, and she had to take on everything. At that time, I was a slim girl who rebelled for the sake of rebellion. I hated this world and the role it gave me, but I couldn't be angry at the whole earth, so I could only vent all my emotions on the people around me and on myself. I dyed my hair jet black, leaving no trace of red. If even an inch of my original hair color grows out, I will dye it again, because I don't want to see any traces on myself that would remind me of her. I put on heavy eyeshadow, wore gothic clothes, and fuck this shit every day that hanging out with the baddest and coolest girls in school. Skipping classes was a common occurrence, and on weekends I would hitch a ride to the town center of Kington, which was only a 5-minute walk away, and wander around until the early hours of the morning. I would drink whatever they drank, and smoke whatever they smoked. Although I hung out with them, I never felt that I was a chav. Maybe I thought so at the time, and I was even a little proud when my brothers and sisters called me that. But now I understand that I did this not because I agreed with their lifestyle, but quite the opposite. I did this just to let my mother see what her little daughter had become under her indifference. My depravity was her sin. Ellie Goulding looked up at the ceiling and sighed. I don't like this kind of life. Not only do I dislike it now, when I think about it, I didn't like it then either. I'm actually a very introverted person. I feel more comfortable lying in bed listening to music than looking for trouble on the streets. But I still force myself to meet those girls every day because I don't believe I'm lucky enough to choose another life. Father ran away, single parent family, public housing, hard times. It should be a standard tragedy script, no matter how you look at it. I thought I would live like this forever, dropping out of school every day until the school officially expelled me, then finding a job in a bar or supermarket, hanging out with a greasy hippie with hair long enough to be tangled, marrying him because I was pregnant, giving birth to 3 or 4 children in a days, and then repeating the fate of the Goulding family. But suddenly one day, I walked into a Tesco in Hereford with those girls, the one off Victoria Street. We weren't there to buy anything, we were there to steal. We were having a boring competition to see who could steal the most valuable merchandise without being discovered by the staff. I tell you, they are really professionals. They can stuff 3 bottles of red wine into a sweatshirt and nothing will look unusual. I'm different. I feel like, no matter what I stuff into my pocket, it will squeak and attract attention, even if it's a bag of chewing gum. I still remember it, between aisles 7 and 8, looking at the dazzling array of snacks and candies, and hesitated for a long time. I didn't want to win the championship in this kind of competition, but I also didn't want to steal too little and be laughed at by them. Finally, I took a few packs of wagon wheels, unzipped my coat, and stuffed them into my arms. Wagon wheels. Zhao Yaozin has a unique ability to keenly capture the name of each kind of food and the affectionate memories of others. What are wagon wheels? A chocolate flavored sweet treat, Dua Lipa whispered for Cho Yujin, to crispy cookies sandwiched together, filled with marshmallows, and coated in chocolate. No boxed lunch is complete without this dessert, and Mary further explained, if your mom puts a wagon wheel in your lunchbox, you're the coolest kid on the playground, eating a piece of chocolate that's almost as big as your head. Yeah, I've envied those kids with wagon wheels, since I was a kid. Wheels to school. Our school offers free lunch, but many children's parents will still install a variety of snacks for them. Generally speaking, Han Yi, who understood it, was able to understand in an instant with Zhao Yan. The common memories of the Chinese and South Korean people made an analogy. Forces, cream, cakes. As long as they are children, it should be difficult to resist the charm of their combination. As a result, Murphy's Law. Before I could put the 3rd piece of pie into my arms, I was discovered. A store clerk, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, appeared in the same aisle with a restocking cart. Ellie Goulding stretched out her arm and roughly gestured the distance between the two of them. There was only this much space between her and me. I felt like she could grab me by the collar if she stretched out her hand. You must be scared, right? Madison Bell asked. If it were me, my heart would have stopped if I was caught doing this for the first time. It's almost the same for me. Ellie Goulding covered her mouth and giggled. It's just, she's almost the same. You should know how scary my outfit was at the time. I was dressed in black from head to toe, wearing a black hood to hide my identity, and even my eyeshadow was smoky. I could see the fear in her eyes. She let go of the cart, took a step back, opened her mouth, and felt like she would scream at any time. Ellie Goulding's description was so vivid that, when she got to this point, Han Yi could even hear Zhao Yaozin, Madison and Billie Eilish holding their breath at the same time, as if they were at the crime scene. But the next second, her eyes moved down, and saw the wagon in my arms. Wheels. Suddenly I found that people's eyes can really detect temperature. Her eyes changed from cold panic to warm love. Apart from this word, I don't know how else to describe the gaze she cast on me at that time. At the same time, I also saw her face clearly. There were wrinkles, but not many. She wore bright lipstick, but it still couldn't hide her fatigue. The most important thing was that she also had ginger hair. I just stood there trembling and looked at her for a long time. Finally, she smiled at me and looked towards me. I didn't think about anything at that time, and I didn't have time to think about it. I didn't even put the pie in my arms back on the shelf, and I ran out of the supermarket. On the way home, no matter how they laughed at me, I didn't say a word. Because I kept thinking about the clerk in my heart. Why did she let me go? After letting me go, would she be punished for losing things? Did she pay for these pies for me? Why did she do this? Did you go back to verify it later? Lana Del Rey, I asked. No. I dare not go back. Until now, I have never set foot in that Tesco. Ellie Goulding smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's not accurate to say that. I often go back in my dreams. In the dream, I was standing by that shelf, looking at her, and she was looking at me, saying nothing, until I woke up. In the dream, she began to look more and more like my mother. They really look like, both have red hair, both work in supermarkets, and are so delicate but tired. Maybe, on the day I took the first step towards a situation of no return, God sent one of his guardian angels, incarnated as my mother, and finally helped me. The moment this thought came to my mind, I let go of all my resentment towards my mother. I started dyeing my hair back to its normal color, and later dyed it blonde. I broke away from that small group, studied hard, got 3 A's, and successfully entered university. In university, I studied everything I could like crazy, participated in every meaningful activity I could, and met some great people. I started exercising, started learning how to eat healthily, started running half marathons and full marathons, until I met my first manager, Jamie Lily White, and then, the rest is history. What a touching story. Khaled opened his mouth. Your mother must have been very moved when she heard it. This is what they call divine intervention. Hayley Williams pursed her lips thoughtfully. She pursed her lips. I'm not a particularly religious person, but I have to admit that some things in this world are so wonderful. I've never told her this story. What? And Mary widened her eyes. Why? This story will definitely change the trajectory of her life, I'm sure. After all, there is a difference between fable and reality, isn't there? Ellie Goulding lowered her eyes, and the loneliness was revealed. I haven't spoken to her for a long time. I worked hard to become one of the brightest stars in this country, just to prove to her, and my father, that their broken relationship didn't hurt me, that I was still strong, and that I was the beautiful thing they never enjoyed together. The future. But it's clear that the more successful I am, the more negative impact it has on my mother. She's an artist and a musician, but her best years are gone, and her moment will never come again. I think the mere realization of that has hurt her deeply. I once invited her to live with me in London, but no matter how I persuaded her, she wouldn't leave Hereford. I thought she would be proud of her daughter's achievements. Sadly, on the contrary, her daughter's success has become the mirror she is most afraid to look at. The more prominent I am, the more incompetent she appears. This was the last sentence she said to me during our last argument. Ellie Goulding wiped her eyes and smiled with ease. But I have never regretted it, because I know that, if I still spend the rest of my life like her, both I and she will suffer more. A friend of mine, I can't mention her name, but she said something very philosophical, which continues to inspire me until now. She said that my success made my mother suffer during the day, but allowed her to have a sweet dream after falling asleep. The theme of the dream was, what would it be like if everything that Ellie Goulding experienced happened to Tracy Goulding? In that case, would she not have to sacrifice her life to raise 4 children? Look, Maddie, our mother's name is exactly the same, Tracy. Ellie Goulding sat next to Madison Beer and hugged the latter in her arms. So, although your story is different from mine, I can still empathize with you. Because we are all the same kind of people. We all carry the expectations and shadows of our families to a greater or lesser extent. And, I believe that every artist here should be like this. Art is a revelation of scars, and most of human scars come from the family. I am. Dua Lipa raised her hand. So many unspeakable things happened in the lives of my grandparents and parents. Before I was born, they lived in Kosovo and Bosnia until the war broke out in 1992. My parents went to London to seek asylum, while my grandparents stayed. In the more than 10 years in London, they had to go back to school, learn English, learn the necessary skills to survive in the UK and work several jobs at the same time to afford the rent and the living expenses of the whole family. But even so, they did not give up the goal of returning to their hometown. Until I was 11 years old, they finally found a job in Kosovo and moved back. I'm really lucky. My parents are people with a strong sense of belief. Maybe this is the case for people who have come out of the war. Except for death, nothing can knock them down. They know that one day they will return to their homeland, so no matter how difficult it is, they will live positively and optimistically until the day their dreams come true. They are the same to me. My mother often encourages me, saying that being a singer is my destiny. It doesn't matter whether you are studying or working in a clothing store. As long as you have this dream in your heart, it will come true one day. There is no giving up in the Albanian dictionary. For myself and for them, I will insist on going on this path no matter what. Are they happy? Hani asked with a smile, seeing their daughter's name appear on the British singles chart. So happy. The last time I FaceTimed with them, my father wrote down all the lyrics of the new single and sang it to me. Dua Lipa smiled. He also said that, if he has a chance, he will come to Los Angeles to find you and thank you in person for giving me the opportunity. My parents said the same thing. Billie Eilish interrupted and said to Hani, they asked me to invite you to our house for dinner when you are free. Come to our house for dinner? Phineas laughed. What are they going to do? Poison? The two professional actors who have been running around for crews all year round and working day and night, their cooking skills can basically be described as terrible. They just said they were coming home for dinner. They didn't say they were going to cook. Billie Eilish winked at her brother. You might have to work hard at that time, brother. It seems that our parents are the same kind of people. Khaled laughed. My mom said the same thing. She told me to bring the boss to El Paso or bring her to Los Angeles, and she has to give him a good southern hug. From her father, to the army, to me. I have seen her sacrifices and efforts over the years. I still remember that half a year ago, you found me through SoundCloud, and I signed the contract without reviewing any of the terms, just because I had been waiting for this opportunity for too long. I want to get the advance payment quickly, buy her a car, and let my mother see that having me is the proudest thing in her life. I'm different. And Mary pouted, looking proud. Mom, Dad, sister, they have already booked tickets to Los Angeles next month. They specially put their vacations together just to come and see where I live now, to see the record company I signed with, and to see the magician sitting in the president's office. Next month. Dua Lipa stroked her chin and thought seriously. My tour starts in October, next month. I can invite them to Los Angeles to play, then come together. And Mary clapped her hands and said excitedly, bring all our parents. What are you going to do? A parent-teacher association? Hani's tone sounded helpless, but in fact, his heart had already been filled with a series of ripples of emotion and emotion. From the establishment of Han Music to now, everything has been developing rapidly on the established track he had preset. From Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, Love, Migos to Marshmello, Hani followed the map and collected future superstars who were about to step onto the world stage. Is it a sense of accomplishment? Of course, it's like buying all the first prize tickets for the next 10 years of Powerball in one go. Just thinking about the series of miracles they created in another time and space is enough to make people excited. But the resources are accumulated too quickly, and several new artist signing cases have to be handled every week. Therefore, except for a few girls like Billie and Madison who are in front of him every day, in Hanye's mind, the artist matrix he has built at a cost of hundreds of millions of dollars is still just an abstract symbol of time and space, and a Wikipedia-style outline. Lana Del Rey, Ellie Goulding and Dua Lipa are my artists? Great. But who are they? Kanye doesn't have time to explore such questions. When his career is in a stage of rapid development, who has the energy to pay attention to those insignificant trivial emotions? Even today, Kanye did not make time for this matter. He set up a grand dinner to further expand his network in the circle. He kept Hayley Williams and started this late night and all night talk in order to attract the lead singer of Paramore to his team. That's all. But he didn't expect that this lobbying scene, which had happened countless times in the past few months, would bring him such an unexpected surprise. He heard a Hayley Williams who was very different from her appearance, fragile and sensitive. He saw a completely exposed, soft and delicate Ellie Goulding. He touched a reckless, brave, wise, and introspective soul named Madison Beale. They are not fictional characters on the stage and under the mask. They are all people. For the first time after his rebirth, in addition to Zuyuru and Zhao Yaozhen, he felt the noisy, chaotic and extremely charming reality of this new world. This illusory game built with money is gradually becoming a real life with flesh and blood. At this moment, Han Yi suddenly realized that Han music, a dream that originally belonged to him alone, has become a future that many people look forward to, and it's better. It's much better. A journey with fellow travelers is always better. You heard it, Haley. Amid the sudden lively conversation, Madison Beer, leaning in Ellie Goulding's arms, looked at Hayley Williams gently and powerfully, summarizing everyone's glory and dreams, and made a powerful closing statement. I don't want to say this, but I think that the troubles you have now definitely didn't exist when Paramore was just founded. Because, before you succeed, you only think about how to succeed, and you don't think about the troubles that come with success. This is normal, every one of us is like this. Human nature is like this, we will never be satisfied, and each stage has its shortcomings. I haven't reached the stage of life you are at now, and most people in this room haven't, even you, Lana. You shouldn't be able to empathize with Haley, right? I think my peak period has passed. Lana Del Rey said self-deprecatingly, but the mental states that Haley mentioned are indeed not the reality I'm familiar with. But I do not doubt their authenticity. Neither do I. Madison nodded. When musicians reach the stage where they can be remembered by history along with their works, they must feel quite intense suffering. The fear of artistic creativity dying out, the helplessness of the spotlight gradually going out, and, as you said, Hallie, the loneliness of being left in time, will torture even the strongest soul. Just thinking about it, I will be stimulated by the pain that does not belong to me. However, even so terrible, what you said is still not as good as my enthusiasm for all this. Because it is such a happy thing to be able to stay in time forever. Most people, they can only go with the flow down. My understanding of life is not deep enough, but I think their description is correct. This is a stream flowing in one direction. Whether it is slow or fast, it always has to move and change. Time will erase all traces of existence, just like the water will cover the waves caused by each boat passing by. Some people want to go upstream, some people want to stay where they are. The scenery on both sides is too beautiful, they don't want to leave just like that, but they have to leave after all. After leaving, there will be nothing. Our fathers, grandfathers, and all the ancestors who carried the same surname before us, all came this way. We remember the name of our father or grandfather, because they once took the same boat with us. We can't remember the more distant ancestors. The reason is that they have been gone for too long. Apart from sharing a surname, they have nothing left for us to remember. Hundreds of millions of people were born and died quietly. Don't get me wrong, they are definitely very important to the people they love, but if the scale is expanded to the entire human society, then it doesn't matter whether they existed or not. Now, in this case, you tell me that there is a chance to leave my name, my inspiration, thoughts, and ramblings in this stream forever, so that those who come after can see them at a glance. How do you think I will react? If it's me, I will be ecstatic. Ellie Goulding replied softly, stroking Madison's head. I hope my voice can last longer than a long life. Me too. Madison smiled at her. Beethoven, Bach, Madonna, you too. They also stayed in this stream in this way. Going downstream, everyone can see the treasures they left for all mankind. The times kept them, they defined the times, and they gave each era a unique voice and a spiritual beacon. With them, time has meaning, and human existence itself has meaning. There is a little girl like this in my Instagram account. Madison Beale lit up her phone screen and showed it to everyone. Her name is Safi. She is 7 years old and from Manchester, England. Since she just learned to type on the keyboard 2 or 3 years ago, she has insisted on sharing her joys and sorrows with me every day. She listens to every song of mine, reads every piece of news about me, and treats me as a relative she has never met, and as an indispensable friend. She sends me private messages every day, 365 days a year, even when she is sick and has a fever. I provide her with indescribable satisfaction and happiness, and she gives me back in multiples. Imagine how happy a person would be if he could have tens of thousands of Safis at the same time. If I had a choice, I would stay in the best time without hesitation, accompany thousands of little girls like Safi as they grow up and grow old, and become their memory of youth. Become the window that is gently pushed open when introducing their youthful years to the younger generations. In the long river of time, I will always be young, and they who have me will also be forever young. Everyone, including Han Yi, was shocked by Madison Beal's poetic, romantic, and magnificent fantasy. The salon area fell silent again, with only her gentle and soft voice echoing between the glass walls. What's even better is that we who stay in time can also leave behind some precious memories that we ourselves cherish. At this point, Madison Beer extended her hand to Lana Del Rey. For example, some time ago, Lana invited me to participate in the creation of a single in her new album. That single was a collaboration between her and Stevie Nicks. I will never forget every word she uttered during that phone call. If I can successfully participate in the recording and successfully preserve this joy forever, then there will be no regrets. Yes, dear. Lana Del Rey also extended her hand to Madison and shook hands in the air. This will be a classic that people will compete to sing. Believe me, with Lana Del Rey and Stevie Nicks, everything will become a classic. Madison Beer smiled playfully. Besides, Hallie, what we leave behind in time is not all of ourselves. Look, aren't you still sitting here, talking to us, alive and kicking? What we leave behind in time is the part of ourselves that is an artist. The artistic soul in us can only maintain vigorous creativity for a shorter period of time than our actual lifespan. I think this is something we can all agree on. So, after we disappear as artists, the other part of us will still have to continue living, right? As ordinary people. At this point, Madison flicked her hair, her eyes quickly swept across Han Yi's face, and then lowered her eyes again. As ordinary people, we still have a lot to experience. Fall in love with someone, be loved by someone, unite with him without hesitation, and spend a long life with him. Besides music, Hallie, there are many things worth looking forward to. We who have two lives deserve the best. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.